Get elite real-world performance for your desktop PC with 10th Gen Intel Core processors. If you're looking to game, create, live stream, or stay productive, 10th Gen Intel Core processors deliver an optimal balance of frequency, cores, and threads to handle real-world usages. Get enthusiast-level performance with an Intel Core i9 processor, up to 5.3 GHz clock speed for peak gaming performance and content creation workloads. Or for competitive gameplay and content creation, choose an Intel Core i7 with up to 5.1 GHz clock speed to handle your demanding applications. The Intel Core i5 processor with up to 4.8 GHz gives you a seamless AAA gaming and entertainment experience. And with up to 4.6 GHz clock speed, the Intel Core i3 is a great fit for everyday tasks and productivity. If you're looking to push your system even further, get additional performance headroom with unlocked 10th Gen Intel Core processors, supported by Intel's advanced overclocking controls. Bring elite, real-world performance to your desktop PC with 10th Gen Intel Core processors.
Measured in gigahertz, your CPU's clock speed is the number of cycles it can complete every single second. So with a clock speed of up to 5.3 gigahertz, the 10th Gen Intel Core i9 processors can execute up to 5.3 billion cycles per second. Each activity on your computer has a set number of CPU cycles it requires to complete. In gaming, this can look like anything from loading games and rendering objects to simulating enemy AI or calculating realistic game physics. Having a CPU capable of executing more cycles per second allows your computer to more effectively handle these activities, resulting in a variety of gameplay benefits. These benefits materialize in ways you may not expect. For instance, frame rate, a common indicator of in-game performance, is generally higher and more consistent when running on a processor that executes more cycles per second, or said another way, has a higher clock speed. Additional technologies like Intel Turbo Boost Max and Thermal Velocity Boost dynamically enable higher clock speeds for increased performance benefit. Whether you're looking to increase your frame rates for smoother gameplay or reduce AI enemy decision-making for quicker turn times, you'll feel the difference with higher clock speeds on PCs powered by Intel Core processors. Gaming happens with Intel.
Good afternoon, everyone. If it is even the afternoon, I don't really remember. Now it's a pandemic. It might be morning, might be evening for you. Who knows? Wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to the DinoPC Valorant Trophy. We've got some incredible Valorant action coming up today. Basically, DinoPC, they're breaking in. They're new to esports. They wanted to get a tournament out there. So they put on some open qualifiers. That happened 19th and the 26th of September. Majority UK teams were involved. They got put in. And we've seen some incredible UK players through Valorant, and we wanted to see how they were going to be able to achieve any success in major tournaments, but now we get to see them in a slightly smaller environment. I'm very excited to see that. We've got 2 semi-finals and a final today, so we've got 4 teams that have gone from those open qualifiers, and they include some of the best UK Valorant players around. Like, I've seen names on that sheet that I was not expecting to see, and considering the UK like Counter-Strike community was very well known and quite closely knit, they're now coming into Valorant, and I'm excited to see what we have to offer today. If you want to see more Valorant, maybe other tournaments as well coming from DinoPC, events.dinopc.com. Keep an eye on their website. I'm sure they're going to have lots coming in the future if there is success from this, which I'm sure there will be. And the prizes today are pretty awesome as well. Basically, each player that wins, there will be 5, because there's 5 on a team in Valorant, they get to build their own PC. They get £1,000 to build their PC on the DinoPC Intel configurator. So that's pretty cool. They're going to get a brand new wham bam new PC. And to be honest, when you're playing a game like Valorant, you want one of the best PCs in the world. And I'm excited for today because I'm going to get to chat to the players. I'm going to get to talk to some of the best commentators around as well. So we've got some amazing UK commentators that are trying to break into the scene, or have broken into the scene, should I say. So that's going to be awesome too. And yeah, I think we should just get into it, really. I mean, I'm going to firstly talk to a couple of the players from our first game today. So our first game today is going to be the Dob versus K-Piz. And just to give you a little bit of info about these teams, I mean, they qualified separately from these open qualifiers, which means that They are teams that are going to be going up against each other. They might not have too much info on one another, but I'm hoping that because it's the UK community, they are going to know one another. They are going to have a little bit of banter back and forth. So I'm excited for that. Just to give you a rundown, if you're wondering what time, when things are going to be starting, our first game is probably going to kick off in about 10 minutes. Then match 2 will be around 3:45. You've got Taran Mill and UK Valorant. They're the other two teams that are going to be competing. And then grand finals, roughly about 6:45, I would imagine. But things could speed up or they could slow down depending on how games go today. You guys know how Valorant works. It's going to be best of 3. I'm excited because we've got new patch that's just come into Valorant. We've seen changes to Viper, we've seen changes to Reyna, we've seen changes to Jet, we've seen changes to the operator. All these things that came in and they were implemented like 3 or 4 days ago. So I want to see how teams are going to work around that. Are we going to see maybe players not picking up the operator? Are we going to see players maybe not using Jet and going for someone else? So there's going to be all these different decisions that teams are going to have to make. But ultimately, DINO are running this tournament because they want to break into esports and show us what they can do. And from what I've heard, the open qualifiers went really successfully. So I'm sure this tournament is as well. You can follow them on Twitter as well. At DinoPC UK is their Twitter if you would like to give them a tweet. Let them know what you're thinking about the tournament. Let them know who you think is going to win. Because, to be honest, out of these 4 teams, I'm a little bit unsure who I think the favourite is. There are some incredible players that I'm going to speak to. But I think that ultimately, all these players will want to achieve a lot in the Valorant scene, and we're going to maybe see them follow in the footsteps from other Valorant players as well. Because, for example, when we look at someone like Ardis, who has been in these qualifiers, he went on to sign for G2, one of the biggest UK players around. Technically from Malta, but we have him as one of our own. He is the Andy Murray of the Valorant esports world, in my opinion. And I think that a lot of these players will want to see that success and achieve something similar as well. Because if they can break into Valorant, maybe they weren't able to do so in Counter Strike, they can achieve that esports dream that we're all looking for. I will be chatting to a couple of these players very shortly when they are ready. I'm going to have Top Boys is the Dob, and I think Rick's Capes. So Rix.gg Capes is going to be coming and chatting. And I think early interviews are always interesting. Interviews before games, because when you chat to players before the games and they get the chance to have a little, squabble at one another, you get a little bit of banter. I can test to see if they want to give out to one another. I want to see a little bit of back and forth, but a lot of players they're a little bit they hold back a little bit, don't they? The players they don't like to give out. But I like smack talk. I like trash talk. I want someone to say, "Yep, we're going to smash you 2-0. It's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy." So hopefully we'll see that from some of the players. I believe that Rick's Capes is ready, so I'll chat to him in a little bit. That's going to be good. In terms of commentators today, I know you're all dying to hear saying, "Who's going to be commentating, Dan? Who's going to be commentating?" We've got Eternal J and we've got Digital Bacon. 2 incredible UK casters who are going to be coming in as well. They will be able to describe all the action for you today. It's going to be a phenomenal one. And then when we're ready, I think we're going to bring in K Piz from Rix.gg. I don't think we've got Dob, so we've got K Piz. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Thanks for joining me.
Kind of did. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Talk me through this team then. How are you feeling coming into the tournament?
Very confident. I mean, our main contenders dropped out, so hopefully we take a win.
And main contender, that would have been Boaster's team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and do you feel like now that they've dropped out, that's just like opening the path for you? Is there anyone you're worried about, or is it just completely like, yeah, we're gonna win this one easy?
The other guys in the other semi-final, so our old teammate Russ and his mates, we played them in the first qualifiers, close game, so definitely think they're not going to be an easy game, but I think we can win for sure.
And then in terms of like patch notes and changes lately, has that affected you guys like greatly, or is it not really?
Personally, I stopped playing Sage, so it does a little bit. So, but for the rest of us, it's kind of it's the same old, same old. I'm not an operator user, so I wouldn't be able to tell you much about it, to be honest. But it feels a lot different. But I don't know. It feels like it plays the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's very subtle patch changes. That's what Riot do certainly very well. You're completely right, though. If you're not an operator player, you don't have to worry about it. Whoever else on your team is going to be worrying about it.
Exactly.
I think that Dob is also there. So if we can bring in Dob, I might be able to get both of you in the same interview shortly. But if you had to say anything to the opposition team, Capes, what would a little message be? Like, would it just be?
Good luck. That's all they need.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I thought maybe I'd be able to get something out of you. All
Uh,
right. Ultimately, then, if you were able to win this, you all get £1,000 to build your own PC. Is that something that you'd love to achieve? Like, have you already got a decent setup? Are you looking to upgrade? Do you want to get some
I
extra
didn't even
parts?
card, so I mean, if you got some of the new video ones going, that'd be sweet, but it wouldn't be too bad.
This is where you build a new PC and you go all in on the graphics card, and then everything else is just like really low costing, and then you just transfer it into the other one. Love it. Great idea. KPS, right. Best of luck. I'm excited to see this game. What's your score prediction? Do you think this an easy 2-0, or are you gonna
Easy
this
2-0
going all the way?
done. This one 2-0 for sure.
All right, easy 2-0 from KPS. KPS, thank you so much for joining me for a little chat.
No worries.
I might speak to you afterwards as well.
Catch you
All
later.
right then. So there we have it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to speak to his opposition, but at least Capis was able to come in with the confidence. They think they're going to be able to dominate this competition after Boaster's team has pulled out, which, I mean, I guess there is something behind that, but we'll see whether that actually comes to fruition as we get through. But now it's time to be joined by two lovely warming faces, Eternal J and Digital Bacon. Guys, thank you for joining me. It feels like I've been on my own on that screen for far too long, and I finally can chat to you guys. Bacon, first of all, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. It's been a bit of a rainy morning, but of course we can hop into the server and that does not matter. Get to see some awesome players play Valorant. And like you said, with those op changes, I'm really intrigued to see how that's going to affect the meta of Valorant.
Jay, would you say the same? Do you think we're going to see a little bit of a difference in gameplay today, or do you think it's going to be somewhat similar?
Well, I mean, the smallest little changes can make the massive amount of impact, I think. Like one of the things I've come from a Counter-Strike background, so one of the things that obviously when I see the operator changes, it equates to me as the AWP changes from way back in the day, the massive nerf that really hindered a lot of sniper players. So I can see where this could very easily sort of change up the play styles of how the operator works and how the operator players will work around this as well. A lot of adaptation will be required, I feel like, for a lot of squads, especially the more experienced ones in this tournament. So I'll be curious to see how it plays out. I haven't seen how it plays out in competitive play yet, but there's always going to be that little bit of curiosity, I think.
And I mean, as a whole, UK Valorant has actually quite thrived, I would say, since the game's release. UK CS was, I don't want to say a meme, but there was a lot of hatred from other regions of like, oh lol, UK CS. There was a couple of players who would break in here or there. Whereas Valorant, I mean, Fish123, they broke out, and of course, Artist then went to G2. Do you think that there is going to be more UK players because of that? People are going to be looking at this and saying, okay, I have a chance because I've seen other players. Bacon, would you agree?
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's that sort of case of Valorant right now, where it's in this sort of like early stages, Riot are just letting the scene feel itself out and come into its own, see what works, what doesn't. I mean, we're still on only 4 maps, and of course that's going to grow over the rest of the year till next summer, and just basically feel it out, let the ripples go out and see what they can get. And so for here, when you've got those tier 2, tier 3 UKCS players, they're going to be looking at this going, I'm struggling to make it onto the big teams, but if I jump over towards Valorant, try and get in there early, who knows what can happen. And we just saw that with Fish123, getting picked up by Liquid, a massive team there. And you can definitely see a couple of the other UKCS players looking at that and going, can I do that? Yeah, let's go for it. And we're getting some of those teams here today, and definitely that's why you're seeing teams like Rix.gg coming into this so confident because they've got the capabilities to just stomp, quite frankly.
And speaking of Rix, we were of course able to speak to a player, and we were able to get their thoughts on everything. Jay, why are they so confident? Why are they, we think, the favourites for this tournament?
It's simply because they're probably one of the most experienced squads that you've got here in the tournament. Obviously, they're not going to be household names by any stretch of the imagination. But you talk a lot about how the UKCS scene has sort of transitioned over to the Valorant squad, and you talk about some of the players there. I mean, you just spoke to K-Piz. He was on a bunch of different big name UK rosters, like the Royals, for example, the Reflex side. Always constantly going to these smaller level lands, sometimes competing at I series, and they've always been able to have a lot of potential behind it. You've also got big veterans amongst the likes of Nilzinho and Weber, for example, two guys who were part of what I like to call the golden age of UKCS. I know that's a bit of a redundant statement because that's stretching the term golden age a little bit. But they were part of a roster that was so sort of dominant back in the day, and they're going to have that experience and that capability, I think, behind them. I know that Nilzinho is a coach for this roster. I'm not sure if he's going to be standing in as a main staple player for this tournament, but they're just sort of looking at the way that this team is comprised, looking at the talents that you've got on the roster, taking a look at their histories in the Counter-Strike space. There's a lot of experience here that can translate over to Valorant quite easily.
Nilzinho used to like tag in and play, even though he was a coach on previous CS teams as well. Like I wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to get in on a piece of this action. Bacon, when we look at the other side of the bracket and the other two teams, Taran and UK Valorant, KPS was alluding to their main competition being on the other side of the bracket. Who do you think that is?
That is definitely got to be Taran. When you look at that squad coming on into this, you've got a whole sort of like wide array of different players formed together for this, like straight up artists of G2, like that's the biggest name and the one that I guess like everyone's going to be looking out for. But of course, you've got Russ, that old teammate who's gone over to that side. You've got Lazar as well. So some really big names, near enough of same credit as what you're going to be seeing on Rich.gg with their CSGO heritage in the UK. So they're coming into it. Maybe they were originally the third seed, but I'm looking at them here today and going, this is the team. If you want to support an underdog, if you think a team can cause the upset, it's got to be Taran.
I'm excited to see whether Artis will be competing. I've heard that he might be here in time for the final, because there will be a lot of extra eyes, because Artis has been one of those players that has burst onto the scene. Everyone's been talking about, everyone's been enjoying watching him. So we'll see whether that actually comes about. And as I spoke to in the interview, we've had a lot of patch changes, or we have had a new patch on Valorant. Jay, do you think that this is going to change much? I mean, when we look at Viper, she had a lot of changes. Is anyone going to be confident enough to switch to her? Or do you think people are going to kind of stay in their same lane and stick to what they know?
I feel like there'll be a little bit of resistance to Viper, although it definitely feels like everyone's doing their best to sort of push her into the competitive landscape. It hasn't quite worked out. What this patch could be described as for Viper, though, is basically a complete overhaul. So I'll be curious to see whether anyone can fit that into their current compositions, whether they can utilize her in that appropriate form. I'll be watching with a keen eye to see whether anyone does pick Viper and how they will utilize her. Whether or not that'll end up being a sticking point for this tournament, I mean, that's yet to be seen. I've seen Viper played in a couple of qualifiers, but nothing in it, nothing major and nothing top tier. The main things for me, as I mentioned earlier, is probably going to be those operator changes, because that is something so fundamental to the current meta that those adjustments may hinder a couple of players in a couple of cases.
Yeah, I mean, the increase from 4,500 to 5,000, especially when you look at like overtime rules as well, like not being able to buy any sort of armor going alongside the operator is going to be interesting. In general, with Jet being nerfed as well, Bacon, the operator has taken a huge hit because the majority of operator players are Jet as well. Do you think that we're going to maybe see a different transition, maybe more breach operators, for example, just having that flash as a backup?
Definitely. And when you look at Jet as well, you're always thinking about the quick movements afterwards. And the operator's not just received, the increase in price, but also slight little accuracy upon movement changes as well. With Jet, you're looking at a lot of verticality, near enough jumping out your opponent. And in this patch, the operator, as well as all the guns, had a bit of a nerve on the accuracy upon landing and movement penalties and such. They're just basically trying to make it so that defenders get a little bit more advantage, I feel like, where you're trying to hold that line instead of those peeking around corners. So that'd be an interesting one. And I do expect the operator to see much less usage on the attacking side, and it being near enough focused heavily on defense.
And it is crazy because the operator kind of has been just such a focus point for so many teams and has made them so strong. And we went through the phase of like 2 operators, and then some teams trying to break through that, and people really struggling, to be honest, to actually push onto a site if there was an operator there. And then we started to see a little bit of creativity from the top teams. They started to realize that, hey, wait a second, we've got a lot of utility with these agents, a lot of smokes that we can get rid of all these angles. And then suddenly the operator was being slightly pushed out. So I'm surprised by this nerf somewhat, but I feel like there's a very big difference between like casual Valorant and then like high-end Valorant, and you've got to find a balance in between so everyone's happy. But still, I'm very excited to see the changes. Other changes, what else were there? There was Reyna got a slight change in her ultimate. The fire rate was decreased from like 25% to 15%, which, Jay, I don't know about you, but for me, I feel like that is both a nerf and a buff, because the rifle was so hard to control when you're in that ultimate, but the SMGs were almost too powerful, so it's kind of evened it out.
Yeah, I guess you can sort of, that's one way of looking at it. I think a lot of people will definitely look at this more of a statistical nerf, to be honest. It's because like most likely chances is that, you know, you're probably going to be using that rifle anyway. So you're kind of expecting to bring that ultimate out whenever you have a rifle. Whether that will change things in terms of like, you know, half buy or eco rounds when they have an SMG, and it's like, oh, this could be a great opportunity to even up the standings and potentially, you know, bring us back from what would otherwise be a deficit or a disadvantage. So I'll be curious to see whether that works out for them. I'll be curious to see whether the SMG does come out with the Empress. But that's all yet to be seen for me. You know, I'm not sure how well that will play out. There's certainly something that would be love to be explored here in this tournament, I think.
Right, I think I'm hearing correctly in my ear that the game is almost ready, gents. So I'm going to leave you two to it. Have a wonderful cast. I'll catch up with you after the game.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, it's going to be a fun time to kick things off with our opening match. Of course, Rix.GG taking on the boys over of the top boys in this one. Now, again, a lot of people are looking at Rix as being the top seed, the favourites in this matchup. Definitely have the experience to make it happen here, Bacon. I think that's the right sort of approach to this one, but it is best of 3 opportunities. Let's see whether the top boys can at least take a map or maybe even a series upset here.
That's it. The top boys basically have to come out of the gates running here. Rix.GG have got the defender's side straight out the gates because top boys picked Haven. Now, that's a little bit of a wild card pick, I'm going to say right now, to be your map 1. But hey, Rix.GG getting defense. If they could steamroll this, I mean, it is one of the harder maps to defend on. But if they can get, let's just say, 8 rounds here out of the gates, that's going to be so hard to come back from if you are top boys. So I'm hoping that they have a bit more of an aggressive attacking round and just drop down, I don't know, 6 games if they can, 6 rounds if they possibly can. That'll really bolster them going forward. Otherwise, it could snowball a little bit. I mean, quite frankly, we've got the top seed going against the bottom seed, so you're always going to get that sort of mentality, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, for Rix being in this position right now, like, they're going to be coming into this one with a bit of confidence. You obviously saw KP saying that their biggest rivals were on the other side of the bracket. They also mentioned, obviously, Boaster Squad, who dropped out prior to this to this final. So we're looking at a situation where Rix are the most confident squad in the tournament right now. But again, you know, as you mentioned, Haven is the first map. It was picked by the top boys. So I'll see whether or not they can work into this one, you know, especially on that attacking side. You know, Haven's traditionally known as a very attacking-based map with those 3 sites. It becomes very difficult to defend. And personally, I don't like that particular aspect of it. I don't think the 3 sites work. I'll say it till the day I die because I absolutely believe that's the case. I think if they wanted to revamp the map, probably take B site, put it where C site is right now, and just turn that whole bit into a big middle and connector, and you might be able to come up with a decent semblance of a map. But here on the defensive, we will see the Rix.GG side over on the defensive, as we mentioned. Attacking side for the top boys. Pistol round about to go live. Not a lot of armor in play today.
Yeah, definitely. And that's all just because you've got the buy-up of the Ghost, right? If you get the Ghost, you can't get armor. Hence why if you look towards Neff, he's running the Classic still, and he's got quite a bit of utility over on that Raze. Will be interesting to see what his plan. You've got a very similar deal going on over for Dob, but looking at the Raze, Abamig over on the top boys side, that's going to be an interesting one, coming straight on out. Oh, with the Sheriff there.
Early damage being taken by the top boys. The contact out here towards the A play. It's just a bit passive right now for the defensive side. Hype's already taken that contact and fallen right back out of position, but you can see how the duels have gone well with the pistols. Those HP numbers, it might get a bit more difficult for the attacking side to continue to press up, and you're already seeing how passive they really are getting here. Wrap around towards the A play, now going to split in to the site itself. 3 players to defend again, so this one's going to be a bit of a tough little affair.
Yeah, good call from Rix.GG as well. They've got a nice little press over towards A, and here comes the kill. First up, Hype. He's got a second. Oh, that's going to be massive as you look towards top boys. Are they going to fall back? No, they're just lingering. This is dangerous play when they're down to only 2 men.
And Nef getting another good kill back. One more player to fall in Dylan, and this one is falling apart as well for the top boys. Blamig desperately trying to recover something, but forced on the reload as he peeks around towards the short entrance. That's going to be an opening pistol for Rix. Didn't even look too difficult for them. Again, that early contact to do all the damage, and then from there wasn't much for the attacking side to work with.
Yeah, and when you look at it, sure, Nef went down, but getting all those kills just means that got tons of money right now. It's going to be interesting to see what the buy-up is here. Going for the Stinger. Interesting. There is a little bit of a debate, Stinger versus Spectre, so I'm going to be intrigued here. Saving a bit of money, who knows? Maybe trying to stockpile up, maybe for an op. On a raise, wouldn't expect so much, but definitely trying to secure the Vandal for next round.
Obviously nothing but pistols out for the top boys sign on their own part of things. Trying to go for a much faster play in towards the ace site. Already Dylan has fallen to the hands of Hype, and KP is forced back. Cyber Cages will go up to try and suppress them, which will be pretty decently played there from Hype's part of things. Again, first casualty has been sustained. They're going to boost up Nep Fear, and he'll get another good kill on the next player. Dob desperately trying to recover, comes up with one good frag, but that's about as far as it goes. 2-0 to the start of Rix.
I'm in love with Nef right now. That satchel to get up on top of the boxes is inspired. Beautiful play to just get the drop on top, boys, as they were not expecting anyone to come up high. You look at this right now, no jets on, I was going to say the field due to my Rocket League background, but I guess in the arena. Both work. So you're not expecting anyone to be jumping up there. So the raise coming on through is incredible.
A good way in to start things off. Nef, of course, being the unexpected element. He's already going to get rockets out.
No.
Try to do some damage. Misses out with the ulti, but does get Blamig with the pistol in the end. So, again, nice opener to aggress down the C-long area. Hype's going to cover it off, get himself 2 kills of his own. Aggressing very far forward into the defensive line. Now Dobbs left pretty much in a 1 versus 5. Trying his best to recover this, but so heavily tagged up. No way into this one, and you can see the difference in skill with this one. Rix are just, you know, pushing up towards parts of the map that they really shouldn't be able to do on the defensive side, but they're still being able to make it work just because of how, you know, how good they are as mechanical players.
Yeah, Nep going in there straight at the start with the showstopper. Great use of utility to get out of dodge as well, throwing down the boombot to cover the tracks, and then you just come down after that. Once Rix have the man advantage, they use it. You'll notice continuously having 2 players watching the same corners, so that if they do trade, it's still going to benefit them, you know. And so right now, when you're coming down to top boys, there's got to be a big change up. And you could just see being very patient there, but they're not really getting any information themselves.
Information being gained at least towards that one player out top of mid. And look at, again, just the ability to peek in and get these kills on KPs and Hype. 2 frags found by Hype in the end trade, trying to get fouled by Dylan, but doesn't manage to land his kill shot. 3k for Hype, low HP, but it won't matter. His teammates there to clean up the last player in window, and that's a 4-0 for the defensive line.
Scary times right now. Sure, the lads of top boys will have a bit of money, as they do have that lose them bonus to try and put them back into the mix, but I said it earlier, Jay, motivation right now is going to be absolutely massive, and coming out with judges there for the top boys. Now, that is a bold move. You can definitely see buying down to 2,900. They've got a plan. This is just going to be an eco.
Bit of investment from SRL, though. Be a bit of a problem as time goes on. For now, though, Hype again aggressing. Doesn't manage to make it work this time, though. The judge will issue an execution instead. 5 on 4 to start. KP is trying to hold off for them here, putting smokes up to try to blind them off. But for the most part, nothing else just being seen. Again, they're going to get suppressed, and Weber's going to be allowed those 2 frags. Boombot does come forward, does catch off Nep, get that information back for the attacking line. And at 4 versus 2 now, as KP does get another good frag back. Blamig trying his best to recover, but just every opportunity they're being given is just not working out for them. Weber with 3 kills in the end. The defensive side takes another simple round.
Yeah, and I just feel there you saw Urshel just turning around, trying to offer a bit of support to Penny Whistle, but oof. indecision. They needed a full rotate and just try and get the plant on the opposite end. Of course, it was an eco round, so now they've got buy-ups. I'm noticing the Ares coming on out. There's a Guardian change up for Urshel. And then Odin for Dylan? This is very unorthodox right now.
LMG. They're ready to spray some players down already. They're looking for information, and they're going to catch them. 2 players actually with the recon ball. I thought they just got Dylan, but no. Expecting aggression, so that hot hands will come out to suppress them from C-Long, but no such presence being taken by the Rix boys. They're going to play a little bit more passively and carefully, and they're just giving up information at this stage. They now know that LMG is in play here for the top boys, so they can start pushing forward, recognizing there's probably a lot of presence. Net from Weber, again, opening up with 2 frags.
Yeah, and this patience, I don't mind so much, but it's patience without a plan.
Exactly
and Blamig just getting dropped easily by the Cypher. Nice little shot from Urshel, but that... should have heard the creep up.
It was an early aggression from the Rix side, but it came out in the end. Again, information being gained by that recon dot. I have a feeling they may have seen more than just those 2 players there.
I know exactly where you
So, otherwise the aggression towards middle area wouldn't have come through as prevalently as it did.
Well, there was also the follow-up from Dylan where he just blind-fired in the wall to try and get a wall bang there with the Odin, which gave away that there was still linger in there. You know, normally you would try and play that off where you rotate on out, that after your position's been given on over. But no, they're just giving it away. There needs to be some sort of dictatorship here. Someone come up and call the shots.
Already aggression out, players getting picked apart, spikes already been dropped. Defensive side holds on. Blamig is going to try use Showstopper. Does get 1 frag at least on hype, but that's still traded immediately by DPS, and Dylan be unable to do anything from there. DPS with his own double. 7-0 for the defensive side, and I have a feeling that, I don't have to be the guy that calls it early, but I have a feeling this match may already be over at this stage, just based on the sheer level of confidence the Rix are playing at right now.
Yeah, in the interview with Capers, where it's like, oh yeah, this is going to be an easy 2-0 just stomp. I was like, that's a bold move. Generally karma comes back to bite you there, but yep, confidence is definitely deserved, especially since Neff is on 9,000. He's reached the cap. I mean, you look at Capers and DPS on the 8,000 themselves. They are not hurting at all. They've got enough money for 2 more rounds. And that's even if things go catastrophic for them.
Trying to put up some walls here and get some access to the C side, a bit more of a coordinated effort, but again, Capers and Weber are just going to pick apart those 2 players. Unsupported in their challenges, no trade potential for the top boys. Now 2 standing out here towards C. Capers and Weber tap their way through, get those frags. And all that's left is any whistle. Then Berry to Capers, making his way into those backlines. Flawless matchup so far here from the Rix side, and if you're top boys, you're kind of questioning what it is you have to do to beat them, and unfortunately, there's not that much. We talked a lot about the experience of these players, playing in some of the classic lineups of UKCS, the Horaces, your FM Esports, your Endpoints and such, and all that experience just compounding into this level of confidence that I don't think the top boys are going to be able to manage.
I think you're right, but at least we get to see hype on the operator right now, pulling that on, going super aggressive, looking down the passage to A through A lobby. They're going for a mid push here, and this is a much better rush from them to try and just get a little bit of ground. Problem is, though, that defense is so strong. Capers again.
Now Weber coming up, Blamig left alone, finds that 1 frag. Boombot's on its way forward, but it's not even going to be necessary. Net gets his double. The showstopper for that 1 frag at window, of course, able to extend so far around because nobody is watching their backlines. There's a lot of criticism for the top boys at this stage. I recognize that, it is one of those matches where you're expecting them to be able, not to be able to contest against, but, all a case of improvement for later down the road because, these issues can be highlighted and they can be fixed. It's a case of mistakes, I feel like, for the top boys,
it definitely is. And right now, they need a mental reset. At least 1 game, maybe 2, before they move on into the defender's half, where they've got to somehow clutch it out of nowhere. This angle, though, dirty from hype.
Shot in immediately. You highlighted that operator, seeing if he can do some damage with it, and already he's found the kill in the early round here for round 10. One casualty sustained though. There's plenty of potential for otherwise, but Blamu's going to get spotted by that recon bolt. They now know information towards bottom mid. And Dob actually punished Hype for getting aggressive for it. Dylan on his way up to try and join Dob here. A lot more passive from the Rick side, giving Top Boys a bit more room to breathe with.
But Top Boys actually played that quite well. I know Dob dropped there, but at least they're trying to cover each other here, and they just need to, like I said, start coming up with little duo, cover like crossing angles right here, because this is a nice little sneak up from Penny Whistle. But they've got to time it correctly. There needed to be a swing out both at the same time from window, and then of course there in front of B door. Where they're just going one-on-one, it's easy to pick off. There's no threat, especially when the lads of Ricks are just incredibly accurate.
Shut down so far in this game. And the possibilities of a 13-0 are staggeringly likely. I think, you know, not even scary, I don't want to say. More ultimates coming through here. DPS with Hunter's Fury, just trying to wear down on them. Hype's already aggressed though. 2 frags found, making it 3. Possibly a quadra. Yes,
can we get an 8?
Well, 5th man right around the corner to his left-hand side. He's going to check it, see him, but no. Dob will shut it down. They'll have the information on where he is though. You can see they're bearing down upon him. They're looking for everything. And KPs will be the man to finish the job.
I feel bad for Hype there. So close to getting that ace. Every player
dreams
of being able to bring it out. You know, Hype has had a near flawless game. Come on, let's talk about that. Even pulling out the op when it's probably in a favor where in a place right now where it hurts you to bring it out. Don't get me wrong, tons of money. It's not realistically going to hurt, but trying to just use it in the best environment to trial it on out. Because right now, I've got no mercy for the lads at Top Boys. They're not changing up their plans. They're just running in to a brick wall over and over again, Jay. Oh, that's easy.
Oh,
this is disgusting.
No, oh, Hype. He let one player cross. He got traded. KP's looking to close out the 12-0 half for the Rick side. Top Boys have been smacked about and going into their defensive side. I mean, again, attacking side on Haven. It's not gone well. How
was that corner not checked? That's what I'm just trying to point out here. The bottom of very long, you always get a quick move up into, purely with, well, you know, a patch or two ago, it would have been the operator to keep lines there. So that going unchecked, that is just a sin.
And again, it goes back to that point I was making about mistakes. You know, like a lot of issues there being caused by the Top Boys side on the basis of just making those mistakes. Not checking corners, playing same strategies. And a stack up towards the A site coming in from the defensive as they're leaning in towards B. I don't know. I couldn't tell you myself, but it's definitely going to cost them the round, I feel like, here. All 5 players in heaven. And Hype's extending around so far to be wary of it. He's in for a bit of a rude awakening at least. They'll catch off that one frag. DPS is ready for a little bit more. Taps up heads. Takes out one trade. Is flash blind though. Still gets his secondary pick. Not quite in for the third. Dylan there with a trade, but Cape is next to face. They've got the spike plant. Neck front, a backstab, tapping his way through here with the classic. Looking for another good shot on towards another player. Doesn't quite find it of his own way. The trades are good from the defensive side this time, but 2v2 now making it 1. Cape is going to shut down the last. It's Weber to close out on any whistle, and that will be a 13-0 for Ricks.GG. Top Boys didn't even stand a chance in that one.
No, not even the wild card. I don't know. Treehouse Heaven strats? What'd you call that play? In the end, can just throw off the attacking side of Ricks, who, yeah, were flawless there. I mean, you just look at the difference in stats, and I don't want to be mean. You know, we don't want to BM the Top Boys side. But like I said earlier, there was just no changes in what they're bringing. There was no very direct calls upon their strategies and a solid together plan. And I've just noticed K-Piz didn't die throughout the entirety of that match.
That's impressive.
Ludicrous.
That is very impressive, actually. I mean, like, you know, KP's was one of the guys that we highlighted, of course, in the interview, and of course with his previous experience with other smaller rosters. But you know, like his talent definitely shone through in that one. You know, I mean, like top fragger in the server for his own right. But I mean, you take a look at that board of his own accord, Bacon, and you can see where the issues were. Again, a difference between very experienced, very mechanically based players getting all the frags, able to overwhelm 4 players on double digits by the end of the game, and of course players not even breaking 4 kills over on the other side.
Yeah, so going into the next match, I'm just quickly having a look. I'm pretty sure it's Ascent. I'm double checking that just to be sure. Yep, Ascent with Top Boys going on defense first. Jay, if we're looking at that right now, hopefully that should give some better feels to Top Boys lads to try and get their defense there first to set up a bit of a foundation for themselves, because it definitely felt going into that second half, Top Boys were probably already defeated going in, you know, where it was already, well, 12-0, to be quite frank.
Yeah, they're I mean, they were defeated from very early on, unfortunately. Again, I don't like to be the negative Nancy, but you know, you can sort of see some of the replays of KP's and how well he was able to perform right now. But you know, like the issues extend much further than just one player's performance. At the end of the day, like, you know, as we mentioned time and time again, how what the situation is for this Top Boys side. You know, they have a lot of work to work on, but at the end of the day, it was always going to be a one-sided affair. I think a lot of people were always looking at this one saying, you know, Ricks are the favorites in this tournament, and you know, they're in a good spot as a result. You know, again, they're taking their opponent's map pick, looking into the second map is probably going to be that 2-0 that that they were hoping for.
I would definitely agree on that. The only thing I've got right now going for the Top Boys is that Ascent's a much easier map, I would say, to sort of plan and have strats for. You know, it's not as wide open. You've only got basically, I would argue, 3 areas of attack. You know, you've got mid and then B and A lobbies. Yeah, you could use Catwalk and go in through A that way, and yeah, sure, you can go through mid to then make your way through the market, but realistically, you're either going to be in this mid or over towards A and B. So right there, I think I expect Top Boys to just basically go for a full 5-man push, maybe send 1 man off as a bit of a distraction early on, and try and play with some more simpler ranked strat, should we say.
Rank strats. I think that probably describes a lot of the Top Boys and what they were able to do in that one. But you know, as you mentioned, a bit more of a standardized map here. This time only 2 sites. I absolutely love that one. And you know, for Ascent, I think it could be you know, it could be a bit more manageable for them. You know, as you mentioned, a bit more of you know, a ranked style could work against them. But again, the main issue is going to be trying to counteract them, because they can't just simply take faces and take kills against Ricks. You know, Ricks are going to be able to win out those fights every single time, so they need to come up with a little something more in order to make this work. So for me, I'm looking a lot of the utility usage. I'm looking a lot at how they're going to, you know, play around abilities. I'm hoping that maybe they might change up their compositions for this matchup, because I think that there are some players and there are some abilities that could potentially buy them a bit more breathing room when it comes to taking on the Ricks side. So we'll have a look, see exactly what they've got. I think they've got the same. Yeah, the same same agents in this one. Hype has switched though. He was on the Cypher a little bit earlier. Now he's playing with Killjoy today.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Generally, I quite like a Cypher on this map, purely for the camera. You've got so many high angles. Looking over towards Top Boys, though, that's a very strange change-up. Urshel moving off of the Sage onto Phoenix. Dylan now on that Sage. You got Dob on the Reyna. When Penny Whistle was on the Reyna last time, Penny Whistle now on the Sova. Blamig, the only one staying with the Raze. So, yeah, it's a little bit odd, everyone changing their ones over, but that is a beautiful leer.
It's 1-for-1 trays. We get started with the pistol very, very quickly. Rick's on the attacking side will get a 2-for-1. KP is trying to blind off and siphon off positions where they can re-enter into the site itself. 3-on-2, the spike plant trying to get secured here. SRL desperately looking for a frag, gets shut down, and now Penny Whistle is all that remains here. Very low HP taking that fight against Neptune. Hype is ready for contact. Both players going to start swinging in. Simple shots is all they need. KP shuts it down. Pistol goes the way of bricks.
Yeah, you feel bad there for Penny Whistle, but it was just such a good play. Hype making a little bit of noise, drew Penny Whistle away, look around the corner, and then the sweep out. And that is the difference between these two teams. Ricks are effectively communicating with each other. When you look over the top, boys, it seems a little bit more like there's call-outs of where opponents are, but not what they want each other to do. And that's a massive difference. And one thing which I'm hoping today top boys will learn and be able to take into future competitive play.
SMG is out immediately. Locations are getting revealed at the very least here, and they are being suppressed by a couple of abilities here and there. DPS just uses hot hands to try and get some HP recovery. Hype does get another good kill though. Netflix extends so far out to get Penny Whistle. And two players left standing. Blamig and co over on the A site, holding onto their pistols, probably to save the armor more than anything else into the next round, because there isn't going to be much for them to work with in terms of rebuy. Are going to extend. They do catch Hype, so that's a weapon that they can pick up. Yeah, again, 1v1 duels being given up by the Rick side to offer up a couple of these frags. In the end, they do line up for net, though. Poor positioning there from the top boys side. That's a 2-0 now for the Rick's camp.
Yeah, their penetration really hurting them right there. And they could have used those guns, that little bit of money. Because right now, when you look on into it, they are going to be buying on up, but it's that case of they've got nothing. If they lose this round, then they might have to eco again. Otherwise, they're going, you know, Spectres, Stingers. On the opposite side, yeah, we're seeing the Spectres be used on over, but look at Neff, 3,100 in bank. He is absolutely flush at the moment.
Placing swarm grenade.
Already, we're seeing Blade Storm coming out. Look at Net. Look how far he wants to get up here. His vocation will be revealed here. Let's see how well these Blade Storm nerfs are going to affect him. Shots all missed out, actually. Not accurate on crosshair placement. That's going to be an opening kill for SRL this time. KP is going to try trade it, though. Finds that one frag. Tries to get out of dodge, and this time it's Dob turning around with the kill of his own. 4-on-3, and Hype's made his way straight in towards A. Where is the defense on this one? I mean, they have lost a spike, so there is always that element of things. Now with a bit of map control that they can work with and trying to recontest him here. Dylan goes down. That's big for DPS. A 3-on-3 scenario as Hype turns the man advantage back to the favor of the attacking forces.
And Dylan's death there was what I was talking about earlier, Jay. They need to do synchronized swing outs. Otherwise, they're just 1-on-1. Most of the time, actually 1-on-2, because you look at how Rick's set up their attacks. They've generally got two lads with line of fire. And yeah, they had the man advantage. It was 4v3. And again, just not having the communication with each other there to swing out at the same time. It's the same mistake over and over again. It hurts to see. Everything was right up until that moment.
It was a good position as well, given the fact that the spike went straight up there. I didn't even notice that on the part of Nep, how he just dragged that crucial piece of kit right straight into the defensive half. Leaving it open for potential now. Judges out, shotguns everything. Players are being blinded up, and Nep and DPS. A quick frag. Clever gets in a kill of his own right. Penny Whistle also quick to fall. Blamig quickly overwhelmed. Rush tactics from Ricks with a lot of ability usage. Getting their starts again. Another flawless 4 rounds here. And now rebuy is coming in from the defensive side. The money isn't 100% there on some players. They should be able to get rifles out.
Yeah, and when you look at this right now, just having a look at team composition right here, Jay. On defense, they've got nothing to set up. It's all very much reactionary. And so you saw the Reyna there wanting to put the layer out, but getting caught in mid-usage, and that's just the painful part. The composition of the team's not right. What they want to do, you'd be better having a Cypher here with a couple of cyber cages, maybe even tripwires set on up. This is a bold push, though.
Very good from DPS to run it back. Gets that 1 kill, falls back of his own right, but they do extend and do find those picks. So stacks up from the defensive, able to get themselves a kill, but it doesn't last for the man advantage in the end. Netfenhype bring it back. As they might fail in one side of the map, they just aggress down towards mid though and converge on the remaining defending forces. Nice paranoia, so well timed there. As Net deals with SRO, gets that 5th back to the board of the Rick side.
Yeah, that. And it all comes down to the audio cue. Was listening in, Neff just listened on it in, could hear the running towards and then the slowdown, called that on out, communicated on over towards Weber, who could throw that, knowing the angles, of course, from mid to be able to put that down. That's the big difference there. When you look at how top boys are playing with each other, they're very much thinking, this is what I'm going to do and this is how I'm going to kill instead of the whole team. Should have been able to hear that audio cue from Jet Dash there.
One player isolated. Yeah, they're going to wrap around, they're going to get a kill easy. Don't know what that defensive setup was about there from the top boys, but very clearly it's not worked. Blamik, the only player to get a kill after all his teammates have gone down 1 on 5 and now dealt with by DPS. And, well, that's why you back up your teammates, because that entry was so easy and so good. I mean, no one was even watching the entrance. It was passive on the site. Like, I get to go towards the back lines. There's like at least some sort of concept there in terms of, like, you know, holding off angles and waiting behind corners, waiting for them to extend so far and ambush them. But just holding in the site on your own, like, it doesn't make much sense.
And especially when you're making all that noise, right? You're just throwing that down, so your opponent's attacking there. No, okay, they're off on that angle, just spamming it. They're going to have to reload at some point. And so you've got to call in your teammates much quicker to come back you up. If you're going to play that, you shouldn't actually be left alone. If you're just solo holding net, you've got to sneak it, right? You've got to be in the back lines, waiting until you hear someone come onto site. You don't want to be found that early. Oh, good dash out.
Good attempt from Blamik, but doesn't make it work. He goes down in the end. 2 kills, 3 kills again found by the Rix GG side. Dob, last standing. Net full deal the damage. Weber with a 3K. And Rix making light work of this offensive side here.
So, 7-0, Jay. Defense not going well right now for top boys. And do you have to say, the way that Rix have stacked themselves up with all their abilities and their attacks, they clearly came into this game expecting the attacking side to be the one which they'd struggle with a little bit more, and so had built themselves up to be able to make it an easier time. When it comes around to them on the defense, I expect just purely with their own skill they'll be able to hold it. But ooh, so quick, so accurate. That's another point straight there. When you look at top boys, quite often they're aiming for the body first before going for the head, whereas Rich, each and every time, go for that one tap. Boom. Prime example.
Okay, Piers and Co cleaning up the A-site offensive. Bit of a shame for Neph there. He brought out the Blade Storm, wasn't able to use it.
Didn't need it. It's fine.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a waste though, because now he's got to get his points back.
He's sitting on 8,600. I don't think the lad is that bothered. He probably just wants it for a highlight reel or something, you know?
We've seen some good Blade Storm plays, so you know I'm curious to see whether that comes out from Net, whether he gets a massive ace of some sort. For now, though, happy sitting at the top of the board for his team. A team that have dominated here. Run it back, coming through from Esserol, but it's shut down by Netf and Weber, getting his own kill. Netf doubles up, one more player back, he reads it, oh, he gets vertical. And Dylan doesn't see that coming from a mile away. 5 players alive, 9-0 again for Rix GG.
Yeah, and you just look at Herschel there. When he did the run it back, he was in plain open sight. He needed to be tucked away in the corner. Otherwise, yeah, sure, you get taken down and you've got that extra life as such, but he's a sitting duck for that, you know, 1.5, 2 second animation where he's respawned back into the lobby. Oh, a crucial error that hurt him massively there.
Net progressing so far forward already, sees 2, takes 1, barrier or will buy him a bit of cover at least. But they can just burst straight through that. Recon Dart tries to get some information back at this particular juncture. Weber gets himself a kill back on Dylan. Penny Whistle has come up with one good frag, and SRL left alone in the back lines, giving up his position, not landing his shots. And again, leaving one player just suppressed on the site itself with no real backup around him. The kills came in easily from the exit out towards the entrance, and 10-0. 10-0 for Rix.
I don't think I've ever seen a perfect match like this. I've seen it, you know, early stages where it's just one game, but not in a best of 3. It just comes down to... I feel bad for Top Boys, right? Because they've got the big bad evil guy straight off the bat. They've got the end boss at the start of the game, and that... Oh, it just feels cruel.
Again, you know, take from it as you will, given the fact that these players are just so good on paper, let alone in practice. DPS gaining his 3k. Tap up from Dob. Does find himself a kill, but quadra for DPS in the end. And again, you know, there's no shame in losing this match. You know, it may sound like we're being a bit harsh to them, but the reality is that, you know, those are just improvement points. At the end of the day, like, you know, it was always going to be Rix in this position where they were the most confident team. They were most likely to be in the grand finals, and they're making it known right here. You go to the last round of the first half for a 12-0, another 12-0 flawless half again from the Rix GG squad.
Yeah, Rix, when you look at them, they're all great fraggers. That might hurt them a little bit in international players such, where they're not as incredibly strategic minded, but their fragging capabilities dominate against unstructured teams, where you can see here they are winning out straight there. Dylan should have had the drop, but that was just a beautiful sequence of kills. One after another, running into each other. Market, the only one left, and the hot hands is going to do the job.
Blaming didn't have much of a choice. If he peeked, he was dead. If he stayed there, he was dead. There was just nothing that he could have done. Map and match point now for Rix. One good pistol away, not too dissimilar to the way things went down on the first. It's looking like they're going to 26-0 their way into the grand finals today. And Top Boys have put up a fight. They've done their best, but, you know, again, it is the expected result, so no shame in the end, the end times coming in for this squad.
Yeah, they'll be able to go away, use these VODs and use the replays, you know, demos, and look at what they're doing wrong. And this is going to be a massive learning experience for Top Boys. Like, you learn way more in defeat than you do in victory, and here they're sort of getting every small, minute mistake pointed out for them, which in the long run, longevity of this team is going to be brilliant.
All 5 players stacked up here to the A entrance on the defensive side. They're going to wrap around 4 players, get a 5th man in there in the end. K-Piz swings out, gets the spike carrier, gets a 2nd kill, turns on towards Cubby in the end. Weber gets himself his own trades, doubles up of his own accord. And now just getting some regen in, giving it all to the last man. 1-on-2 for Dob, trying to leer his way to victory. Will tap up, get some damage, but now suppressed to the corner, continuing to blind them out here, but
That was a
curveball thrown. Dob trying to wrap around and go towards the short position, but despite being out on towards long, Weber's read it. Taps up 3k, 13-0, 26-0. For XGG is a 2-0 this series and move on to the grand finals.
Well, K-Piz was confident coming into this. When we said it after game 1, we can understand why. After game 2, I will never doubt the lad once again. He is a man of his word, and that was a 2-game stomping. But like we said, Top Boys, they've shown glimmers. They've shown signs of their capabilities. You look at, for example, there, right at the end, Penny Whistle, good combat score right there. It just comes down to coming up with strategies together, near enough going into matches and just maybe having one solid, you know, setup. I would like to see maybe Dob move over towards a Cypher to just basically be able to set down some information gathering so that they can then move on to it, because they need a little bit of help with their communication. So, you know, a trigger like a trap wire being thrown off would just basically let the entire team know that's happening. We need to be able to go over there.
Well, listen, at the end of the day, like you saw the board and you saw the scores and you saw how, how different the numbers were over on that Rick's side. And, it's the expected result. Again, I keep emphasizing that over and over again to make sure that the lads don't get too down about it because, this is a team that have a lot of experience, both, in multiple games at this stage. So, like, for them, like, seeing them get 16 kills above the maximum of 5, it's to be understood, it's to be expected, I think. And, there isn't much shame again in losing that, in losing this game and losing this series in the same sort of way they did. To list the positives though for the Rick side, like not only were they out fragging, it definitely looked like they were they had a handle on exactly on exactly how they're going to play as a team, because there were certain situations in which they were using abilities and utility in a very cohesive sort of manner. Even when they didn't really need to, they probably could have just forced 5 players in through mid and still won the round anyway. But they didn't do that. They actually coordinated things a little bit to make sure the offensive looked relatively competent.
And that's it. And it's not generally just, like I said earlier, a setup of tripwires or cameras. It just comes on down to, smoke after smoke, using a layer, which was great there. Like we got that sequence, over towards B main where the layer came on through, making the easy kill on over towards the jet of Top Boys. And so when you're looking at it right now, you just got to be talking about the communication between them, where they're communicating just simply one B main, just to allow that layer to be thrown through the wall into the next room. And that is their biggest strength there compared to their opponents, is just that synchronicity that they've got there, where they can just talk to each other and instantly their teammate knows what to do from a couple of little call-outs. And that just takes time. That takes chemistry building between the teammates.
Take a look at the replays on screen right now to show you exactly how well they have they've looked here on this Rick side, and again, like just to highlight, the firepower nature, the coordination,
sheer
team play,
number
everything
of
like that.
quadra kills. Like, do we
that
talk about that?
Well.
No.
Rounds would go that way. But who was the player that stood out to you the most on this matchup?
That's going to be a very interesting one. When I think about going back over that, I want to put up Hype. Just being able to be near enough all over the pitch, especially in that game 1, just allowing teammates to be able to fall off the back of what he does is a beautiful little call out. And especially the sort of drop-offs to allow a second teammate to come on in, as well as when we talked about earlier, the making noise to distract players such as Penny Whistle, so that a second teammate can come on in. It all comes down to Hype not being incredibly greedy, it seems, in the arena, and that's going to bolster up the team so much more, considering they are all just fraggers.
Yeah, and again, like just with the situation being where it is in terms of the team, like Ricks are the favourites in this matchup. With their current stance in this tournament, they are the expected winners, and the confidence is certainly going to be brimming with a simple, flawless victory. The hardest challenge is still yet to come for them, but looking so confident this early in the day, it does indicate to me that things are a bit more confident than you would expect.
Oh yeah, definitely, and we saw that earlier. I can remember. I'm trying to. Was it Neff doing the jump up and over as the jet? Going all the way to the back lines, taking the spike with him. So they got left there, and that was like the one good round where Top Boys had a chance in it, and that was just sheer cockiness. So they've got to maybe keep that under wraps. Who knows? It could just be that first match, and they were pretty damn confident in themselves. They might not take that, into the finals against either Taran Mill or. Oh, it's just gone from my brain.
UK Valor?
UK Valorant, thank you. That was it. I was like, is Valorant something? Simply. For some reason, I was going in my head like, Valorant Britain? No. Oh,
of course, Digital Bacon with his notes to hand, research done, everything like that. Class act professional as usual. But yeah, no, I don't think they'll be nearly as cocky going into the grand finals, because like these are players with experience. I'd like to think they're players with discipline. I mean, this is UK players, so I won't hold my breath on that particular front. But I think that against a team like Top Boys, like it really was going to be highlighted exactly how good they really were, and that they were going to have a simple time with it, from the start essentially. So seeing them in this position, as I've said many times over the course of the day, not surprising at all. If they do let that cockiness get to them in the next matchup, though, I mean, that certainly would be the start of the downfall for them, because, the expected team over on the other side, arguably pound for pound, could be more could actually outpace the Rick side if they get to the finals.
Well, I'm there curious as well. Was that gameplay that we saw from them just purely because they're confident coming into this one, they didn't want to give anything up, right? Because like I said, they're all just fragging. So are they going to completely change up their meta and go more standard competitive Valorant in the finals? Or was it just a case, and you know, it was just a case here in the semis, they were just having fun with it, where they knew they were just mechanically better players, so they were just going to go out and basically get those kills, take heads, take names? Or is that their gameplay? Is that what we're going to see move on into the finals? To which, if it is, I would say it's quite a risky strategy, and they could get countered fairly easily with strong setups.
I think it's definitely the former option in that one. Like, you know, this is actually the only like definitive team. All the other squads are mixed squads in the tournament today. So like, you know, like for Rix, I have a feeling they'll have like a bit of a better game plan that isn't just, you know, player go kill, essentially. You know, that's, I think there's a bit more depth behind them in that respect, and we'll see that probably come out in the grand finals. I'd like to think this matchup was just a case of them knowing they're in the advantageous position. They were going into this one confidently, and they come out confidently as a result. So there you go. 2-0 for Rix GG. That concludes that series. So we hand over to Mr. Dan Gaskin himself, who's standing by, I believe, with one of the players.
I will be in a minute, but blimey. I mean, I thought I'd pop off, you know, grab a bite to eat. It'll be easy. It'll be a couple of hours before the next game. But then, no. Here come Rix GG and just destroying in less than, what was that, like 45 minutes? Is there a Guinness World Record for quickest Valorant games? Because I think that was up there. Right, we are going to bring in K-Piz. I'm going to chat to him again. K-Piz, if you can hear me, give me
I
a
can
nice
hear you.
hello. Oh,
How's
marvelous.
it going?
It's always good when technology works. You know, you said that it was going to be a comfortable 2-0. I wasn't expecting 26-0. Talk me through the game. How does it feel? Was it like matchmaking?
Nah, that's harsh. You know, they played all right, but yeah, we just felt like we were the better team on the day, and we just kind of got rolling. And after that, it was game over. Really, once we started hitting our shots early on, I don't know, didn't really feel like much of a issue.
Was it just a case of like you were so confident you were able to walk in freely on sites? Because was there a lot of strategy, or was it just a case of you knew you were better, so you just kind of waltzed in?
No, we purposely didn't use our strategies just because we felt like we didn't need to. So we just played together. We still played, like, obviously spoke what we're doing. It was more like making it up on the fly and just kind of rolling with it. But we just felt like we were better and we're going to win the game.
So we're probably going to see a more coherent and strategic version of yourselves in the final. You said your main competition was in the other semi-final, and I'm presuming that's Taran Mill. Are you still confident that you are the favourites in this tournament, or do you feel like they could put up a fight against you?
I feel like we're definitely favourites, but they're definitely put up a fight. They're very good players. We played them in the first qualifier. I think we won 2-0, but it was like one of them went down to overtime, so it was nowhere near like the game we just watched. So I definitely think it's going to be close. Also, we got our old, very recent teammate Russ on there, who's very, very capable. So I think it's going to be a close game. We definitely feel like we're favourites.
And I mean, after a 26-0, the other team, they're probably not going to be feeling too good about themselves. Was there anything you saw in the game from their side? Like, were they weak in certain areas? Is there any way they could improve? Like, what would you suggest to them to get better at?
Just play the game more. Just keep playing. Just comes natural, you know. I don't think they expected to be here today either. So I think it was because of the team dropped out is why they got in. So they may have not been prepared and stuff like that. So next time maybe be more prepared and just, you know, play more of the team. They played as 5, but they weren't like doing things for each other. They were doing each other like things for themselves, and that was it.
Well, to be fair, I think when you're getting smacked like that, you just want to get some kills on the board. At least they were
True.
able to get kills. Like, there was no one who egged and got 0. As a team, then Rix.GG. I mean, like, what's the future for you guys? Like, are you trying to build toward are you a solid 5 who wants to move toward like competing in lots of tournaments? Have you been competing in lots of tournaments? Tell me a little bit more about you guys.
So we are a solid 4. Nef's just standing in for us. We're looking for a new 5th at the moment. We're trialing players. We've been playing in the European circuit, some of the tier 1 events. We won a couple in the beta. And we've been playing in the recent Ignition series, stuff like that. So we're just trying to take on the European scene. But obviously, when there's a grassroots UK tournament like this, you can't say no.
And Valorant, are you happy with the direction it's moving at the moment? Like, right, with their constant patches. Obviously, we'd like to see some new maps. Are you thinking it's progressing well as an esport?
Yeah, I think so. It's still very early. Like you said, it only released this year, so we can't expect it to go huge straight away. But it's definitely on the right direction. But yeah, no, I'm definitely happy with it. I'm not happy they got rid of Sage. I was a big Sage player. I was a Sage only for the whole of beta and the beginning of the game. So obviously, you've got to learn to adapt and overcome, really. So it's pretty good.
Maybe she'll come back. They'll give her some buffs in the future. All right, last question, just on the fly. If you could like create your own agent in Valorant, because obviously there is going to be a new agent in the next season. Ignoring what you may have read, what would you like to see added to the game?
Maybe another healing agent that actually like isn't just a sentinel, so it's like a healing carry, like a duelist, but has healing capabilities for his team. So maybe like adds like a new role into the game or something like
Yeah, I mean, that could work. I mean, I thought you were going to say another healing character as a Sage main.
that.
That makes a lot of sense because usually when they add new characters, they're usually pretty overpowered. All right, thank you so much for joining me for an interview again. Congrats on the
No worries.
26-0. I'll allow you to head off and relax after that game.
Cheers. See you later.
Well, there we have it. I mean, I would love to chat to a player and dive in and say, like, oh, talk to me about the strategy. Let's go into the tactical approach for that game. But let's be completely honest. It was a 26-0. It was a bloodbath. And I feel sorry for the other team, but he was quite right in pointing out that they maybe didn't expect to be facing a team like that. They were added late and they were just kind of trying to stand on their own 2 feet, get as many kills as they can. Of course, those games were meant to last a little bit longer. And we probably would be having match 2 not long after that. But because of that game going so quickly, we might be waiting a little bit longer and it might be a little bit more of a break than it would have been previously. So I want everyone to go grab a cup of tea or some lunch, maybe even some dinner, wherever you may be in the world, because we're going to take a short break. Make sure you follow DinoPC on Twitter. It's at DinoPC UK. They will be tweeting out updates of when things are going live as well. You can also check out their website, www.dinopc.com, if you want to check out your own build and maybe you want to grab a PC of your own. But we're going to go for around a 30-minute break. We're hoping to start the next game at 2:30. So it's going to be Taran Mill versus UK Valo. We're going to go for a break. We'll see you then.
In gaming, winning comes down to milliseconds. It's all about seizing every advantage you can get, like unlocked 10th gen Intel Core processors. It's easy to make sure your Intel Core processor is unlocked and overclockable. Just look for the K at the end of the processor name. Right out of the box, unlocked Intel Core processors give you an advantage with a higher base frequency along with higher max turbo frequency, giving you higher FPS and smoother gameplay even before you overclock. Overclocking is a simple way of increasing the performance of your PC and can be done on unlocked Intel processors. It lets you push processor frequency beyond factory defaults, running at very fast clock speeds to give you more power for CPU-intensive tasks, like gaming, which can mean more frames per second, giving you a smooth, more responsive gaming experience so you can react quicker and take the high ground. It's easy to confidently overclock your PC with Intel Performance Maximizer, an innovative and automated tool that allows you to reliably custom-tune select unlocked 10th Gen Intel Core processors with just a few clicks. Intel Performance Maximizer customizes your overclock by analyzing your processor's unique performance potential, monitoring and adapting the overclock over time. Overclock your computer to unleash its potential and seize your advantage. Gaming happens with Intel.
Welcome back, everyone, to DinoPC's Valorant Trophy. We just witnessed quite a quick game, a 26-0 it was in the end. Rix GG getting their way into the grand final here. And as you can see, I'm already joined by two gentlemen. I've got Brody and Slainsy from Taran and UK Valo. Guys, we're just going to have a little chat with you before your game. Firstly, Brody, did you manage to watch the previous game?
I watched the first game and I saw it was a swift 13-0. And then
It was a very swift 13-0.
Yeah, I walked away and I came back and the second game was already done in about 20 minutes. So I was not really expecting that, but well played to Rix and they look good.
Does that put any pressure on you, Brody, do you think, seeing how well they've just performed, or are you still feeling fairly confident?
Nah, we're still feeling really confident. We're just coming into it as a mix, a bunch of friends. So we're just going to play however we want to play and hopefully we're going to beat them.
And then Slain Easy, should I say? How are you guys feeling as a team coming into this tournament?
Coming as an underdog, we do feel a bit of pressure, but as long as we play our A game, I think we'll be fine.
Well, you got to play your A game against a team like TM. Now, Brody, Ardis, I've seen is on your lineup. Is he actually playing in the semi, or is he potentially playing in the final if you were to get there?
Well, he was meant to be playing, but he's only just returning from his boot camp with G2, so I don't think he's going to be making an appearance today, which is unfortunate.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Although, Slain, surely that's good news for you.
That is good news for us. But we know who's replacing him, and he's really good as well. So we can't be caught off guard.
And Brody, would you say that your team has learned quite a lot just from playing with Ardis? I know you're all good friends anyway, but do you think that his experience from G2 is going to boost your team in this tournament?
Yeah, he definitely shows us a little trick or two on the maps we've been playing. But yeah, because he's not playing today, bit of a blunder. But we got Russ to replace him, who's just as good. So hopefully we'll be able to get the same result we want.
Yeah, I'm still expecting big things from you guys. Slains, who should we be looking out for you on your team? Is there anyone aside from yourself that we need to be focusing on going into this next game?
I think they're all equally good. One person stands out is Fasco. He's a really good player, and I've learned a lot from him. But yeah, everyone's really good, like drones. Yeah, everyone's good.
All right. Thank you so much, both of you. Before you go, I'm going to ask for a quick prediction from you both. Brody, what's the score going to be?
It's going to be a 2-0, 13-5, and 13-4.
Oh, wow, that's very precise. Slain Easy, how are you feeling?
I'd say 2-1 to us. All going to overtime.
Oh, nice. That will be some spicy gameplay. All right, guys, I'll let you go and get you ready for the next game. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Perfect. Man, 3 OTs. Imagine that. I'd take it. And I'm glad he did predict himself to win, because I was worried he was going to predict himself to lose. And you never want that. All right, I can bring in, of course, our two wonderful casters, Jay and Bacon, to have a little chat with them after their very swift 26-0. Guys, I wasn't able to talk to you about that one, but I've never seen that. From all the Valorant I've watched, I've never seen a game that one-sided.
It was expected. Again, as I keep repeating that phrase over and over again, I hope people will just get that sort of message that listen, the disparity between the two teams was quite significant, and it really showed there in the scoreline. It showed there in the matchup. It is one of the kind of things that you probably wouldn't expect to see many more times over. Definitely one of those things where it's like, listen, when you're in these kind of open bracket tournaments, you can see that coming through at some slightly lower levels. Definitely not something you're expecting to see again, though. And even in this match, I don't expect it to be another 26-0. If it is, then I'll be a bit disappointed, because these guys have at least predicted each other to take some decent, significant number of rounds, even if it is only single digits on certain cases. It's definitely better than 0.
Yeah, Brody at least giving them some rounds, I think is good. Although we did hear that Ardis won't be playing in the semi-final, and probably not even the final as well. Corey or Bacon, by the way? What do you want me to call you?
Either. Go with Bacon for today.
Okay, it's because it just says Corey. It says your name there, so I'm like, Bacon's fine.
Oh, just go with Corey then. That makes sense.
Do we feel like losing Ardis is a big loss for them? Maybe not in this semi-final, but certainly for the grand scheme of things, if they were to get to the final.
The thing is, though, getting to the finals where they're going up against Rix, Taran, you look at them and go, they've got Russ there, Rick's old teammate, you know, so he's going to be able to give over a couple of their plans and probably go, oh, they're playing like this. Okay, we should expect that. So it's like a little bit of insider trade in there, you know, and don't know if we're allowing that too much, but we'll have to have a little word with the lads afterwards. But yeah, for me here, if you're going to have someone subbing in for you, why not be one of the players from the opposite team that used to play for them? So here it's sort of like a nice little aspect for them, and that's why I said I'm actually expecting the lads of Taran Mill to maybe cause the upset today. And here they've got to show us what they're worth up against UK Valo.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the game that is really going to show us whether they can actually go up against Ricks, whether they can match them. And no discredit to UK Valorant, of course, they would love to get through to the final themselves, but we know that they are the underdogs. Jay, what are we looking for here from the boys from Taran Mill? Like, what kind of signs do you need to see to be like, yeah, okay, I believe they can actually give a good matchup in the grand final?
Well, and very similar to the Ricks camp, I want to see them channel sort of their inner experience, because again, this is another set of players that have also come from the UKCS scene. A lot of players that, you know, if you are from a UKCS native like myself, you will recognize who these guys are. You know, some of them are even currently playing in the ESL Premiership right now in CS:GO, not Valorant. So you know, they're currently in this position where it's like, listen, they are, yeah, they're playing as a mixed team, they're playing as mates, their pressure is off, but they are also really capable players. You know, Brody, for example, is one of the guys that that I mentioned, obviously, you know, being from a team that's called Dame Time right now, currently in 6th place in that table in the Premiership League, alongside there was another one as well, Luzza. Luzza is playing on Dame Time as well, so they've got like a little bit of commonality between the squads themselves. I'd like to see that link up sort of come through today, but you know, as you mentioned, there's a lot of pressure off them, so there's just seeing them play their own game as individuals and as a squad as a whole.
Bacon, they predicted 3 games to go to OT. You ready for that, if that were to happen?
Oh, always ready. I mean, that's like the most exciting and best gameplay that you want to see. But here, we're not expecting that, to be honest. I look at Taran Mill and I see the start of a new team forming. You know, like right now, sure, they're all in their little pockets of CS, but this is all the makings of a true Valorant team coming on through. And so I'm quite excited to see how they do today and what damage they can cause. Over towards the UK Valorant side, like how much damage will be very comparative to that first series, because they've got to be on that same sort of level as what we saw from Rick's earlier. So I'm expecting a lot of heavy frag in there. I'd love to see the strategy come out and sort of dominate purely from a lot of area denial. But here it's got to be that same sort of clean, going straight for the headshots, one taps that we saw from Rick's earlier.
And both of these teams are probably playing a little bit earlier than they thought they would be playing, which does cut into warm-up time. Like a genuine thing, you might have thought, oh, well, I'm going to get an hour to warm up. I'll jump on at 2 o'clock and whatnot. They've actually been able to come a little bit early. Jay, do you think that will affect anything whatsoever, or do you think they're all professionals? They all know how to aim nowadays.
I think that'll affect more UK Valo than it will TM to me. You know, because obviously the experience is there. They'll know roughly what they're doing, even if they're not like, you know, 100% mechanically on form. Like, you know, we saw that as we saw from Ricks, there are ways that which you can counter a lack of firepower, and that's through strategy, that's through team play, that's through coordination. And I think the TM will have some of that. You know, I mentioned the Dame Time link from earlier, but as well as that, all these players will be roughly familiar with each other, all coming from the UKCS scene. You know, there's always there's that tactical element of Russ also coming in, of course, who was on Rick's GG just yesterday. He just left the lineup no less than 24 hours ago. So, like, you know, they're going to have that experience of being in a proper team, plus also their experience from previous games. So, like, you know, warm-up time, it will aid them, obviously, but it's going to harm UK Valo more than it will do TM.
Yeah, I mean, personally, as an outsider, I'm hoping this is going to be a closer game than what we saw before. And judging by the interviews and like what we heard from the players, I think it is going to be a closer game. I think that was a one-off. That was not what we expected. There was a lot of reasons as to why it was 26-0, and I don't think we need to go into them anymore. Just as a reminder, everyone at home, if you are wondering what this tournament's all about, who's running it, it's DinoPC are running this tournament. You can follow them on Twitter at DinoPC UK. You can head over to their website, www.dinopc.com. Basically, they specialize in computer building and whatnot. They do a lot with universities, schools, and they want to break into esports. And this is really the first demonstration of what they want to offer with esports. And they had their 2 open qualifiers, and we got here today with 4 teams, now down to just 3 teams, because of course we already have our 1 team Rix.gg into the grand final. And now we need to find out who is going to be in the grand final with them. Now we're almost ready for that game, Jay and Bacon. I'm going to ask you for your predictions before we get into it. Bacon, I'll start with you.
Oh, do you want them game by game or just as an overall?
We'll just go for a quick best of 3 scoreline.
Oh, 2-0 to Taran, I reckon, in this one. It'll be close, but I don't see it going to that game 3 just yet.
Jay, for you?
I'm going to go 2-0 as well for the Taran Mill side. The experience is just so manic, and it's that's one of the sort of deciding factors when it comes to deciding the 2 teams we expect in the grand finals today. I think a lot of the what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of the seeding data, I think, comes down to the experience that these squads have. So, for me, TM above the UK Valo. I'm hoping that UK Valo do put up some decent work in this one. Like, they definitely seem like they're a decently well coordinated team. We talked to them a little bit earlier, as you mentioned, and they seem like they have a decent handle on what they're doing. So, I'm expecting a closer series, but still 2-0.
2-0, both the boys going for. Well, we know the maps. Map 1 is going to be Ascent, map 2 is going to be Haven, and then if we get to map 3, it's going to be Split. Bacon, does that change anything for you whatsoever?
For me, it's quite nice to see Ascent come out first because, like we said last time, Haven's that sort of like wild card pick that a lot of teams use to hopefully try and mix it on up. But Ascent's quite a standard map and near enough the most thought out map out of all of them within Valorant right now, to my opinion anyway. And what we'll see here, and which will be the interesting part, is Taran Mill taking defense first. So they're going to be able to set the precedent like we saw earlier on from Rix.gg. So that's all going to come off the back. And I think game 1's probably going to be quite heavy in favor of the Taran Mill. Game 2 is when UK Valo will be able to come back once they learn Taran Mill's strats and, try and apply that towards Haven. They'll, of course, be starting on defense there to try and get the upper hand. So it's going to be an interesting bit back and forth, I think.
Well, we are just about ready then to jump into our second match of the day. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, it's going to be Ascent as our opening map up of this best of 3. We're expecting this to be a 2-0 Bacon, but I'm kind of, again, hoping that we do see a bit more of a closer contest in this one. I'm hoping single digits at the very least on the scoreboards. But how far do you think they can take this one? How far do you think UK Valo could contest?
I do see them getting 4 or 5 games here. I expect Taran Mill, just with their competitive experience, you've got to think there's a little bit of pressure here right now, which when you look over towards the UK Valo lads, this is more of like a building block for them. They're definitely more skilled. We can see their results. And so I'm expecting a couple of games to go their way, but it's just all going to basically be straight off of the back of aiming accuracy, a bit of fragging prowess there. Instead of more the strategy. It's still going to be very puggy, should we say, from UK Valo, whereas when you look over towards Taran Mill, they're going to have a lot better communication where they're naturally just coming together as friends, yet they know the competitive side of gaming and esports.
Yeah, to go back to a point I was making in the earlier best of 3s, the main issue for UK Valo is going to be winning out those fights against the TM side, because the nature of their composure, the nature of their game is going to be all about the firepower, and you cannot win against these players when it comes to firepower duels. Essentially, they're going to have to try and use abilities, use utility, and find a way to outplay rather than outfight the opposition side. So that's going to be the main strategy for UK Valo. Let's see whether they're going to be able to put that into good effect. So we're getting started with map 1 Ascent. So that to close out the last series. We'll see it to open up in this one, Bacon. So attacking side will be over for the UK Valo squad. Taran Mill obviously not picking this map, therefore they get to choose the side itself. And this will be UK Valo's chance to really swing in. This is their map pick, it's their opportunity. You can see the attacking side can be at least very capable at sometimes. So starting off on the attack, I think it can work for them.
Definitely can, and when you look over towards UK Valo, it's going to just be basically about trying to get, I would argue, 3 games on the attacking side. Now we know Ascent a lot easier on the defensive side, but you just got to try and get about 3, I would argue, just to set a precedent, a baseline. Then afterwards they can see what they can do. It's not all doom and gloom. Jay, we've casted over Valorant games before where even 2 games on attack is good enough to be able to secure you a little bit of a foothold into the second half, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you know, a lot of matches I think are won and lost on the attacking side. You know, like as it is the most difficult side to play, it can be sort of like the deciding factor for a lot of teams. Like you expect them to have a good defense in a lot of cases, with the exception of Haven. So you know, you expected them to be able to. You know, I'm going to keep bringing it up.
Haven, man. Yeah.
it's
You're like trying to
it's
use your influence right now to get the anti-Haven cult going.
Yeah,
Don't
what
know if I
little
feel it.
influence I actually have, of course, yeah. No, but like, you know, for the most part, you're expecting defensives to be, you know, the favored halves. So like for them, for a lot of squads, it comes down to who's going to be the best attack. You know, it's one of the things we always talk about in Counter-Strike. Who's going to have the best T side? Who's going to have the best attacking side in this one?
Yeah, and it's so weird because Valorant right now, like we said, with the changes towards the op, is in that sort of case of you're trying to make the defender side a little bit weaker because it is too strong. Like I said earlier, just to get 3 games on the attacking side is good enough. You know, 3 rounds. I'm happy to see that and then try and transfer that over in defense. When you compare that to other games, you're like, just only 3 out of the 12. That's ludicrous, but that's just the nature of the game so far. So naturally coming in first, UK Valo have got that opening, I guess, surprise. Their opponents don't really know what's going to be thrown at them, so that's a benefit in its own right. But then, of course, Taran, where they've got more experience, will probably be setting up much stronger defenses, and maybe UK Valo don't know what they're walking into just yet.
Well, obviously, on the TM squad, we have got a very capable AWP player in Luzza from the Counter-Strike scene. So I want to see whether he'll take the operator for this one, whether his agent pick will, of course, be will still be Jet, whether he's going to try and play something a little bit differently. But, you know, like I've seen his clips, he has been able to play the AWP ridiculously sometimes, so I want to see if that translates over to Valorant here in the operator scene, whether he can pick that up in the early game. But for the early game, of course, we have to get to that pistol round first things off, Bacon. So yeah, I think we're about ready to jump in. We've had a couple of technical issues, so hopefully we'll be able to carry this forward and actually get into our pistol. So yes, we will indeed be doing just that. UK Valo, of course, on the attacking forces. Defensive, of course, picked by the opposition side. Taran playing on the pistols. 2 pieces of armor per team.
Yeah, going for those light armors. Pretty understandable. Aki there saving up, though, 200 credits. Will be interesting. Trying to get a bit of utility in game in round 2. Not here so much in round 1. And looking over towards the opposite end, only 2 ghosts. That is a surprise. Nasty shot, of course, on the breach, trying to go with as much utility as possible, especially with those flashes as we get underway here on Ascent.
Recon darts early up. Going to try and look for information down to that mid position. Lozza's going to get caught in. Forced back away from the ace short defensive. He's got back up right behind him in that Cypher. And both players just crossfired at this stage. Also try to take face in. He can see information. Not sure where that came from. Was that a recon dart getting that player spotted? Either way, he's definitely seen something there. Not much, though. Only 1 individual spotted on the offensive side.
Not the recon dart, actually. The camera. Look up towards the top of middle.
I see.
Or should I say bottom, sorry. Top from the defender's half. Just keep an eye on there. No one's noticed it. Oh,
still not going to be able to capitalize on those kills, though. Pato and Fazco quickly dealing with 2 players. We've got Aki back here towards top mid, though. Does find a trade frag, but regardless, though, the offensive line will get things kicked off, get the opening pistol very quick and efficient to the mid play.
I am so happy right now, Jake. Attackers taking round 1 is massive on Ascent for the whole play of things. You know, round 2, where you look over towards the defender side, they've now got to just basically eco this up. We've seen a couple of shots come into play. I am even more happy. It's like, I'm smiling from ear to ear.
You love your shotguns. I notice you always highlight them when they come out.
Dude, the Judge is the best gun in the game. Don't at me.
Got double barrels in for the offensive play, or it's offensive at least for the defensive line, extending quite far out of the B site control. Seeing nothing as well, so they're going to get a lot of information actually from this play. If they can wrap around the backstab, then there could be a lot of damage being done to the offensive line. Pato just rocking his pistol for the moment. Might try to sneak forward. And we'll catch Lazar again to stun him for the moment, but going to keep your eyes on Brody here. Going to flash his way out, see several, but unable to get much. He gets taken down early.
UK Valo doing good, just hearing that. Catching out the sneaks. They've now got the man advantage, but they're all still towards the top of mid, going along catwalk. But Lazar's just hidden away, nicely tucked into the corner there amongst the smoke. Russ, where is he going to find? He's just out of reach of that shotty. Pato and Fazco are going to be able to take down the two. And once again, UK Valo looking massive here.
Just against the pistols and the shotties, a half buy at best, if you will, from the defensive line. They're going to be able to overwhelm, realize B-site's completely open, so they'll just get the spike plant in. The 5-on-2 to fend off. I wonder if they're even going to bother with this hit, with this retake attempt. And Craig's already been spotted there. They've got
There's
the
no
information
point
they
fighting
need to
for
work
this,
with.
is there? You just go for a couple of exit frags right now. They've got basically nothing. The only purchase they have is a shotty between them. Just don't worry for it. Again, you're not going to lose much, but it's just basically trying to get the most efficient kills you can to try and damage UK Valo. So that's why Cray with those little peek outs down towards the B defender exit is a little bit weird. The smoke coming through just to secure them a route on out. But here comes the actual play right now. Sight, and what a good kill from Cray. Going for the second, but no, Pato dropping down, shot coming out, and that's the perfect distance. It might only be 2 kills here, Jay, but that might just make the economy a little bit awkward for UK Valo.
I'll change things up a little bit here. Obviously, the investment may a little bit limited for the follow-up rounds. Again, those pistols able to do as much as they can. Still rocking SMGs on a couple of players, but rifles out in full. In for the Taran Mill squad here. For this third round setup, we're going to lean over towards the B site play. They've gone quite aggressive towards mid and A for the most part. They wrap around, of course, from the last round when they realized that B was completely open. But now a definitive B site play. At least that's what it looks like here. They're not going to extend so far into the tunnels.
No, and you look over towards Fazco with that 3,600 left in the tank. He's saving up for an op next round, which is a bold play. Here comes the Owl drone. Going to spot 2 down in B main. But patience is so good here.
They're reading these positions really well. They're stunning and flashing players out. Russ is going to get forced away. Holding on, not blinded off. Gets that kill on Slain Easy pretty effectively. They will get traded though. Aki follows Super. Again, drones there for a quick trade of his own right. Pato turns the man advantage to a 3-on-2 scenario. Favor to the UK Valo camp. They're going to get Pato onto the site. Not just look for information, they back off in the end as they realize that A is completely opened up, spike plant can be secured. He is the lone defender, but with the retaking players on a wraparound, very, very long positions being taken, a long time being taken as well to get to the retake angles. Pato could be isolated away, but backup is passive as anything. Seen now, Brody gets that kill on drone for 1, also gets rid of the tripwire, and Cray now up from heaven, looking onto A main, sees another player, takes him out, all left to Pato alone in the midst of the smoke. Cray reads it, gets that kill, and gets the defuse.
Beautiful there, especially since Cray would have been known to be up in A rafters. So just by calling that on out, you saw the wrap out, but Cray wanted that sort of swing around there down towards A main. He planned that so well. And then, of course, we had Aki ready to come in as the backup. Sort of a second man. They planned out. Earlier on, JR was saying about going out single file was a mistake. That is the only time when it's not a mistake. And that's purely because you're wanting your opponents, the ones that are sitting on the site, to commence their action first.
Nice defensive held there this time, but has been some of the closest rounds we've seen so far today. There's only early doors here on this first map of our semi-final. It's round 4. The offensive are going to be taking it a little bit more lightly. Operator is out, I believe, for the attacking forces. Slowly making their way up catwalk onto the A play. Fazco is ready Pistol in hand, looking to make his way around that corner, and it's Loza set and ready with the judge. Plenty of players around against him. There will be paranoia. Still gets that one frag on for a little bit more. 3 kills not quite found. Brody steals one away, but Loza still turns around to deal with the likes of Slain Easy. Last man standing is Nasty Shot, and this will be a 2-all scoreline.
What did I tell you about the judge, Jay? Just beautiful gun there. Perfect execution, knowing the little cubby behind there. Russ coming through with a Vandal. You talked about the op earlier. No, that was actually an eco round coming through from the attacking side. You heard the Mastiff. The, I don't know, the cheapo's choice for a sniper. Got to go for the headshots there. I mean, you can take down with a body shot if you've got light armor going on, but in these rounds, who's running light armor, especially on defense? Talking about running light armor, still seeing Loza. 6 seconds remaining, hasn't brought up anything. There's the operator with light armor. Okay, on the jet, things just got very interesting.
You want to keep your eyes on this guy, man. You've been watching his time in the ESL Premiership. You see that his debut performance got himself 40 kills in a single map. You want to see potentially some more of that action out of this one, obviously. A few less rounds to work with, but still a lot of potential behind him. He's on that defensive line looking on towards the short position. It's going to back off early, though, as they lean towards the A site. And again, they've pushed very aggressive. Look at this omen of Russ all the way outside of B main. Going to hear footsteps as they wrap around from the long position and covering off mid directly with his sight line.
Well, and again, it's just, the Omen's the perfect agent to really try and go with these little wraparounds where you can get out of dodge with your smokes, you can teleport on out, so you've got options there. But what is Russ going to see? The head, oh, beautifully connected for a second as well. The double kill coming out from Russ is beautiful.
Simple frags as well. They read that mid position, shut it down. No reads, meanwhile, on the attacking side.
30 seconds
Loves a hit operator in the back line. Cyber Cage up to try and blind them off, and some flashes will come through. It will be Cray with that pick back. Loves to try and time it well. Not quite connecting the next shot on the last man, who is, of course, Fazco standing alone. Flawless victory there in this round for the defensive side. 3-2 now for Taran. They're going to be able to take the lead.
Yeah, and you just feel right there that UK Valo are a little bit indecisive on what they wanted to play, what move to take. You saw the full stack over towards A main, the 2 backing off, which Russ was able to catch so easily as they tried to make the way across the catwalk. They just got to take a decision here. It looks like a full stack over towards B.
Only pistols out, light armor for most players. Lane Easy's going to be able to bring up Bladestorm though. Try to see if he can work with this very quick entry. First frag found, second player back towards the corner, revealing his position. That's a headshot as everything. Rifles can get picked up and they've gained access to B. One good ultimate usage and those nerfs did not harm him. Spike plant down and now Taran Miller up for the retake.
Yeah, and that's going to be so good for the economy of UK Valo. That Bladestorm, just such a strong ultimate to use. But here, patience is great. The smokes really locking out half of the squad as they're coming on in. Flash out into the back room. But nothing really coming out of it just yet. This is a very weird push. And there are the drops. Aki going to be able to get to. Brody drops down. Aki with a third, but he is not by Nasty Shot. Loza just getting out of dodge. Does not want to lose that operator. And I cannot blame him here, Jay. That is a big, big gun to lose. He's going to get an exit kill with it.
One more player to fall down here. The footsteps to the next round towards mid, but will not be able to connect that shot. Nasty Shot's not going to extend so far. What a massive round, though. Again, one Bladestorm used to basically dismantle the entire B defensive, and then from there, everything goes the way of UK Valo.
Yeah, but you look at the economy right now over on the attacking side. Even though they won it, they're not that damaged. You can see all the Vandals coming on out. They have played that so well and prepped themselves. So who knows? We're coming sitting 3-3. Jay, this is what I asked for on attack. 3 I was happy with. UK Valo predicting those OTs. We might have not believed them, but right now, it's a possibility.
It's a bit early to call it an OT, mate. You're only in round 7.
With this strong an attack, dude, I'm impressed.
Well, let's see how well it will go again. Anything can happen in the next half hour. Loves it. Oh, what a flick. Good shot to Slain Easy. Taking out the opening kill towards that mid position. They're dashing right out of dodge. Russell overextend again towards B main. Get Pato next to the 5 versus 3. And the confident offensive from UK Valo not showing up in a follow-up round. 3 players stacked out towards the main entrance of A, but 3 also to meet them here on defense.
And so the defense goes patient here, goes passive. A couple of shots coming out. Don't know what he's trying to bait. The flash through just to give himself a bit of room to move to the back of sight underneath rafters. But that camera, yeah, that's not going to get a full at all. With only 30 seconds left here, Jay, what do they do? What do UK Valo
30 seconds
choose
left.
to do here? Because I don't think they've got time to wrap around to B, so they're trying to fake it, but they're not fooling anyone with this play.
I mean, they are getting pressed inwards. Good flash out, could catch an overextending player, but no, Brody escapes from dodge in time for 15 seconds. At this point, they might be looking for a save call. If Taran Mill can hunt them down,
left.
take them down in the interim, that could still harm their economy bases regardless. You've got first player facing out. Brody with that first headshot. Fasco can trade it. Laza turns on towards Fasco, though, and now 1 player left in drone, desperately trying to hold on for his own life. 3 seconds, turns around the cyber cage and catches the next player that got caught in it. That does go down in the end. So 4-3 again. Taran Mill are going to be able to take the lead away from UK Valo, and just got very, very hesitant and unconfident there to the A play.
Yeah, we'll say though, drone coming out big in the end just to get a little bit of damage down. But the problem for him now looks like the economy of the Taran Mill side. Just have a look at Larson, 7,600. Cray can buy guns for the rest of the team, even if this goes south. So Taran Mill looking good to start their streak of defense side runs.
Do a little bit of work, however, to really wear them down for the moment. Slain Easy going to evade the recon dart. And no idea. Ross does turn it around for a good frag. Paranoia will catch him blind though, so Drone can find a trade, but now the jig is up. And Laza is about to get seen here, flashed out completely blind at the wraparound rotation, going to make his way out from the spawn area. Again, they're going to try and hunt for B-site control, but Cray held to the back line. He's just going to stall for time with the shock dart coming through. Headshot's going to line up to the second player. I don't know if he even knew that Fasco was there. Either way, it will be a double for a triple overall on Pato, left alone in a 1-on-4. And unfortunately, not much going to be gained here by the attacking side. Like a 5th for the Taran Mill squad. UK Valo put up a good fight. A good headshot will come through for an exit frag, but not much more than that.
Yeah, that's it. Pato, at least being able to trade like that is something. Reduces the money a little bit, but blimey. Look over towards the Taran Mill side. Not hurting it all, and like I said, could start a streak here. Naturally, with 2 rounds lost, they're going to be able to start buying up each round. Maybe not the healthiest, with all utility and everything they want. But this is going to be where UK Valorant show what they're made of here, Jay. Like, can they handle this pressure when everything's stacked against them?
The aggression coming through from Taran Mill. Look at Brody in particular. Sees that one man. Can't get the headshot in. The second phase from Pato, though, gives up his life. Needed support to go for that swing out. Didn't get any of it. Slain now. On his way out to the mid position, but not allowed the entrance. Russ takes that frag. 5v3, making it 2. Operator of Laza takes it out to 1, and Russ gets a 3k. Down at 6 over to the board of the Taran Mill side, and the confidence has finally been found. UK Valo had a great early game, but now they're getting shut down, and the economy, they're starting to build up summon loss bonus. It's still going to start to hurt them here.
Yeah, and that just comes down to the Taran Mill being able to predict so well. You saw Russ earlier, sure he got taken down, but he had the idea that Slain Easy was going to be up on top of the pillars. And so, I'm looking at UK Valorant right now, they need to mix it up. There's a lot of heavy stacks, and you can see right now the split. But again, they're going for mid-control. What can they do from here?
Hunter's Fury of Cray is going to reveal all information he can. I don't think he spotted anybody, though. I got an early tag onto the Cypher, but it's going to be about it. Mid control established early by the UK Valo side, not being contested as heavily this time. Cray will start to swing out, does not see Pato boosted up on the boxes. That'll be a frag. Pistol kill against one of the rifles. The recon drone should get shut down by Ross. He does get nasty shot as well in the back line, so a 4-on-4 situation. HP advantage this time to the favor of the defensive side.
Is indeed. Oh, and now they've got the man advantage. Oh, the stun is beautiful there. Aki being able to just make a little bit of damage. Shatter is once again needed, thrown through the smoke. But what do you do? Not really any guns you want to save. Russ, oh, he's gone hunting. Beautiful headshot coming through for the second, and that is going to be his third kill of the round. Russ absolutely popping on these sneaks.
It's just able to make the backstabs work so effectively. So much information being gained towards that B half of the map by Ross alone. And he's also getting kills through trouble as well. 12 to the board so far in just 10 rounds. Top fragging by quite the distance. Opposition are still able to keep pace for the moment, but I have a feeling they're going to start to get some distance between them and their leaders. Rifles are out in full again for the attacking side, but they need to make some rounds work out. They're going to try for a slightly faster play. When they had this last time, they could have worked it. No Blade Storm for staying easy this time. Get blinded off by flashes. Seeing a lot of abilities coming towards his position out here towards this hut area. Watching out for the mid-rotations, but he snuck his way so far. The defensive side have not ran onto his position. His teammates can back up. They can try and execute towards B.
Yeah, he's got great little sight over market there, but the doors will close. Brody finally spots him. Lazar getting a kill on Nasty Shot as well, and a second onto Pato. They know they're stuck in that corner. Oh, that's going to be so much damage. This drone is pulled on out. No one getting the effective kills onto him, but Lazar will finally get his third of the round and finish drone off a flawless round for Taran.
For a 9-3 half, could be a very confident way to end off the half as well, considering how well UK Valo has started things off. We'd have thought this would have been a bit more of a competitive contest. The offensive have got those 3 rounds. They can work with that going into the second half, but even so, it has started to plateau a little bit in terms of their performance in this matchup. Back to the rifles, bit of a heavy bite, bit of a force bite, lacking in the armor. Investing as much as they can at this stage. Brody is trying to suppress them, but they're all over on the B half of the map once again.
Yeah, that was saw as well. Russ diving away to the corner and then coming back. And Taran very split up right now. If only UK Valo knew that, they could strike quickly, but instead they've been held off. Oh, that would have been heard. Slain easy going in deep with the Bulldog, and they just let him pass through because they have got bigger fish to fry. Oh, damn, they shut that down quickly.
Not even a contest there on that defensive. Lazar going ham. Aki was the man that really did the damage though. 9 kills for him, 3 of those in that last round. And 9 rounds to close out the half for Taran Mill, UK Valo. A couple of problems towards the end of that one. Hoping to switch over to the defensive and change their fortunes, but they have had a number of weird moments over the course of this one. And again, I feel like Taran Mill have really come into their own at the end of that first half. Going into their second is where they can get even better, because that's where the mechanics and gifted talent can come to good fruition. You know, these are players that you should be able to expect to win gunfights. So to see them be able to take the gunfights out of the attacking half, this could be a whitewash if they're not careful.
Yeah, but look at this defensive setup. They know what's coming for them right now. Lazar making the attack, covering market, but swings around, gets 1 kill. Oh, and Brody doing Slain dirty. B-side instantly held by the attackers. The reclaim trying to come on through. They're wanting to pace out, get a bit of information, but there is no time for it. Kills coming on through, and that was perfect from Taran Mill.
10-3 now. And that was the main concern that I had, for them to completely just wash away the opposition. The defensive didn't stand a chance against the execution that came through from the TM squad. 4 players alive. 1 trade was found there in the post plant. And now just pistols to work with in the follow-up eco. This should be cleaned up by Taran Mill. And UK Valo should be looking towards a very, very, what's the word? Close, or was it long comeback? I think is the word I'm trying to look for.
Yep.
Either
They
way, hit
definitely
towards the
are.
A site. They've got nothing to defend against it. They stacked up B, gamble up, hoping that they can get something out of this one. Lazo gets himself that frag. Fazco will trade it back. The spike plant will be secured.
Yeah, just waiting to see
Spike
what this
planted.
retake looks like. Because they've allowed it to be dropped. That door going down. Not allowing much. Brody just silently has been able to get free now with the Ghost. Swapped it for the Spectre, and that's a beautiful little kill coming out. Ross might have just stole it, but Brody did all the heavy lifting there.
Alright, quick clean up again against the pistols. Not too much of a worry. Rifles coming in for both squads now. Still SMGs for the most part on the Taran Mill side. Can take this as a bonus round because they have got some money in the bank. Can afford to take the hit in terms of the short game. A couple of upgrades will come through. Cray's bought a rifle. And the pistol out for Brody in this one. Maybe saving for a bit more money, but at this stage, they've got such a big sort of deficit in the round difference that it won't matter too much. Cyber cages will go up. Lazo's going to dash right through it, though, trying to take a force drone out of the way. Paranoia will keep him blind as Lazo gets that kill, and Russ still tapping away with his pistol. Make his way through the smoke. Fastco will punish Lazo over on the heaven position. Drones gets a kill back on Russ, so 4 on 3. Shock dart in. Spike plant is going to be secured, but the defensive retake has been suppressed here.
It has indeed. There's a flash coming on now. Brody with his air. He's going to drop down drone. Oh, he's just caught. Oh, poor Fazco just sleeping there up towards rafters. And he's been knocked down for a bit more than a nap. So 12-3 here, Jay. Potentially the last round.
Most likely the last round based on how well this has gone. Taran Mill have looked confident, and the defensive line, unfortunately, have not been able to get started in the second half. Had a good set of attacking rounds, but since that point, UK Valo have kind of fallen off the edge. Called it a plateau earlier on. Now Lazo going to try and pull a similar strategy out with the Blaze Storm coming through. Makes his way past one of the defenders and actually gets shut down by him as well. So wasted ulti coming through. But either way, the defensive will clean house here. Fazco, that last frag, and now Cray left in a 1v2. He's found himself a kill as the spike on his back, hunting for another good player here. Going to try and counter-rotate, in fact. And if you could sneak past him here, you can find his way onto an open and free A site.
He's trying to wait. I don't think he's going to rotate one round, but he's faking it, you know? And they're stuck in market. They're not buying anything, which I applaud right now. Just because they've got the strength in numbers. They can hold 2 angles. Being able to snap from head to head, but they're splitting up. And Cray has just been so calm, collected. And this is what you expect from a pro, Jay. This is what you expect from someone who is used to competitive play.
I heard those footsteps now, though. He'll plant towards the back wall. Where is he going to go for the post plant? He's put up a recon dart. Looking for information, sees one, takes that fight, just about wins it out, takes in against the next player, and clutches it to close out the round and the game. Cray with a massive 3K, 13-3. Taran Mill are going to dominate once again against UK Valo. And that's such a shame as well, because it looked like they put up such a good fight there.
Yeah, that could have been the turning point for UK Valo. You'd think, sure, they're going to be on the edge the entirety of it, but they wanted that OT. And we have seen crazier things, Jay. You know, when you get that snowball going, you can turn it into an avalanche. And it's just unfortunate. But, like we said, they've now learned a lot of what the lads of Taran Mill are putting forward, like what their strats are. And now be able to traverse over onto Haven as a second map here. Again, a little bit different, what with the 3 different spike sites, but still very applicable.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like, the attacking side is where they got going the most there. I mean, I'm not sure how much of that was down to the early game and the fact that they hadn't got a good read on what they were doing from the part of TM. But, you know, the nature of, I think the firepower can come into the conversation once again in that respect. But the rounds are still there. You know, for the UK Valo side, they got more attacking rounds than they did defensive rounds, as you could see a lot of you know, how the Taran Mill side were able to shut them down. The issue for them was really dealing with Lazar and Crane. You're going to see some replays on this package of exactly the players that they had in this one, because like they were just the standout guys in my opinion. You know, I was hoping that Lazar and Brody would be the guys to step up, but it wasn't really the case, you know. Like, Crane's a very experienced player, definitely one of the better ones for that transitioned over from the UK scene, and him and Lazar really performed with the operator and rifles.
Yeah, and when they were on the defense, actually, I will give Russ a shout out on those sneaks, using the Omen to its fullest capabilities to be able to then get out, dodge, and back into defense when needed, or when he hadn't found anything at all. So the whole team works together very nicely, and like we said, it might be a case of, sure, they're not on the same teams right now, but where they've got that friendship, where they've got that chemistry, and they know how to communicate with each other, where they played together in the past, they can just near enough form up a very natural flow of events.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, credit to Russ. I think, honestly, like, he wasn't necessarily the top fragger or necessarily the big star man at the moment, but he had some impact in terms of his position. Again, the number of times that he extended so far, like, people don't seem to understand what it means to gain map control. It means gaining information. It means gaining an advantage above your opponents, because if they made their way around towards the rotation, towards the B site, then he would have had an extra few seconds to buy his teammates some rotation time. He could have gotten a couple of kills. Obviously, at one point, he did in that mid position, and it definitely felt like they were playing around the map much more confidently than UK Valo were. Taran Mill definitely know what they're doing. They know how to play FPS games, and they were you know, they looked like they were on point with that form.
Yeah, definitely. And well, talking about gathering information, let's talk about Aki, right, on the Cypher. Now, the tripwires won't really use the maximum effect, but the camera, when Aki knew which side to be on, he could set that camera up in perfect positions, especially down mid, where he just had full sight, and UK Valo didn't know where they were getting, you know, spotted from. So Aki there was just able to put the camera generally into the gutters of the buildings, and then just have a little look down, could see the entire team, called them out. So that information gathered just near enough gave the Taran Mill side so much power, so much knowledge over their opponents. And that's going to be an interesting one here on Haven, because there are so many good places for cameras. So I'm wondering if Aki's going to follow it through again. The only problem is with that third bomb site, that indecision for him, where he needs to get to the site early to set up. He's got to near enough bang it out and just, you know, cool, okay, I'm on C this time. As soon as they spawn in, he's got to rush there to site to set everything up.
Well, Taran Mill did dominate in that first map. The second map is where things could still turn around. It was a map that was picked by Taran Mill, so there's always that discouraging sign, of course, from the you know, from the UK Valo side. But those guys, they did show that their offensive side can be a little bit more competent than their defensive. And again, you know, firepower notwithstanding, etc. But like that bodes well for them going into the second map, because obviously Haven being so attacking based, like, you know, you're expecting us to be able to siphon off a lot of the defenders, be able to you know, to isolate and potentially, you know, steal some kills away. I'm hoping that they don't do what the last team did and just rush sites and just play very loose and recklessly, because I think if you're coordinated, you could actually take a good win here.
From what we've seen already, Jay, I don't think we've got any fear of that at all. So coming into this, UK Valo, I'm quietly, I want to say, optimistic of them. I don't think it's going to be a win like I predicted. It will be 2-0, but I'm expecting more so on Haven anyway. 6 rounds to go their way. 5 if it's a bad day, just because that variety of options they can put down, and where you've got so many different lines you can follow, it'll be an interesting one for UK Valo to see, especially if they follow through like they did back on Ascent with these very heavy stacks towards one bomb site, where here on Haven you can quite easily win the site through heavy 5-man stacking it.
UK Valo picked the defensive side to start things off, so they may be going to get the early struggles out of the way first. I definitely would have put the offensive if I was them, but that's my decision. That's theirs. I have to live with that decision at the end of the day. So Pistol Round about to go live for this one. I do believe that Ross changed up his agent from last time. Yeah, no omens this time for the offensive line of Taran Mill. Some of the Phoenix in this one. And Phoenix can work well on Haven. I've seen it played so many different times. A lot of players tend to end up picking it into this particular map. So, okay, so we have got a couple of technical issues at the moment. Again, we've had a couple of technical issues getting into this series. Unfortunately, players have disconnected. But I want to touch on that little point at a moment's notice, because I also feel like Omen can be a particularly respectable agent to pick here on this map. You know, there's a lot of flanking routes that you can take if you can teleport behind your opposition using the ultimates and such. So, like, for me, I'm looking at this and thinking I'm still not 100% sold on the Phoenix pick. I know that a lot of people don't tend to rate Phoenix pretty highly, but it seems to still be a pretty commonality here on Haven.
Yeah, like you said straight away, Omen, you would expect, has a lot of power. With this being such a big map, or at least very wide, you see Omen doing a lot of teleporting over towards C Cubby and then back towards the defender spawn to try and sneak up into Heaven, if not just spawning straight into Heaven to get a line of sight, because you can cancel. So the move over the Phoenix all comes down to using hot hands, you know, the Molotov there, as well as having that fire barrier, plus as well self-healing. We saw definitely with UK Valo them dropping a lot of damage down, but not really being able to finish off a lot of the kills. So if I'm there as part of Taran Mill, I can understand the pickup of Phoenix, because, you know, if you can get out of dodge, quickly throw down the hot hands, and your Phoenix, you've gone from, let's just say, 40 HP all the way back up to 100, and you're pretty much good enough to get back in the fight and can take another body shot, especially when we look at UK Valo again. They're not as precise. They're not getting as many headshots as when you look at Taran Mill. It's a lot of body, wait for the recoil to send it up to the head, you know?
Yeah, I mean, in that respect, you know, talking about hot hands and the way it can, adjust against, a lot of the close kills that UK Valo was able to get. You know, there's potential in the hot hands being able to finish off some of those frags. If you ever get a player pinned into a corner, he's on 20 points of health. You put those hot hands down, there's going to be that kill that could be, potentially capitalized on. I think it's a bit situational though. You know, I think that's the main issue when it comes to Phoenix. That's a very, very specific case I just described right there. I think there's a lot more potential and a lot more context for a player like Omen. So I'm very curious, and I'm very surprised to see that's exactly what Russ has decided to pick up here. But regardless,
Russ is also going to be going for a lot more area denial, because unlike with Omen, when you look at the hot hands, when you look at the flame barrier, you can't, or you don't want to pass through him because it does damage to you. Naturally, like you said, being able to put the hot hands down is going to hurt. So he can be opting for that, not only for the health, not only for the healing aspect to it, but when you look up towards, say, Heaven, not just the smoke off Heaven, but also to just remove the player from there so they've got to rotate out. It's a lot of removing options from your opponents when you pick Phoenix.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to get into the game once again here, Bacon. Let's hope for the second take to be the appropriate take in this one. So, all right, pistol round. Seeing the buy-ups come through, mostly the same pistols as last time. Again, 2 pieces of light armor for both teams. Abilities brought down into... And a very heavy stack from Taran Mill over towards the seaside. They have decided they're going to go play towards long.
Don't blame them on that as well. When you've got pistols at this sort of range, especially with Taran Mill having superior fragging capabilities, they've definitely been much more accurate. You'd like their chances, especially here towards C-Long. And already, that's the Omen throwing smoke down, but Luzza doesn't know he's up there. Slain going to be able to get 2. Aki does get 1 back, but Slain dropping, bro. Damn, that's a good round so far.
2-on-2, they're still heavily tagged up here on the defensive line. They're going to get some damage in against the 2 players rotating out, but Fatco gets his double, and Luzza making one massive mistake that costs them, in my opinion. If he checked that corner on Platt, he would have been able to potentially find that player, probably get that kill as well, and you can see on the replay how that round quickly fell apart. Slain easy, allowed 3 kills from that top position, and the pistol goes the way of UK Valo.
Yeah, and it's going to hurt me to say this, Jay, but it all comes down to Luzza there. Slain easy got lucky. I mean, don't get me wrong, shooting capabilities, yeah, that's all skill. But the fact that Luzza didn't check that angle, which is such a common angle to be starting from, especially when he saw the Omen throw the smoke across, that's just... I don't know.
Oh, look at the dash coming through again. Loves is going to try and get aggressive in this one. Fazco's going to shut him and Russ right down. Cyber cages are up from the opposing side. And of course, to suppress it from the defensive line. Aki's just going to secure a spike plant. No. Denied at the last second by Pato. A nice rush tactic on that eco to try and get some bonus money, but not able to make it work in the end. They'll still be up for a buy here. I saw a judge coming out. I believe that might have been sold back to get a main rifle in instead. Cray yet to invest, but he will go in with the main set of rifles. So 2-0 at the start. UK Valo again in the early game, kicking things off on the right foot.
That goes there.
Yep.
This goes
Of course, loads of Vandals and Phantoms coming out. It's going to be interesting as well, especially see on this defending side, sticking with those Spectres with the bullpup rifle for Fazco. So technically, attackers better chance here anyway with head-to-head, but round, you know it, utility going in favor of defense.
Fast players once again coming through. Luz has dashed right through towards the 8. Khan almost getting Fazco, but Fazco comes up with the frag. Good kill found to open the situation up. This time in the defensive on the back foot once again. Russ has snuck his way straight up towards the side though, getting Slain easy to fall. Catching off rotators as well for a secondary pick. The spike plant will be secured. Russ gets headshots for days! 3 kills! And the entire defensive picked apart by one individual, all just because they couldn't check that corner because they couldn't cover off the C site. That's the thing I was mentioning before as well, Bacon. Such little defensive on a site here with 5 players split between 3 of them. And now a retake up for the UK Valo camp. They will make their way in, but they're heavily tagged up. Russ hunting for a quadra. He'll get it. Ace time, perhaps? I don't think he will put hot hands down, and the last player's retreating.
Yeah, don't blame it there. Just save the gun. You're not going to be able to take 1 and 3. Hopefully try and get an exit kill, you know, onto an unsuspecting Russ, but he's close to getting the ace. Could we see it come through? There he is. And he's gone and done it! Russ with the ace, away from the spike. He's going to be safe. What a beautiful play. And now, the pick of Phoenix, Jay. Looking pretty darn good.
Although I will admit, not a lot of it came down to Phoenix himself and the abilities that he has. It definitely came down to Rush just popping
confidence,
headshots.
though, to go get the heals is what gives Russ to go in for those situations, though.
Either way, ace for Russ. The chef's kiss round from him. And an absolutely brilliant play. Again, he wasn't too flashy in that first map, but for this one, definitely shining very early on. His information to be revealed very early on into the 4th round. So Nasty Shot going to try and suppress him here. Some aftershock down. Doesn't catch damage onto Russ in the end. He'll flash around a corner. Try to look for players, but also get flashed himself as they suppress here to the garage area.
Yeah, and he's just got away without any damage to him. But there you go, Nasty Shot. Finally again, but does use a lot of utility to just get 1 kill. Sure. It's early advantage, and naturally, defenders know they're going for an A push here, but the spike is stuck around about Garden right now, and it's going to take a while to just get in there. So play it patient, maybe even go for a flank.
Not shaking his head at something. I imagine there's been some sort of communication between him and his teammate across the map, across the site. Either way, Spike trying to make his way in from short, suppressed by an operator. Eventually they will go for it. Hunter's Fury from Fazco going to try and get onto the default plant positions. Catches 1 player through the wall, trying to do that damage. Gets that kill on Brody. And now they start getting the kills in. Nasty Shot with 3 frags all in all. And the entire offensive gets picked apart. There was no defense there. Cray left in a 1-on-4. You only get that 1 kill on Fazco, going no further than that. 3rd to the ball, the defensive side, as UK Valo chime right back in with a good quadra of their own.
Okay. This has just got super interesting. Who knows? Right now, UK Valo looking hot. You're going to see some, very weird buys coming on through. Russ going for the Frenzy. I think that's the first time we've seen that come into action, but not the first time we've seen the op. Over on Pato this time, however.
Yeah, very harsh buy back in from Taran Mill. I respect it at least. Frenzy is a decent gun, you know. Flash in around the corner. Losses again going to make his way quickly in towards the B site. Drone will catch Russ. Aki with a trade. Nasty Shot's going to try and do something from the outside position, but nothing can really come through. Loza is blind, but a smoke's being put up. 4-on-2 scenario. Slain easy. Will get shut back by Brody, who gets himself a tidy double. Still got 2 more to deal with on the spike plant. 2-on-2 scenario. Pato's there against Cray. Brody up for another good clutch here. He doesn't know the player's so close towards him. A nasty shot will shut him down. No spike plant secured, no extra money. A force back came through from Taran Mills. They may be on eco status.
Oh yeah, definitely looking for money. The only one that can really do anything is Brody, as you see him bring out the Vandal then. But he's not gone for any utility, so he's just having a little bit of a play with it. But teammates not quite sure, and you can see they're using this time to talk. But it's got to be an eco, yeah. Brody, step back off that. Go for the Sheriff, and just keep to pistols for this round.
I mean, one thing I do love Valorant for is the fact you can sell your weapons back. So, you know, that you don't have to commit towards a force buy if you don't want to. Regardless, though, it did look like they were a bit discommunicated in that one. Drone's going to make his way up close, trying to see if he can get an opening pick back in towards his mid position. Knowing there's a player right around his corner, gets that pick on the first. But Cray will get slain easy to fall. It's a 4-on-4 scenario. The pistols are at least doing some damage. They're working in towards the C site. Russ is going to fall next to Fazco. Aki's already there, watching for players making their way up. The spike's in mid, though. Can rotate to an open A site.
Yeah. Let's just see. Because that's a very interesting split right now. When you look over towards C, with, of course, the bomb on Luzza, making its way through A short. A is completely clear, but are they going to... They've got to destroy the tripwire here, right? That's going to get set off. And yeah, they know they've made noise. They know the deal.
Spike planted.
Spike plant at least comes through. Cray. Pistol around the corner, seen by Pato. And Luzza with the Sheriff. How can he hold off against him? Will he be able to hold off against him? The recon dart will not reveal his position. They may be wary of the Heaven play. Are they going to check it? No, they won't. That's the headshot for one. Expecting more players to come forward. Operator shot's going to connect through walls. Not connect to Luzza, though. Hot hands to force him away now. He's got to go through the main entrance. They're already sticking the spike defuse. And Luzza just got to get onto this player right now. And the backline sees that one man, but cover held for the defusing individual. And that will be a 5th defensive of UK Valo. And they're doing a fantastic job here in this first half against Taran Mill.
They are indeed. That was a very confident retake right there. And again, I think the difference comes down to UK Valo in this second game anyway, being a lot more patient. Beforehand, we saw them rushing, didn't we, Jay? Wanting to, even off the attack, try and get a bit of advantage. But here, they know the width, and they're just going, you come into us, you know, you're going to try and spread out. You're not going to, we've not seen you really 5-stack. Who knows? It could be the first time right now. But they're just trying to wait for their opponents to make the first move. It's a bit chess-like.
Look at Luzza. Look at Luzza, so close towards them, but again, getting flashed at the right moment. Still gets that one kill on Fazco. We've got Hunter's Fury out on the opposing side of things. Another kill for Luzza comes in as drone falls in the midst of the smoke. Dashes out of dodge, ready for even more players to round up. No, there's a rifle close. Spike plant will be secured. Backstab is incoming from the defensive retake, but a 4 versus 3 scenario, I should say. One trade did come through. Pato will see Luzza unable to connect that frag, though, just waiting with the Blade Storm. And Pato's just going to get suppressed. They've really got no options here on the defensive line. I have a feeling this is going to be a second round for Taran Mill.
I reckon as well. You look at this with the op in play as well, it's just got to be a save, but Pato stayed really close, waiting for that peek. There it is! Luzza had no clue, no visual. It don't matter, it's a little bit of money taken away. But Taran Mill, credit where it's due, a second up on the board.
I mean, Luzza facing forward there, basically gave out the information there was a player there regardless, so like now there's even less to work with for the defensive line, so just had to go ahead and take that on the chin and leave that one. I mean, they were so suppressed from the site thanks to Luzza's early aggression, man. Like, that Blaze Storm should not have gone as much impact as it did. But still, it was able to find those 2 picks, and then from there, the round was basically run for the offensive.
Looking at this as well, going to be an interesting setup from both sides. UK Valo, a little bit indecisive on the setup. You can see that by Slain Easy, just that very late rotation towards A, and then just looking to hold A short.
Shadows traveling.
Slaying Easy already managed to suppress. Look at how far pushed up he is as well. Loza has no idea. Does get shut down for that one frag, and Slaying gets immediately off position. But Rolling Thunder coming in against Slaying Easy, going to catch him for a bit of damage, does not quite take him down. Vasco gets Aki as Cray trades, Brody trades, 3-on-2, the defensive again holding the man advantage, but Brody finally evens up the field. 2-on-2, he's got to get a spike plant in, and Operator shot standing close towards the offensive line, but Brody gets his 3K, and now Pato is standing alone. Plant secured. 1v2 retake for the Cypher on Operator. Check out that corner, but they're staying so far away from his position, and they spotted him in the end. Wallbang is what Rush needs, and he'll get his third for his team.
Will indeed. Great little round there by Taran Mill. Even with Slaying Easy getting up on that stack and just getting the jump on them, calling it so early. Taran Mill were perfect on the frags, taking their opponents at brilliant little angles. And that should cement themselves back into this, but they've got to win another round. You look at it, the lads over on UK Valo are pretty healthy with money, but next round might not be the same story.
Mid-control early out here from the Taran Mills side for this round. Nasty shots putting some shots down range. Unable to connect any to damage. Forced out of window. Hunter's Fury again coming through, trying to take on the attacking side from across the map. Unable to do much in terms of damage, though. It's just kills coming in and pouring in now for the Taran Mills squad. 2 for Ross. Drone gets his own. Flashes himself, does Ross, but still gets the kill on Pato as it clears. Clearly, he was blind all the same. Now Drone alone. In from window. Again, curveballs around the corner looking for another good pick, but now 2 to deal with on site. Getting caught off now, he just gets shocked out. But no way in from here. Like, he'll put walls down, he'll try and see if he can buy himself some cover, try to suppress them, hot hands and everything, but 7 points of health. He'll pop through, get some healing. Actually, he gets Luzza, but no more than that. Brody will shut him down again. The HP too much to handle.
Yeah, just again, another well-executed round from Taran Mill. Bit interesting there at the end, I'm not going to lie. But let's just see what happens, because Taran Mill with those couple of deaths is going to put them in. And they've got the guns. Otherwise, and it's showing up on the money, but yeah, now they're in a pretty healthy state. Slaying Easy can still get the Operator though, Jay, here. Like, that's still a possibility, which is crazy. Or he could get 2 decent guns, you know, buy for teammates.
Look at Nasty. Oh my word, he's pushed so far up this mid position. Gonna try to flash his way forward, tries if he can get some picks back. He won't get much though. Drone and Fasco gonna get picked apart. This pistol in. Aki shuts him down. And now Pato and Slaying Easy very far away from each other. Spray through. Does come through for Slaying. He does take out Aki for 1 frag. The backstab attempt there towards the exit garage. Could have got himself quite a little bit, but in the end, not much. The 5th going to the board of Taran Mill now. Back in their element, back within their confidence here.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a patient round, I reckon. Oh, Pato not expecting it to come through. That should have been a kill from him. Slaying Easy, though. He's gone and got himself 2 just straight there. Not able to get the 3rd. Brody will drop him down with a well-placed headshot and picks himself up a Sheriff as a reward.
There's a lot of damage being done to the offensive line, though. 3 players fell down. Slaying Easy got himself quite a lot of impact with that rifle. If they can get a good round out of this one, then they could have themselves a 7-5. Even then, the money's still pretty lopsided for several individuals, of course, being very high up on the money line. So I have a feeling that they'll still be able to buy up everything that they need here for the attacking forces of Taran Mill. Brody going to try to get them access here. Cyber Cage is up to try and suppress. A flash in to allow Ross to immediately exit out into the A-long area. And the attacking side definitely in towards this A-site defense. Only 2 players to hold on. Ross is going to try and run it back, make his way straight in towards the site, expecting players to be there. Text with the trip wires and the cameras and everything else, the recon bolts. He will eventually dissipate, but he's cleared out the site for entry.
Yeah.
No, he's baited in rotation. C-site's completely open. They're going to get a spike plant.
It was a bold play. Great use of the run it back. Look at how many ults are at the ready there on both sides. Lost his shot though. He didn't see it. He's been caught off guard. Craig going to be able to take him on down. Sticking Garage. A little bit of a trade there, I guess, as Drones is able to take down Aki. But this is not pretty right now. Two men still left trying to secure the site, trying to hold on to it. One's been dropped, the second not coming on through. Russ trying to hold down the fort. Drone, the only one left.
Wait, did they get the defuse? What? They got the defuse.
How?
I didn't even notice.
No.
Oh my word.
No more meddling.
Okay then.
Well, that came down the last second. So subtle that neither of us even noticed it, Bacon. Wow.
Big brain plays, you know, like allow.
I mean, they stuck it out even in the hot hands. Like, by all means, Russ had him dead to rights.
Get out of my way.
The 6th to the board of UK Valo as they are able to hold their own. Going into the last round of the half, Ultimate's coming out for Loza once again. Massive impact with this Blaze Storm now leaning in towards the mid-entry. He's dashed in towards the B site in the past. There will be Rolling Thunder coming out, blinded off perfectly timed. Back to the back of the site does get Drone for one. Paranoid has blinded them off so they can get the trades. The attacking forces though, steamrolling the defense. They should secure a spike plant from here.
They should indeed. 2 on 2. The very last round. That's a good drop from Pato, but now 1 on 1. It's almost perfect. A delectable ending. And you know who's going to be taking it is Brody. 6-6. Even Stevens as we move into the second half here, Jay.
What a contrast to the first map of the series as well. UK Valo really turning up the heat. I've got to question those map vetoes. I'll be wondering whether or not this was UK Valo's pick and not Taran Mills. Either way, got the pistol round coming up for the defensive side. 6-all. UK Valo putting up the best fight of any underdog team so far today. And now into what on paper last map was their better half. Now going into this one, a very attacking favored map. I wonder if they'll be able to convert a comeback and take us to map 3.
Just have to wait and see. We won't be waiting long. 2 more seconds. Those barrows will drop and we can get underway. Brody already being threatened here, but he's changed over the ghost. He's looking for heads. He's found one, but he's going to have to back off. Fortunately, it's a bit too risky. Not risky for Cray, though, who can drop Slain easy. Brody going to finally be able to get one of his own onto Fazco. Cray's going in deep. Russ is assisting him with the frenzy. Brody getting another in the back lines. And that's the last man over there. Drones getting cornered. All sides covered, and he's just going to have to drop.
Big round for Taran Mill to win. The pistol are starting to get the momentum on their side. UK Valo, unfortunately, just getting steamrolled by aggression, and this is the main thing I was concerned about. You know, we saw a lot of it from Ricks in that first series, how they were on Haven and they were able just to push forward and shut down the defensive just because of the offensive, I should say, just because of the fact that they are so, you know, just because of the fact that they're so, what's the word I'm looking for? So mechanically gifted, you know, like just the fact that they are so experienced, the fact that they've got so much esports, you know, working. They'll know how to outplay and outfight against the opposition. So no aggression this time. I say that there is one player pushed up towards A long. They'll realize that B or C could be the play, but with no information towards mid. Brody's seeing players and hearing footsteps in the garage area. He'll try aftershock his way to victory. Flash through the wall. No kills sustained just yet. I said actually one player has gone down over on the attacking side. UK Valo are going to get picked apart on the C site here. Pistols picked apart. Flawless round to 8 for Taran Mill.
Yeah, just some great angles held there. And you look across. Let's just use Brody as the example, right? Up at the top of Garage in C window, where he could tell there was 2, possibly 3, he wasn't quite sure, players just in Garage. So he knew, I'm not going to go for the kill here, purely because if I get 1 kill, sure, but it's only going to trade, so I'm not actually winning anything out there. So he just kept flashing, got himself out of dodge, and rotated around to C, being able to hold C link as well. It was just so well played.
Very passive this time from the offensive line. very careful about this, expecting the Taran Mills side to press forward.
It's a nice mix-up.
On towards the mid-control now, finally taking some map back here, but still got a little over a minute to the clock. Flashes will catch Drones blind by himself. Giving up the information to realize where they're going to go out here. Operators and such will be set out, and Russ pushes even further forward with his pistol. Second player out to realize they're going towards C.
Yep, it's already been called, and so the fight gets underway. Drone's going to be able to take down Brody. Craig gets one, no two. He's going to be able to get three. No, nasty shot taking down Lazar there as well. Here comes Raz on Pato. Aki going to be able to get nasty shot, and Craig does get his third of the round. Beautiful trades there, Jay.
Beautiful indeed. I mean, very, very simple round coming through there. Only one player actually went down. That was the player that took the pistol fight over in the window area. And from here, everything seems to go pretty much well enough for Taran Mill. What we were saying about this being a very offensively based map, you know, the attacking side tend to be more better off. And yet so far today we've had two very good defensive sides. Of course, one side that have got very, very even here in our second map, but it's best of three. And look at Aki, he's going to see so much information. He's seen them all, he knows where they're going.
I would love to hear the comms there from Aki after seeing the whole team walking down A lobby. It's just got to be a scream, and that's it. Just like, run! Get out of there!
I mean, maybe the comms are calm and cool because they're picking them apart. 3 frags found by the defensive line. Brody chimes in with one more. Nasty shot will get one good pick, but Brody returns to a double. Maybe not as manic and as loud as you would have expected from Taran Mill. Absolute decimation from the defensive side.
Yeah, and the first we've seen a Brody on that operator as well, Jay. Being able to get 2 kills in that round. Interesting little mix-up. I like this. There's a lot of versatility within Taran Mill. It's naturally the lads changing things up, and there's the swap over to Lazar on the operator. Who knows? 1 round each, they're going to share it. Sharing is caring.
Well, we saw him earlier. Taking that operator out towards the mid-defensive on our first map. Hunter's Fury of Cray, though, is going to be the main thing that shines. Doesn't get a kill. It's Lazar instead with the operator to open up the round here. 4-on-4 situation. Brody not watching Garage, expecting him to come through here. They've gone towards Garage so many times here on the offensive side, so he'll be ready to hold off on his own. Drone's got run it back, coming out here, flashed out, is going to get dealt with, turn around for Brody, trying to look for that secondary kill, but not going to happen. Nasty shot, turns around with a frag. Pato is ready for Aki next up. Spray through from Cray, sees where the next players are at. Lazar does get a trade back with a 3-on-2 scenario now, making it 1, and it's all to this operator. Blade Storm coming in as a player close. He's worked with his ulti so many times before. Smokes to the left-hand side, second player so close towards it. Oh, he fires off too early and misses against Fazco. Fazco, as a result, gets that kill, and the attacking side will win their first of the half.
Yeah, like, Lazar at the end there was too bold. You got to think that's not operator friendly. Don't get me wrong, they've got the money, so you can understand the play, but there, 3v1, risky. Lazar could just stay back without operator, tried to hold the lines. Instead, decided to seem like go for a little kiss onto Drone. Power play.
I mean, if Lazar were able to get it there, then, you know, that would have been a clutch of the game so far. Absolutely. And already he's looking for the opening kills here, but just getting tagged up super early. 26 points of health for him. Outside of the garage area. In window, Russ is going to be suppressed. Some mid-control and challenge again from the offensive line that will be siphoned off and funneled into the A-site play. Brody will have to shock his way through, gets himself behind the offensive line, but Drones adjusts for it. Pop flashes his way around the corner, shuts down the tripwire as well. Aki ready for contact, Drones will shut him down. Russ hopping out even more. No idea to play towards that corner, and Pato this time is ready for the backstabs. Now they're starting to punish the over-aggression and cockiness of Taran Mill. Spike plant will be secured, but both of the remaining players, they're out of dodge. They're saving their weapons.
Yeah, don't blame him, especially when Luz is only on 26 HP. Any bullet would drop him, especially when he's got the op as well. That's a big, beefy rifle, which we want to keep. What are they doing? Taking photos over there?
I'm not going to question the activities of the downtime in the
Mhm.
defensive side. But
Fun with ops. That's what we'll name this one.
no fun for Lodzo at the moment. Holding out that angle, expecting a hunt to come through from the offensive side, the attacking side. Will get their 8th in, all 5 staying alive as well, so they can start to build some of that money back. Gonna need it going forward, especially considering there's not a lot of cash for the Taran Mill guys. See the buy and how harsh it will be. I mean, there can be drop weapons from Cray and co, and he will go ahead and give Brody a rifle. So there is a little extra to work with, and they will be able to get most of the main firepower in, but see the difference in the money line overall between both of these sides. It's definitely looking better for UK Valo.
It is, but on the opposite side, where they've got that lost bonus going for them, they should be able to do at least a little minor buy, you know, maybe let go a little bit of utility. That's a good recon bolt. The Owl drone doing massive there, so they know there's something going on at the bottom of the scene. You can see the rotation coming on in, ready for this attack, as that's going to have to run it back.
Here.
Ross gets the information at the very least, knowing that Pato is there in that mid-window. Watching out with the cameras, keeping his eyes on. Russ is going to keep that advanced angle held here towards long. So much map control again being taken away from UK Valo. They are getting information picks back towards the mid position on the B site. It's Slain Easy getting Russ to open this one up. A bit overly aggressive. Would have thought he would have held his own, but now it's Luzza held back on the short control. Now on the site itself, keeping his eyes on long and everything. Missing that first operator shot, expecting the Omen to have teleported back up. Slain Easy still back with his teammates though, and Luzza falls even more back passive from this position.
Yeah, so 4 on 5 right now. Aki tries to reach on out, does get ahead. Cray in the background does, but Aki gets the second.
30 seconds.
Beautiful plays coming on through, but the clutch not going to be enabled as Cray and Lazar shut it down. 2 games away from the win.
You know, in games. Like
I know, yeah.
Rounds. Still used to that Rocket League terminology, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. Problem solved.
2 rounds away from Taran Mill, as you mentioned, to the win. Still 3, however, for UK Valo to even up. So they're not that far behind. With the money that they had and the advantage in that last round, it means that they'll be able to buy back once again. Rifles across their board, no operators for the attackers. Still the same setup here for the defensive squad. Russ, look at how far he wants to extend. He's gone so aggressive so many times and made it work every single time. Flash catches him at the right moment, gets that transfer on the spray though. 2 kills found and continues to extend even further. Does think better of it, start to fall back, but Slain Easy gonna get his trade as he tries to teleport out. Dodge barely escapes. 11 points of health, but Russ also falls to the 3-on-3 and Slain Easy evading a lot of the attack coming through from the defensive line. He's so low, but he's alive.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. You get 1 bullet to head here, and Slain Easy. No, he's going to get spotted by Cray. So, 3 on 2, and this needs to be a turnaround point for UK Valo.
Got the angle, got the shot. Fazco straight shut down now. Pato, all that remains. Spike on his back. Trying to play in towards the A site. I don't know if they spotted that second man. They're going to rotate a second player in towards A, and they've got a tripwire set towards that short as well. So now they know. Footsteps will be heard. Will he get caught by it? Cyber Cage up. Now forces his face forward. Aki's got the angle. Slight gap to work with. Shuts him down. Map a match point for Taran Mill here. 4 rounds to overtime for the attackers of UK Valo. A lot of work to be done in this matchup, but again, the skills of Taran Mill really shut them down in several cases.
Yeah, and I guess that's the only problem with the Cyber Cage, right, is that you can look down into it. So that heaven position's so powerful there to be able to just get sight. But here, I'm intrigued. Brody bringing out the Odin, Jay. I think this is just last round confidence, ain't it?
Why not at this stage? Run it back against drones, part of things. Flash around the corner. Brody spraying through, trying to get those wall bangs in. Not a lot of damage done to the attacking side. So it's Cray with that opening kill. A nasty shot doubling up against Fazco. Russ gets one of his own right. He's going to get traded by drones next. 2 players standing now. 1 player standing to clutch it for his team. It won't happen. 13-8, a good effort from UK Valo, but Taran Mill will still be able to secure the game and the series. What a match in the semi-finals, though. Again, hats off to both sides.
Yeah, and that second game, UK Valo can go away holding their heads high. They did a great job. It is just that case of they're coming up against, you know, true professionals within esports here over on the Taran Mill side, and they know what to do to change up. When things look dire, you know, they're 6-6 going into the second half. They knew what they had to do over on the defensive side to be able to hold it together, and they did it in absolute spades. So Taran Mill will get the win overall, but you gotta look over towards UK Valo, and I'm excited to see where these lads can go.
Yeah, absolutely. They put up a decent fight, you know, and then, you know, they definitely felt like they had a confident aura around them in the interview before the matchup went live. And of course, in the game itself, that was just, you know, so effective. You know, it was such an effective sort of setup from the boys. I honestly felt that they knew what they were doing, you know, and they definitely knew how to outplay the opposition. But again, it's always down to that firepower. It feels like, you know, when it comes down to individual talents, like the disparity is so massive that unfortunately a lot of the underdog teams are going to get shut down by the sheer number of kills. And you saw some of the kills. Ross in particular, my standout MVP for this game. He looked insane. 22 frags in this matchup.
Yeah, that was just an insane number from him as well. I liked what Cray was bringing forward. Also, if we're looking over towards the UK Valo side, drones, just what he was able to do alongside Slaney's, who had a bit of a naff first half, should we say, but the second half really coming through. Just what those two lads could bring forth. So all around, I think most players can be quite proud of what they've done there. Like, even to the point of, like, maybe not looking so high up the scoreboard. But let's bring in Brody, just that utility with the number of thrashes he was bringing out. But here, yeah, it's got to be Russ here in the second game on Haven.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, I'm so stunned with how adaptable he was as well. Because in that first matchup, he was able to play a little bit less of a flashy role, but definitely an important one to get information and to continue to you know, aid his team in terms of map control and info plays. But in this second map, he just popped off beyond belief. I mean, this is the round here on screen where he got himself an ace just by solo rushing into the seaside, picked apart all the headshots, and then hunted down for that last player. And a ridiculous performance from him on both the Omen and the Phoenix. Honestly, like, again, my highlight MVP just because of how insane he was really in this matchup. I feel like Taran Mill probably could have actually lost that second out without Russ's performance.
Oh, they definitely could. And I guess it's that sort of, we don't know until we saw someone else in that position. But just having that sort of boldness to go in deep and nearing a prod into their opponents to get that information is so valuable as a player, because it takes so much confidence in their own abilities.
Well, there you go. It's going to be Taran Mill, of course, with that victory 2-0 in the semi-finals, looking on to the grand finals against Rix.GG. Before we get to that, though, we're going to hear from one of the all-important players alongside Dan the Man, Dan Daskin, standing by.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, a confident display, however, maybe not as strong as what we saw in the first match of the day, but certainly one that deserves to be in the grand final nonetheless. And it is setting up for quite a juicy grand final indeed. We do have, of course, an interview coming up, so I believe Brody is here to chat with me, and I'll bring him in. Brody, I mean, you were confident on a 2-0 victory, but maybe that was a little bit closer than you expected.
No, I think it went planned. I think we were not playing as seriously as we could have, and we could have. I think we could have won 13-2 or something. But yeah, we throw a lot of rounds away, just as silly mistakes.
And is that a case of similar to what Rix did? Rix were just trying to kind of conceal their tactics coming into the grand final. Is that something similar for you guys? Did you not want them to see any of your tips and tricks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we did anything special. I think we just played pretty standard, and we just won out because we were better than them individually.
And you know the Rix guys pretty well. Like, I understand you guys are good friends and like throughout UKCS and stuff like that. Does that make it like an extra oomph that you want to put some effort into this grand final to try and do one over on them?
I mean, I think everyone out of both teams knows everyone pretty well. Everyone played CS together or against each other a lot of times. So I mean, I don't think I've personally lost to anyone on the Rix lineup before. I don't plan on losing today, so I'm planning on taking a win.
Oh, that's nice. Nice fighting talk. I'm going to grab both of you for an interview before the next game. Before the we have maybe one of the players in the chat with us as well. Is there anything you would say about their team? Like, is there any weaknesses about their team? Any strengths? Like, what do you look at that team and what do you see?
I think their team's pretty washed up, to be honest. I mean, they've got Weber, who's, I think he's had it, so we're going to be going to his bomb site a lot of the time. And K-Piz, we're coming for you as well, so get ready for it.
There we go. Weber washed up and K-Piz might be a focus. That's what I like to hear, bro. That's like what I like to hear. Like, I'm going to get you out of this interview. I'm going to allow you to go and have a little break, refuel before the grand final. But thanks so much for joining us and congrats on the win.
Thank you. Cheers.
So there we have it. Brody just throwing a little bit of sauce in there, mixing the pot. That's what we like to see. And I'm hoping that we'll see someone from Rick's maybe give a bit of banter as well. And hopefully they're going to be confident. Now, DinoPC are running this entire tournament. If you don't know what it's all about, basically they are branching into esports. They've already done a lot for building computers and building rigs for you guys at home. You can check out their website, dinopc.com, if you'd like to get a rig of your own. And also they've done a lot of work with like schools and universities and whatnot. Check out their Twitter at DinoPC UK, and you can get loads of info about this tournament, future tournaments, and what they do outside of esports as well. For now, we're going to take probably an extended break because we need to allow the players to have a little bit of a rest, have a drink before they get into the grand final. But we are set up for a good grand final. I mean, Taran Mill, they looked pretty confident in that game, but as they said, they maybe were holding back ever so slightly, and they're going to be going up against Ricks, who, well, they won 26-0 in their first match. So I'd be expecting more of the same, but at the same time, they're going to have a far bigger challenge. This is going to be a match you do not want to miss. So make sure you stick around. Just keep an eye on Twitter, see when the next game's coming up. We're going to take an extended break, but when we'll be back, we're going to have the grand final. Don't go anywhere.
Get elite real-world performance for your desktop PC with 10th Gen Intel Core processors. If you're looking to game, create, live stream, or stay productive, 10th Gen Intel Core processors deliver an optimal balance of frequency, cores, and threads to handle real-world usages. Get enthusiast-level performance with an Intel Core i9 processor, up to 5.3 GHz clock speed for peak gaming performance and content creation workloads. Or for competitive gameplay and content creation, choose an Intel Core i7 with up to 5.1 GHz clock speed to handle your demanding applications. The Intel Core i5 processor with up to 4.8 GHz gives you a seamless AAA gaming and entertainment experience. And with up to 4.6 GHz clock speed, the Intel Core i3 is a great fit for everyday tasks and productivity. If you're looking to push your system even further, get additional performance headroom with unlocked 10th Gen Intel Core processors, supported by Intel's advanced overclocking controls. Bring elite, real-world performance to your desktop PC with 10th Gen Intel Core processors.
Measured in gigahertz, your CPU's clock speed is the number of cycles it can complete every single second. So with a clock speed of up to 5.3 gigahertz, the 10th Gen Intel Core i9 processors can execute up to 5.3 billion cycles per second. Each activity on your computer has a set number of CPU cycles it requires to complete. In gaming, this can look like anything from loading games and rendering objects to simulating enemy AI or calculating realistic game physics. Having a CPU capable of executing more cycles per second allows your computer to more effectively handle these activities, resulting in a variety of gameplay benefits. These benefits materialize in ways you may not expect. For instance, frame rate, a common indicator of in-game performance, is generally higher and more consistent when running on a processor that executes more cycles per second, or said another way, has a higher clock speed. Additional technologies like Intel Turbo Boost Max and Thermal Velocity Boost dynamically enable higher clock speeds for increased performance benefit. Whether you're looking to increase your frame rates for smoother gameplay or reduce AI enemy decision-making for quicker turn times, you'll feel the difference with higher clock speeds on PCs powered by Intel Core processors. Gaming happens with Intel.
Welcome back, everyone, to DinoPC's Valorant Trophy. We are here into our grand finals now, and I'm going to jump straight into an interview already with Brody and Capiz, our two finalists, of course. I already spoke to Brody after their win, Capiz, and I'm going to get straight into it. He said that there might have been a couple of washed players on your team. Any rebuttal to that?
I don't know, mate. Not really, to be honest. No one's washed on our team. I would say the same about their team, but I don't know. You have to be professional first to be washed.
Fair enough. Would you say you're confident going into this game? You obviously steamrolled your way into the grand final.
Yeah, we 2-0'd them last time we played, so it's going to be the same again.
Same again. It seems pretty simple, Brody. They seem to be fairly confident. How do you knock down a team like that is so confident?
I mean, they 2-0'd us, and we were a mix. We never played together before. We're just a bunch of people playing as a mix. They're a full team. They prac all the time. They nearly lost to us. So, from our point of view, we should have won last game, and we're gonna play today, and we're gonna win today.
So, Capiz, I mean, was your team slightly different last time you played these guys, or were you a solid?
We've got a much better team this time. We got Neff playing this time, and they've got a much worse team where they haven't got artists. So we're not worried about them at all.
And who was? Wait, wasn't Ross on your team beforehand?
Yeah, he was.
So now you've got a better team. Love that.
Yeah, I believe.
Okay. Oh, I love that. Brody, going into this, how important is map vetoes?
I don't know if it's too important, to be honest. We played the same maps. I think we played them 2 best of 3s before. Both times we played Haven and Ascent first 2 maps, so it's the same thing again. I thought it was going to be like that, and it's ended up like that. So it's pretty much what we expected, and yeah.
And of course, the prize is you get to build your own PC with £1,000 if you are the winners. I did ask Capiz earlier. So Brody, are you looking to upgrade your rig? Could you do with some new parts?
Yeah, I could definitely do with a new graphics card. That'd be ideal. Start streaming ideally or something, but yeah, a new graphics card would be great.
That's both of you said you're gonna have graphic cards. All right, Capiz, give me a score prediction. Are you going for another confident 2-0?
Absolutely 2-0.
Easy as you like, Brody.
I think it's going to go to 3 maps. I think we'll take Ascent, they'll take Haven, and we'll take Split at the end.
All right. Well, best of luck to both of you. I'm sure it's going to be a good game. Thank you so much for joining me for an interview.
No worries.
Oh, I like it when you get friends in interviews because you could tell they wanted to say a bit more, but both of them, they held back. But I do love him saying that they've got a better squad now after Russ is now on the other team. So that's going to be good fun to watch. Right, we'll bring in our casters as well. We've got Jay and Bacon, of course, who have been running us through all the action. Jay, what do you make of that interview? It was we're starting to get a little bit out of these players, aren't we?
I do love the extended trash talk from Brody. You know, like I think it's finally time we saw some of that on the show today. Cape is taking it a little bit more casually to me, but you know, it definitely feels like they have no need to trash talk because they were the more confident looking team today so far.
I mean, and Bacon, they've got a point though. Without Ardis, that team has lost a lot, hasn't it?
They have indeed, but of course, they're looking at, like we said earlier, Russ being able to pull in some of what those previous strats are. I'm not too fussed right now. Looking at that last game, we're not too sure what's going on with Rix. You know, like I said, they're going up against a team that are a mixed team. And even now that they've practiced a little bit together, they should be able to get some normality, but they haven't really learned anything about their opponents. Whereas when you look over towards Taran, they should know what Rix are planning ahead of time, purely because not only Russ, but also the fact that they've seen a few of their strats beforehand.
Yeah, because I think this is a weird one, Jay. Usually at this point in a grand final, I'd probably ask you, well, what have we seen from each team to get us excited for the final? But both teams have said they kind of held back in their semi-final. They haven't shown their strategies. So I guess I'm asking you, what are you expecting to see different from what we've seen in the semi-finals?
Well, more coordination, obviously, is the main thing. As we were kind of talking about throughout the course of both those games, a lot of the main issues for the team that lost was the fact that they just can't match up to the opposition in terms of like talent, firepower, and kills. Less of the case in the second semi-final, but definitely the case in the first one. So for me, like I'm taking a look at more like the strategical side of things, the tactical element, how they use abilities and utility, how they're going to be able to play around the map control, which we saw a minimal amount from both sides in their semi-finals. So, like, you know, I think that's going to come out in full force for this roster, especially in the case of Rix, who have been practicing together. They are a fully fledged team.
All right, before I get your predictions, I mean, so on Twitter, there is a prediction poll as well. If you head over to @DinoPC UK, you can cast your vote and let us know who you think is going to take this final. Bacon, what's the score going to be?
I really wish for the upset, but realistically, heart of hearts, it's got to be Rick's taking it in a 2-0. It'll be close, near enough down to wire. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe 1 OT, but I reckon it is a Rick's 2-0.
Jay, you're nodding along. Are you in agreement?
If Artis was playing for the TM side, I would be all aboard them. I'd say 3 maps. I think that they could probably just tip them over the edge to beat out of Rick's side. But the fact that they're not playing with Artis, for me, I think Ricks are going to have this series.
Well, the lobby is ready. They are going to get into this grand final now. We have, well, quite the matchup coming your way. This is going to be very different from the 2 semi-finals you've watched at home, and I'm sure the 2 lovely casters here are going to enjoy this one thoroughly. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, I believe we are. Yes, this is going to be a very fun time. We're going to start things off over on Ascent as our first map. It was picked by the boys over on Taran Mill. They have opted to go once again back to what seems to be a pretty common favorite map for them. Did particularly well when they had it earlier, but so did the Ricks.GG side. They didn't lose a single round. Remember that?
Yeah, Ascent is like every player's favorite map, it seems. I'm a little bit weirded out that we've seen so much Haven today. Bind has near enough been banned every single time as well, and that's a little bit understandable with that being so CT heavy. But Split, that's going to be our third map if we go towards it, Jay. And you know what? I want to see a little bit of mix-up. I do want to see Split. So there's going to be a minor little bit of caster bias, I guess, just like we can go to that third game.
I mean, so far, the only maps we have seen have been Ascent and Haven, so a little bit of a change-up would be okay. I wouldn't mind it too much, but I think the Rick's definitely going to be in a good position to shut it down. I feel like this squad is going to have enough in the tank to be able to take this one. Probably won't be as a one-sided an affair as the semi-finals were, but I think they'll still be able to take it with relative confidence. As we go to the pistol round, Ricks are on the defensive side, Taran Mill on attack, and already using abilities to try and suppress any early B main control. Look at the aggression coming out from the defensive side. Taran Mill make their way up into the corner. They haven't checked Weber. He'll get himself headshots on 2. Third man has passed back into the site. Lars is trying to see if he can get some picks back of his own right. Will smoke up by some cover, but in the end falls to DPS, and Weber will get his triple in the end. Last player in Cray. What a cleanup from Ricks.
Just straight up, Weber with free real estate there, 2 players to just absolutely shoot on and take heads. Third DPS does make it on through, but that's just naturally because Weber wants to let the players on out. That corner not getting checked is criminal, and not a mistake I expect to see again, Jay.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it was a very ballsy play. I will give it to credit for the Ricks camp. You know, they shouldn't really be allowed to push that far forward on the defensive side, but not too out of the ordinary concerning compared to their semi-finals, of course. Back on the pistols for the next round for Taran Mill. Basic eco coming out, not a lot of investment. Lazar again is going to make his way up net there with a shotty. Hype gets Brody as well. Still a player on site. Lazar gets shut down by Hype in the end. 3K up for him. Now all that's left is the Spike partner of Russ. Gets that 1 frag, but no more than that. Cape is on his own omen. Will trade things back. 2-0 start, of course, for the boys in the defensive side. Now I've taken notice as well that Hype is once again rocking the Killjoy. Didn't get to see him use it too much in the semi-finals, so I'll be keeping my eyes on him, seeing whether or not he can perform on this one.
So I was going to bring this up as well. One thing we expect to see is a little bit more defensive. So I'm surprised not to actually have a Killjoy and a Cypher, because that can be such a dominant duo to just lock down one of the sites, you know, and just have those 2 specifically there for free stack the other site. So it's just that case of being able to take a lot of control. You see on the opposite end, the Cypher coming on out, of course. And that's just more of a more well-known, you know, the operators being in there from the start. Killjoy is still one that's sort of being figured out in a lot of terms. But here, yeah, Rick's going to a more standard and defensive utilitarian hold of the sites.
Utilitarian. That sounds like some some major dystopian term right there, Bacon.
Yep.
Be sure to use that.
I mean, with the turret, come on, and all those nano swarms. Yeah.
True. Right now on the attacking forces, they're making their way on towards short, seeing a lot of resistance and now being forced back out. Now Breach able to funnel them in towards the mid position into market, now trying to split on towards the B site. Defensive, trying to hold in the back lines especially. Ross and Hype will get trades back and forth. Spike plant. Tabbed one, stuck overall actually. 4-on-4 situation. It's Hype there against Loza. Takes down another player once again for the attacking side. Russ falls next. 3-on-2. They brought it back from the disadvantage on the Rick's cap. Cape is next facing. Still with this pistol, looking for some shots. I don't know if he even bought a rifle in this one. Brody's got flashes ready through the walls. Aki in the back room. I think he spotted one player now. He might just be read upon. Spray through, gets that kill back. Brody falls Hype with a 3K. Oh, and Aki lined up too. Awkward positioning again from the retake, and Aki will open up the matchup here for Taran Hill.
Well, they were so close in tandem to each other. It was the simplest of moves. Take the mouse and drag it down and left. Easy finish up for Aki there, but good display. And yeah, that's one round going in favor of Taran Mill. And look at those buy-ups. Very interesting. You can see Taran Mill knowing with those Spectres that they have to go now. They cannot half buy insist. They need to use their full force. Do they even know that Neff is the money to get that op out?
Once again, Loza doesn't the jet to get very aggressive into the site positions. Pressing out towards the stairs area. DPS still held to the backline. He's completely isolated. Got a second player behind him, however. And again, they will try and do some damage, or at least under suppress them. Aftershock is coming through against DPS. He'll evade that just by the slightest of pixels. Get a pick back of his own, doubling up. Not expecting the third player to be there. Russ will trade it back to a 3-on-3. Spike plant will be secured. Retake up for Rich GG.
That's fine. Cape is, though, making a lot of noise. He doesn't know that Cray's seen him. That's going to be a knock for Cray. Gets a second onto Hype. And Neff drops quickly third. What a round.
Very quick and efficient again. Coming out of a gate from Loza, who has loved to just go dashing straight in towards site positions and allowed in the the opening sort of pressure, if not even the opening kill. Over on that B-side play, did that a lot in the semi-finals, and here in the grand finals, it is contesting against the Rick's camp. Now we're 2 rounds in a row. They're back down to pistols once again for the 5th round.
But you look over towards Loza, he got a free op from that round, Jay. That is massive for Taran Mill right now as we move on into the 5th round here. And look at this aggressive push.
All 5 players now on towards the A main area. Just outside playing very carefully and passively. They did take that ulti orb. Hype's ready on the defensive with his pistol. The turret put down, as you mentioned. He's going to play it aggressive towards it, so may try and fake it out. After shock flashes coming through, Hype will be taken out first. Frag. Flash is continuing to blind off the players on site. Net trying to sneak his way through his own smoke. Hearing footsteps of players coming up. USP makes his way up. So a shot can't quite connect it in the end. Trades are still good from the pistols, actually. Weber in a 1 versus 2. But now maybe get forced to back up here. Sees one in the back line, gets that headshot adjusted to Russ. And now all left to Loza at this stage. An operator in play, making his way up. Spike is on site, so can get planted.
And this rotation coming on through is going to be super interesting right now from Weber. He's given over the site. And he knows that they're probably going to still stick onto it, or is he?
Wait.
30 seconds left.
Second guesses. He would have heard that.
Spike planted.
But what is the mindset right now? What is the thought of just leaving it?
I mean, he's got a pistol, so the chances of making a retake happen are relatively low. Now, footsteps hurt. Loz is in the corner. He's ready to receive this. Oops, against it. What is Weber trying to do here? Up towards heaven now. Again, making his way up towards the site. Sheriff in hand, tapping through, looking for a headshot. Not going to happen. I think he spent way too much time trying to out-mind game Loza. Going out towards mid, back line, back up through con. I don't know what he was playing at there, and whatever it was, it clearly didn't work.
My only thought is that he didn't know that the spike was down on site, which, I mean, it should have been recorded on the map, right? But that's just... Yep, that's a slip up. Overthought the situation and then got caught for it. That is a lucky turn of events for Taran Mill there.
The lead being regained, of course, by the offensive line. It was pistols, and to their credit, Ricks can be happy with the fact that they've really worn down on the rifle basis. The economy is not going to be fantastic for the attacking force. Lean out towards the B site. Play again has options toward the mid position. Saw Taran Mill go for this quite a number of times over in their last map. And leaning in to get heavily aggressive towards market. Now, there's no defenders here to all covering off this position. Definitely on the sites. And while they will lean up towards mid with the majority of their forces, 2 players and a spike make their way into A.
Yeah, and I like this slow push around, using a good bit of patience, because they still don't know that it's over in A. There's a late push. Probably going to wait for about the 40-second mark before they go on in, and havoc will reign.
Off your feet!
Ulti's starting to come out now. Net's going to get blinded off. Luzza wins out the operator battle. Aki makes his way forward now, not expecting Capis back towards that corner, so he will go down. 30 seconds through the clock as Hype gets a pick back on Rust next 4 versus 3, and Spike Plant can be secured. Hunter's Fury coming through, going to catch off Cray, does take him down. Again, another player advantage in this one, a 2-player advantage for the retaking Rick's camp, and Taran Mill may get forced back out of the site here. They're coming in fast.
Yeah, and you look at this cross-section right now coming out from Taran Mill. They've got good sights, just seeing the owl drone, but location revealed is going to be a big one coming through rafters right now. Good shot coming out from Brody. He knows Weber's up there as well and has to reposition. Just heard the door being broken on down, and Capis is going to knock Brody.
Luz is now suppressed into the corner. They're on the spike right now. Here's scoped in, not going to get his shot off, and the diffusion gets stuck here by Hype. The numbers game working against them there for the Taran Mill camp, and the fact that they were just so far down when it came to the player advantage left the trades to be super easy for Rick's GG. Not even a challenge when it came to retaking that site.
Yeah, and it just comes down to Rick sort of that owl drone straight up with the smoke to follow it, just closed on down Taran Mill there. It is to the point of naturally Brody having to just get up on the box. Did get 1 kill, but then Weber afterwards had closed it on down. The door being broken on through, numbers going up against them, and naturally Luzza was just stuck in the corner, couldn't help. So 3v1, easy pickings.
Turret's placed nicely there from Hype. He's able to do some damage. Minimal amounts early, but it catches them off guard. Luzza's able to take that first piece down. Hype will fall next up towards Russ, and Aki's going to try and suppress the doorway into Garden. KP is just held towards the corner as a Spike Plant is secured very quickly here, just bursting in, taking only 1 casualty. So retake will be on for the Rick side. Blade Storm coming out from Nep, seeing if he can try and one-up Luzza in the way that he did this. Also seeing Rolling Thunder come through, trying to force players off position. They do catch Nep off guard, shut down that ulti. Trades go in the way of the attackers, and now 1 player left in KP is to be dealt with by Cray.
Big round coming out there by Taran Mill as they once again gain the lead, and on the attacking side. We cannot stress how important that is, can we, Jay, here? When you've got the defense basically favored map, like here on Ascent, Taran Mill doing a wonderful job of it, and you look over towards Vix. They're having the eco on this, aren't they, Ricks?
Pretty much. They got a rifle at least on DPS, which is something, a bit of a heavy investment than what I would have expected. Meanwhile, on the Taran Mill side, they have all the rifles, 4 ultimates standing by. The advantage at this stage. Another aggressive face here towards B main is going to try and look for information. They're going to hear some footsteps making their way out towards the mid control. You can see how Capers are going to reposition off of that. Smoke up here towards the short control, looking onto the top of middle. Does not see Luzza just yet. A moment's notice, he did hear the footsteps, tried to burst through and take some frags, but is forced to fall back.
Yeah, and they'll be safe there on A. This rotation coming through mid. Going to look to transition through to A. Out the back towards A spawn is an interesting one, and you look over towards Ricks.GG's half, they don't really know where this attack is going to go on in. You can see they're still holding up 3 on B, and they're not ready for this A push that's going to come through.
Recon drone around the corner now, going to try and look for players on the A site. They won't see anything, it's just an information play over there. That turret will be a known entity. Cray will catch that much off, so they should be able to deal with it.
30 seconds
Rotations are inbound, 30 seconds, the hit's got to come through. The operator watching the top for Heaven control, and there's a majority of defenders coming through from this position, so let's see what Luzza can do with this. Spike Plant down now, the Cypher is in the dark position. And Neph looking to take that first contact out of here, but they're being very passive and careful about this. They'll bait in the operator shot, see where Luzza is playing from, and smokes up now. Hunter's Fury coming through from Cray, going to try and suppress the defensive forces. Will look up towards Heaven, but it's Neph and Hype getting those picks back regardless. Now in dark control. No offender now on the site itself. They're trying to stick the spike defuse. Russ going to spray through, needs to get onto that spike plant right now. 3 kills, 4 kills going the way of Russ and Cray as they recover the scenario. What a sequence. All of a sudden, Taran Mill exploding in and decimating the retake.
Yeah, what a spray through the smoke there. Brilliant stuff coming in from Taran Mill. As once again, round going in their favor, 5-3. And looking fat. Look at that money straight there. Another round. They could drop this now and still be safe. They're passing guns around. Craig currently with the operator. He's having a turn on it.
Some rebuy coming in with the rest of the rifles out. Blade Storm of Luzza coming in with the ultimate there. The majority of the pools here to be able to utilize it here on the attacking forces. Luzza gets that 1 kill. Weber will find that trade. Getting caught off though by a lot of utility being forcing him down. Brody will get that kill. In a 4-on-3 scenario, spike plant can be secured. Retake again for Rix at a major disadvantage.
I know exactly where
And
you
it's
are.
been a quiet little portion. I'm thinking here, if you're looking at Rix, are they going to save? You can see 2 up there towards Fender Spawn. Neff ain't going to give it up. Right now, you look at this and you just think fall back, but that's a kill and maybe the chance to turn this. No. Fall back, and I don't blame them here at all.
It's not enough time. It took a little bit of a fair amount to try and bait them in. The Cypher got the information on where they were playing at, so they knew the exact setup of that retake. So much information going the way of Taran Mill. And the end result is going to be their 6th here on the attacking side. Rix. I need to take a moment to have a think about this. They are not getting the same sort of start as what they would have hoped for on the defensive side. And well, they're as much as they can, but the rebuy should come through. Operators should be in play. I do not believe the same can be said for the Rix camp, though. They might have to take some liberties with this buy.
And look who's doing the most work over on Taran Mill, Jay. Russ. That feels so poetic right now, doesn't it? Just near enough. Might have been dropped from his team, but he can still deliver the final blow. Beautiful stuff. And what a ballsy move coming out here from Capis, and Neff just literally going straight on him with it, but Russ will drop Neff. Turn that around. DPS going to drop Russ.
What a quick play out from Neph in particular, out towards the mid control, and no one was covering off that mid position from Taran Mill. Big gap in the offensive to be left open, so the defenders can exploit it, get a 4th on that board, and a massive 3K that not even Russ could recover of his own right. 4th to the board of the Rix side, within 2 of the lead now against Taran Mill.
Yeah, such a quick run through. We don't even have replays for that one, Jay, you know? Just quick work, get on to the next one. 6-4. Still in favor of Taran Mill, but you can definitely get the feeling. Looking at that, the op coming in from Neff. That Rix want this to now be theirs. Next 2 rounds, going to the half, 6-6.
4 buys out. Look at Weber again trying to flash and aftershock his way in through the lobby position, trying to suppress any aggression from the attacking side. Luzza with the operator. Can he get a challenge in? He'll definitely see that recon drone. No, he doesn't actually. It gets past it through the smoke. They will hear it coming though. Should be able to pick it apart now, facing in from Luzza on the regular ground level. Does try and boost up again, try and look for something, but very, very passive from the defenders here. Other than that A play, they're not going to give up much. Finally, Luzza does catch DPS, take him down to open up the round.
Quiet phase here, Jay. The tension is rising. And again, another 40-second A push.
Damn it.
Can't wait for this.
There's no resistance. There's no defense again from Rix. already being a player
30
down and
seconds
everything. They will just suppress. Blade Storm from Netful will come back out, expecting players to be towards his mid control. He'll be right about that, but he's not checked the right angles from here. Spike plant to be secured. What can they do from here, though? The engagement should be won relatively easily here. Bladestorm still doing it. Fought for here. Netfline gets shut down for a second time. Shock dart in from Craig. Going to try to suppress it. Paranoia will blind him off. Might allow Netf a bit of an entry. Will tap his way through, but he just utilizes it without getting much out of this one. 2 kills found by the defenders. Ross comes into the back lines. Brody gets 2 of his own. And that's a shutdown with Taran Mill playing the position game above Rix.
Yeah, what a flank coming on through there from Brody to shut that down. Last round coming on in right now. And it's going to be a major one. Buy up. No need to save. Will be interesting to see what Aki does here. Does need creator buy on in. Yep, another Vandal. Pretty standard. On the opposite end, Hype. 7,100. Yeah, you could see the thought there. Maybe try and change it up a little bit, but no. Interesting note, though. DPS only on light armor, Jay.
Not enough in the tank to get him through this last round of the half. Look at an 8-4 for Taran Mill. What Rix would do to get that 5th on that board, though, to recover this defensive half and look towards the offensive. Again, leaning in towards the B site very early on from the attackers and no resistance. Again, I don't know what it is about Rix, but they seem to be relying a lot on these retakes because they're leaving these sites very open for a hit. Yeah,
and it's strange. I was expecting Russ there as well to maybe swing around to A, play distraction, but no. And Taran Mill not liking B anymore? This is hard to read last round.
They're pulling a fake out, though. They're making a little bit of noise from what I can tell here. Because look at the players on the rotation back towards the Rix camp. They are all stacked up, ready for a B retake. I'm not sure what's been thrown up there that's caused them to do this, but you can see KPs is keeping his eyes on the back just in case. But they can walk out of A main and get a simple spike plant. Hunter's Fury from DPS is going to be completely wasted as he sees nothing coming through here, looking towards that wrong side. The turret will be there, will get shut down. Spike plant coming in, retake up once again. And look at Russ's position. Look at the info he's going to gain, even going to pick on Net to shut down the one.
Yep, and of course, Weber.
Spike planted.
Just got caught wind of it.
Revealing area.
Yeah, a little too late. This retake is going to be deadly.
4 on 3. Taran Mill definitely in deadlier position. KP is trying to sneak in the back. Is being watched by Russ. Headshot found. There goes the kill. And then getting forced back even further out ahead. And the last 2 players held back here. Flashed. Rolling Thunder. Everything coming through against them. Sprays through, time is ticking, desperately to kill back in that backline. We'll see the player out of main, see the player on site, can't win out that fight as DPS. As Aki closes down Weber, it will be 8-4 to close out the half for Taran Mill, and a very good attacking half
Switching
at that.
sides.
This might sound a bit awkward, Jay, but are we allowed to change our predictions right now? Because attacking side to take 8 is bonkers right now. Taran Mill. Damn! I love a good underdog story.
Well, they did say that they had, they had acquired one of their better players, and maybe Russ had a lot more impact than we might have expected. Definitely been the top fragger in this matchup, as you can see.
Like
16 kills. Doubling up his teammate of Luzza, 6 ahead of Hype, the top fragger of the opposing team. He's had a monster series so far to follow up the monster series from the last semi-final.
Yeah, so as we hop into the second half, let's see what Taran Mill's defense is like. Well, damn, already getting active in here.
Frag first on Rust, open up against Hype, taps 2 from Netful, take out Cray in the back lines. Rust and KPs get trading as Rust falls to the hands of the attacking KPs. 3 on 3. Damage done towards one of the Rix players, as again, KPs and Aki get involved in trying to get trades. Net does end up falling. Spike plant trying to get tapped up here. Luzza's vulnerable. They will get it down to force the retake into these 2 players. 2 on 2. Taran Mill will get KPs to full. Weber left alone standing. Was called washed in that interview. Will he be able to prove his opponent's wrong. He's back in the back line. They're reading it. Shot can land on the head. Gets that one frag. Oh, forced the reload though. Laza shuts it down. Gets on that defuse. Takes 9 for Taran Mill.
Well played just there. Aki was the beautiful distraction, the sacrifice, whatever you want to call it. It all came down to Laza to just get the kill in the end. 2v1, you play it like that, don't you? So, Taran Mill 9-4 ahead. With the advantage, of course. Economy go in their favor, and you can see they're being somewhat cautious on the money. Would like to see Russ go in for the Bulldog.
Laza's going for a Marshall here. Saw that a little bit earlier from I don't know if it was him actually. I don't know if it was him or one of the players from Ricks. Either way, he's using it to good effect, as you mentioned, making that right call to look down towards the mid position. Does take that first shot, does not connect it. Ross instead becomes the first casualty here on the defensive. Hype with that frag. Extra spike plant getting themselves a bit more of a way in here with the rifle bite. Still Laza's firing back, looking for a headshot, just can't quite seem to land it. Is forced to fall even further back.
Is indeed. You get a cloud smoke coming on through, and they're onto site. It's gonna have to be another retake, but this time they've got even Stevens, no advantage going either way. I'm gonna have to say it now, Jay. Patience is gonna be so big here.
Oh, Aki's getting information. He knows the exact positions of every single player now. Taps up from Laza, looking for a headshot, looking for a tag at the very least with that Marshall. Flashes in against both sides. Nep will take down a frag. Aki and Craig get trailing. Hype still held towards Dog. Gets 1 and 2, makes it a 3K overall. Defuse being tapped by Brody, not knowing how close DPS was. Trying to bait him into a mistake, but he was the one that made the mistake. 5th to the board of the attacking forces. Rick's chimer right back in.
They do it indeed. Picking up that Bulldog as well. Economy on the opposite end is going to be all kinds of weird. They could do a half buy, Jay, but I'm expecting them to just buy down to like 1,700 if they are going to buy anything. Otherwise, save it on up for the next round. You look towards Taran Mill, they've got a few rounds in the bank, don't they? So they can try and build up that economy. On the opposite end, they know that now with their opponents probably sticking to shotties and classics, at most going up to the Ghost, that this is their chance to strike and just try and get a flawless round.
Yeah, starting things off with a standard setup, and now 2 more players making their way into the gamble stat towards the A site. Appreciate this. DPS straight up with the recon drone. Trying to look for players in the garden area. Will get shut down by that pistol, at least knowing that there's a player out at the entrance. Very little information being given up in the grand scale of things. Very quiet across this board. I guess they're realizing on the Rick side that Taran Mill could be in for a force buy, so they can't afford to go too far forward and overextend into the trap.
Yeah, I was going to say, Taran Mill made a very early call to just full stack onto A. And you can see them starting to now spread on out of there. Clearly knowing that it's got to be a B push, but still so indecisive right here as they're making their way back towards A.
Been dismantling it now. Ross here. Double barrel. Does get a good kill in. Hype will find that trade. Now they've realized where the real hit's coming through. He's seen so much. Flashes in. Brody taps away with his pistol. Looking for a kill. Gets that one. Aki. Brody tapping up heads. Aki can close out the last frag of the round. As in the end, they do walk into the trap. Ricks. Double digits now against their name. Taran Mill. What a defense.
And you look over to Ricks there, it just comes down to them not going for enough information. They realistically don't have much to be able to gain it, you know. You're talking about a Cypher cam or something, just trying to stick it in deep and see what's about. But here they've got nothing of the sort there. And so they're indecisive. They weren't sure about A to B. They were trying to fake B, hoping they'd move off A. The lads weren't going for it. They just thought, you know, with us being there, with all pistols, we're better the full stacked site, and it worked out for them.
The ulti is coming out here from Net for Blade Storm, standing by, ready to receive, trying to look above. A nice angle there to work with, but couldn't see any of the players. Neither going to get a shot off against them. We've got DPS watching into the site itself. Will peek in, see ahead, trying to burst through. Spray back does some damage. Net eventually gets that kill on Aki.
Over the top.
Did he actually go over the top?
Off the
Okay.
wall, yeah. You can't actually get over it, but you can throw knives or throw a few shots down. That's incredible.
And Russell find a trade back at the very least to keep things at an even standing. Luzza wrap around, try and look for a different way in. On towards the site, they will make their way up for a spike plant, a retake again, trying to get out of dodge. Rush trying to set something up here towards the mid control. I think there's some smoke out towards the main entrance. Yeah, 2 players siphoned off on the site itself. Brody's trying to, so we can catch off the 2 players. They're both back towards Dark though, so he's aiming in the wrong direction. Cray will get stunned for a moment. Brody and Net get those trades together. Manic sprays from the rifles, the pistols coming up good. Net caught off by Paranoia, still known towards the backlines. Comes out with that Blade Storm, shut down by Luzza. Re-smokes the cross, tapping it up. Damage has been done. DPS comes up under the spike diffuser, knowing where that spike's been stuck as well. They're back on it once again. Taps through the smoke, will clear. 1v1 now, and Weber will hold the 2K. He's not washed. He's got 6 for Rix.
Oh, and you look at Taran Mill there, not wanting to go for the plunk. Sorry, for the defuse quick enough. It's hurt them. Should be fine money-wise again for a bit of a half by light armor. And I'm looking at Brody there, going full armor and picking up a Spectre. So both sides in a very similar camp here. So it's all going to come down to straight up skill, Jay.
Leaning in towards the B site once again for the attacking side, Rix.
Careful.
2 players here to defend against the 3rd man can rotate. They are keeping their eyes on the mid position just in case though. Recon darts up, Cray's ready I believe with a shock dart.
Off your feet!
Omen's going to get behind them as Rolling Thunder starts coming in. Ulti's poured into this site offensive, and here comes the attacking side. Russ held out towards this corner. He played this position before, and he's going to get checked by Weber in this one. Net making his way in as Cray finds the quick kill. 2 kills in the end. Aki trades back as the rotations of backup get back here, but they gain access to the site. In the back room, a 3-on-2. Spike is on the back of Weber. He needs to get that planted.
Reinforcements came through so strong there, and like you said, the spike still needs to go down. 40 seconds.
Get out of my way.
You look at this and feel that Taran Mill are just in the driver's seat right now. They're just waiting to hear that spike start to be planted, and then they'll
30
rush
seconds
in.
left.
They know got the time on their side. Luzza's already prepped the Blade Storm. It's going to be entrance regardless, perhaps. Now that they will hear that spike plant coming in, he gets top of the roof. Justice right towards the back lines as Weber gets dealt with. Luzza's got 1 player to find. He can't quite get that shot off, but Brody is there on the side. The distraction comes through. They will be able to secure 11 on that retake. Taran Mill inching, creeping closer and closer to that map point. The defenders have played such a great game so far. Only 2 required now to close it out.
Right there.
I wish we had infused in between the games, Jay, right now, because the response, the thought, the mindset over towards Rix has got to be something else.
Mate, if we get like a post-match interview with both of the players, I believe we need to get Russ in to represent his squad because it would be so poetic. So poetic indeed. Rifles out, coming in, very early plays up. They need to try and get this round together, Rix, else they may be out of the game.
They might be indeed. It is still to win, so you can turn it around, but Rix,
Right there.
so much to turn around. You got to think just to get another 6 in a row just to send us into OT is massive. What an ask for them. So they're making a good push down mid.
Information being gained by the defenders. They've seen that 1 player towards me with that recon drone tagging up. Rushing moment back here towards B main. Good shot on hype. That's a good defensive hell once again. Repositions towards a different corner and DPS is ready for it. Shuts him down. Simple kill. Paranoia out, Hunter's Fury from DPS checking out the market area, but again, his placements with his ultimate have not been the best. Not able to get those tags, all those kills, all that information for that matter. Spike can't cross just yet. It's a little bit open. Have got a line in, but Cray could peek out any moment, shut down DPS. He will not time it right though.
No, and Spike will go down here. They're going to go for the retake, and they're sort of guessing
30 seconds left.
where this Spike is going to go down. There it is. It's retake, man advantage, Jay. Should be simple work, but let's see what happens.
Also going with a pistol here to tap up the first player, take him down. Weber held towards that corner, brings out the pistol of his own right, but Brody and Cray clean him and Nep right up. Very efficient retake coming in from the Taran Mill side. So a lot of that out of Rix, but it's been executed so much more effectively and professionally there from the Taran Mill camp. Now 6 rounds up against the Rix side. Map point for the defenders.
Is indeed, and what is the mindset of Rix right now? Because they've got a full buy. Like, you can't half-heartedly take this, expect to on the save, and you can see that from the buy-ups from them. This is going to require every strat that they can think of, and that hasn't been used yet. And they, to me, seem indecisive right here.
They have looked pretty indecisive throughout the entire game in general, but now more so than ever. Split up, Recon Bolt's going to see 3 players. They've got so much info off 1 piece of kit. Luzza's watching, ready for that player. The smoke goes up. He expected him to peek in. Maybe almost got that wallbang. It's Brody instead with the opening kill. Capiz to fall. 5 on 4. They just need 4 more picks for Taran Mill to take this opening map up of the series.
So it looks like an A push. They do still have time to take it back if they want. But no, you've got to commit now. The full team is stacked. Oh, Weber, what a shot. Cray.
Cray getting his 2 in that one. Spike has got to get picked up here. DPS will now get caught off by the tracking dart. Information gained on him, but it's him and Neph up for
30
the
seconds
defensive.
left.
Marshall standing up at heaven. Where are they going to put the spike down? Well, it might not matter because here comes Rolling Thunder, just evaded by Neph, eventually taken out by Aki, and now DPS standing alone. Brody coming in from the link area, and it will be defeat for the Rix GG side. Taran Mill, what a result for them. Clear underdogs, all the trash talk coming through, but they've got the gameplay to back it up.
They do indeed. I feel bad. Predictions going against them. That's just purely because, you know, you've got the stats behind it. But the passion today is clearly with Taran Mill. They have worked so hard to be able to get that game. And 13-6, to me anyway, Jay, that's fairly confidently. You look at that and we wouldn't have been surprised from the OT. But there, Rix.gg, they just did not have an answer to what Taran Mill was throwing down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Taran Mill coming off the momentum of the semi-final. They were in the second semi-final of the day. And Russ has not missed a beat since that point. 22 kills in that map-up. Easily my MVP of that map-up as well here, Bacon. Like, it's looked so good from him. You know, again, just from a basis of like being a supportive element and from being a fragging perspective. The last 2 maps he's played so far, he's gone above 20. And this is one of those ones where it's just so poetically good for him.
It is indeed. And like when we're looking at these players, you look towards the lower side of their team, like Luzza and Aki, and it's that case of they've stepped back from what we saw earlier where they were trying to get those frags on in, especially Luzza. And Luzza's being more distraction right now, isn't he? Aki as well is just making good use of utility. So it's that case of you don't just have to frag, it's about providing help for your teammates. Because we've seen Brody as well go on with some amazing like flashes through the wall. Cray has been absolutely nuts with those recon and the shock bolts to try and just get coverage of area. And like I said, Russ is just, I don't know, he's taking heads at the moment and no one's going to stop him.
Yeah, again, he's been such an amazing element for this squad. I'm well chuffed to see him sort of doing as well as he did, and especially a player that I'm looking at like thinking, oh, I've got other veterans in his lineup and other veterans in this server that you think, okay, they're going to be able to really step up to the plate and be the damage dealers. But Ross being that main man at the moment is working so wonderfully for Taran Mill because he's leading the charge by such an effective element. And, you know, Ascent being their map pick, you would have hoped that they would have been able to have a confident affair on it. That's exactly what they've done right there. Moving into Haven, though, is where things are going to get a bit more interesting for me. Now, we've talked a lot about how it's a very offensively based map in this in this pool, but obviously the defenders have really shown today. You know, two very great four very great defender-based halves coming in from the respective semi-finals. But in a bit more of a confident affair, do you think that's finally going to change here for the Taran Mill squad?
I don't know. Taran Mill, we got to see them earlier on Haven. It was a pretty good showing as well. It just... I don't want to call it because you look at the difference between two maps and it's night and day, right? With the free maps, you generally don't ever go for B. It's just a through road into the others and more of a rotation path. So I don't want to call anything, especially when you look at Haven and just how many boxy corners there are, how many long corridors as well. It's a completely different mindset. And who knows? It might favor Rick's a little bit better, but I don't know what to call anymore, purely because that was such an outstanding performance from Taran Mill that I don't think, and I know you guys at home don't really have any clue, because 53% of people had voted that Rick's GG would take it 2-0. Us, as casters, had voted the 2-0, and now that's just all thrown into a loop, isn't it?
A total of 81% of the vote over on the Twitter page, and the Twitter poll actually did say that Rick's GG would take it either 2-0 or 2-1. The majority of those people, of course, being the Rick's GG 2-0 predictions. So a lot of people had Rick's down to win this one, and for good reason, you know, by all logic, it should be. That 2-1 prediction from Taran Mill, though, could be a little bit more of a possibility. As well as that, with them being up by a map right now, all they've got to do is win one more, and then 3.6% of you would have been able to predict a Taran Mill 2-0 upset, which, if you do that, I got yeah, big brains. Hats off to you because they probably don't fit your head. You know, like that's it's a very unlikely situation we're at here, Bacon. But I wanted to ask you, based on that potential that we saw from that first map, do you think Taran Mill can bring the Thunder back on their opponent's map pick?
Yes, they can, of course, naturally. It's all going to come down to Russ, I think, right here, because you notice how his frags were very much self-contained. It wasn't like a case of lots of assists there. He was getting the damage, and quite often Taran Mill would also get those, especially off of Russ, those opening picks where you notice after that Ricks then fell back and waited to make a second push afterwards. And it's all about just not only wasting out that time, but also getting the numbers advantage in your favor. And Taran Mill were great on that, just having a lot of coverage whilst not putting themselves at risk, especially on that defense. On the attack, though, that was just a nuts case where they were covering generally two opening paths, but having naturally at least two people on those same routes, so that whilst the defenders were a little bit too spread out from Ricks, the attackers, however, were capitalized upon that. And it seems just more a case of Taran did their homework. They know their opponents more than their opponents know them, and had planned strats to completely counter them.
Well, I mean, you know, as we were mentioning earlier, you know, the addition of Russ is certainly going to aid in that particular respect to know the small intricacies. And Russ, for me, has been outplaying his opponents so well. You know, when you play with former teammates, or you play against former teammates, you'll know their little, like, you know, idiosyncrasies and their little ticks that you'll be able to use against them. You know, even like the slightest little thing, like, oh, he, like, you know, does a little bit of like a shoulder peek here, or usually he plays his position, he does it like this in this movement style, or he does this or does that. Various different little nuances that we could spend a whole hour or two talking about here that can tip the favor to him. And honestly, you talk about it being self-contained, it does feed into the idea that Russ knows what he's doing. He knows how to outplay the squad, and well, him and his team, they've outplayed them pretty effectively so far. Going into Haven is obviously where I'm expecting the attacking side to really step up for them here. Now, in terms of the side picks, Taran Mill decided to go on defense once again, so they want to start things off over in that blue half of the map. I'm not certain that's the right call here. I understand that obviously last time they also went to defensive when it came to that map, but you got to remember that for Taran Mill, that Haven map that they played in the semi-finals, that was the closest map of the day up until this point.
It was indeed, and I don't know, Taran Mill, I like their attacks. So going defense first just seems to be setting the tone. I realistically think the side choice has, much lesser role than the actual map pick itself. So here, I'm not too worried. I just want to see what we get into when we get into the arena. Taran Mill starting things off in defense isn't that much of a biggie. They're a great attack inside. So it feels to me more like if it was anything, that they feel like they can recover in the second half.
Map 2 is about to go live here on Haven. Ricks are down by 1. If they lose this next map, they'll be out of those grand finals in 2-0. The most unlikely result of the day, certainly when it comes to this grand finals in isolated fashion. Definitely didn't expect to see this one coming through for this affair, but you never know. Maybe Artist was not as required over on the Taran Mill side. They start things off on the defensive half. Ricks GG over on attack. Had a bit of a moment to figure things out, try and figure out how they're going to outplay and outperform Taran Mill.
Well, indeed. Looking at these buy-ups, very standard. Just trying to notice any change-ups in agents, but no, same old, same old.
We don't have
difference you could
Killjoy
argue.
anymore.
I'm saying pretty standard for this map. We got Raze now instead of Killjoy over on that side. But you can definitely see from Ricks, one thing we didn't see earlier was the Cypher, and that's purely because they've got set up some defenses. But here, we're in for a C push. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens, really.
Finger guns.
Pistol round coming up here. 2 players on C defense. You've got early smokes in, taps up from Rust Blind. Now seeing all the abilities coming in. His location has been revealed. I don't think Craze has, but out towards this corner, trying to get towards that site, manages to get nothing done actually here. Brody, that's that kill back. Trade skin against Hype's own part of things. 3 versus 2 scenario. Aki's going to get suppressed, doing damage to 2 players at the edge of the boxes, but they'll get a spike plant in. They'll suppress. There'll be no real way in, and only a handful of abilities to work with. Loza making his way up, but mostly going to support his teammate. They're low on HP across most of the board.
And look at this set. They've planted the spike in view of C long, so they know as soon. But there's the smoke coming on out. Do they have a pinpoint on where it was?
No, they
the
don't.
The defuse is coming off.
Oh! Loza! Moments away, probably a split second away from sticking that, but not to be in the end. Good effort from the defense. They had a couple extra seconds on those smokes. Those intricate details matter because those orbs don't quite last as long as something like, Omen's smoke, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And that's massive for them. If they had that Omen in play, it could have been a very different story.
It could have. Perhaps would have. But we'll see what happens here. And you can see some great opening. Looking to try and get control of the mid, but no one's there. Naturally, Taran Mill trying to be a bit more conservative, a bit more passive. After, they just lost the last round. So rightfully so, with the disadvantage of weaponry, they're just going to stay back for a bit.
Here.
The opening pistol going the way of the Ricks GG side. Taran Mill down to the pistols here. No defuse. Do get the pistols up in aggressive. Initially, Russ taking his face out towards C long, eventually backs up towards the garage window and joins the B side defense. No one is watching mid actively. Eventually, Russ will get there. Can be a walk in over to the C side, but they've got tripwires in place, so won't be quite as effective on that C play as you might expect. A side's going to be the contest here from the Ricks camp.
So have they heard? Definitely, they've heard the footsteps of them making the transfer over towards A.
30 seconds
this will
left.
Definitely be a retake coming on
Spike
out.
planted.
Crow seen one in that back line. Cape is. Knows where that pistol is at. Should know it's just pistols. Netful get himself 2 frags. Hype will fall. Capers and Weber chiming in. Brody gets one more pick back, trying to do some damage. Gets a secondary kill, not quite a third. Crosshair placement, not great on net. Capers picking up from long. 2-0 start. Decent damage done by Taran Mill, though.
It was. Yeah. Brody, when you look at it, he was able to get a lot of damage put out, right? He was able to drop 2 players. So, when the fight is turned against you, at least that's something. Because looking over towards Rix, it's not the most confident buy-ups. Neff here going for the Vandal. Was thinking about the Stinger, trying to save up for an Operator for next round, but no, they know the deal. They know that their opponents are going to have a full buy-in here now, and this is where the real battle begins.
Okay, Piz lead his charge up with his teammates fast into the B site, it seems. They've got Paranoias and Smokes coming up. Hype will try and make his way around. He's pushed up quite far forward. He'll push forward. C2 players get a dink off on the second. Couldn't quite finish the kill. Cray and Russell fall in the interim. Luzza going to try sneak in from the right-hand side of the site. Spike plant fades once 2 players seen, but Luzza doesn't react in time, and Aki's left alone in the 1-on-4. Backed up, way out of dodge. Flashed out, completely blind. They can go towards the C site. I think they recognize that Aki's over there towards a connector.
Yeah, and just going to say, Aki with the Vandal currently in hands, just let it be. Boy, just let it be. Get out of there. Save that gun. It could be useful in the next round because there ain't any hope you're going to be able to do a 1v4. And on the opposite end, they're going hunting. They're fishing right now. Wonder if they're going to lay any bait, though.
There's no real reason for Aki to challenge this. At best, they probably might send a couple players out to try and hunt for him, but I don't even think they're going to do that. Based on their positioning, based on how carefully they're playing this. Just checking corners, peeking back into their cubbies. Not much contest here from the Rix side. Force backs, Taran will concede a 3-0 start to their rivals, to their opposition. It's been a great start on attack as well, you know. Again, this is part of the reason why I doubted the defensive pick from them. Because Rick could have a lot of momentum swinging into this one, and if they can keep this streak going, this half will be under wraps very quickly.
Will be. And one thing I liked at the end, though, actually, from Aki was withdrawing the trip mines, so you can just carry that into the next round. Nice little play, which often gets overthought that, you know, with Cypher you can recover some of your gadgets there. So coming into this one, it's not going to be the biggest hurt, but you can see it's going to definitely be a weird buy-up. Luzza choosing the shorty there. I must weave my web. Cray not going for anything. Yep, they're saving on. It's an eco.
Stack up, round and about here for the attackers. And the eco has gone relatively well in the past. A rifle could be good and effective here. They've not got the worst situation in the world when it comes to the setup. Obviously, those pistols will still be a little bit damaging, but the fact that they've saved one rifle may well still be a decent piece of kit. For now, it's very passive. I think they recognize that with the shots coming in from the rifles. They may suspect a force buy coming in.
What's the saying, Jay? It's quiet. Too quiet. Is
very appropriate considering the setup here.
Yeah, the transfer over towards A is quite frankly very obvious. With that Aldrin coming out, they've got to hear that. They know what's coming.
5 players stacked in. They will cover off the B side with that Omen. Dark cover down. Fire in the hole for Nep, doesn't get anything done out there. Hype comes up with those 2 frags very quickly. Showstopper shut down. There's still 2 frags and they make their way in. K-Piz next to fall, 30 seconds, pistols out. Cray still wrapped around as Brody falls, but DPS drops that last man of the defensive side. A good stack, but not good enough. 4-0, 3 players alive, so the money can build for the attacking side, and the buy-up can come through from Taran.
Oh. That was comedy in play, sorry. Neff with the showstopper, the whole fire in the hole, jumps out into the center and instantly drops to the ragdoll, just swinging across the A side. It was beautiful there. But again, another very confident round coming on out from Rix.gg. 4-0 on attack is incredible. But with the operator in play now for Taran, hopefully their luck changes. And that's a nice camera.
Cover going out.
Some a recon dart out to the back of the site to see who's on C. Gonna get shut down immediately, and as you mentioned, that camera getting all the information. When he wants to play out towards that long position, it all comes down to Cypher's timing and whenever he will be able to see those individuals. Also got some tripwires up, so could be a bit of a revealing entity for them. Indeed, it does reveal itself out now. Rolling Thunder in, KP's catches one with his back turn, gets that frag on Russ. Brody can change it, Loza on rotate back towards the site. Boombot gets shut down, Spike Plum will be secured. Fourth player on his way in, it'll be a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, and once again, that C-long stack to try and cover it. But look at the idea of the rotation. Brody's called it, though. He's looking at a garage, but just looked at the wrong time.
So have a cage up, tripwire activated, more smokes coming in. Hunter's Fury on that Spike Plum position, countered by Hunter's Fury, the defensive side. They're going to get in the fall, actually. 3 on 2, they could still win this out. They've got to get this up by suppressing fire, but now flanks coming in from Weber, in from Con, trade back to a one-on-one. Laza firing through against Hype. I don't know if he's got time for this, but he definitely hasn't now. Kill on from Hype, comes up to a 5-0 for the attackers. And Rex GG holding on to that round by a thread. What a good effort on the retake.
Yeah, just close, but not close enough. Taran Mill, you almost feel bad there, and it's going to be such a costly round, especially, you know, after buying up the operator. They're back to ground zero, they're back to step 1. And probably some, yeah, it's a half buy.
Ult is coming out from Loza again with Blade Storm, hearing that Boombot coming out. Doesn't detect him just yet, so he can sit there pretty nicely. Boombot got glitched out here as Loza looks for the opening kill. Nope, Blade Storm wasted. Weber shuts him down immediately. As you mentioned, the money's not great here for this camp. They're just sitting back with their current line of things. Rotations are inbound, and KP's going to hear those wrap rounds, catching off Aki with a quick headshot. 5 on 3, Spike Plant secured towards the A site, and there shouldn't be much of a contest here from the defensive.
Oh, and even
wow.
Capers gets that. Oh, that's killer.
One enemy remaining.
This is a lot more like the game I was expecting to see from Rich GG, except I would have expected a little bit more resistance from Taran Mill. 6-0 to start, and they can't allow them to go flawlessly here. If they can get a 12-0 half like they have done so far today, then Taran Mill could be in a lot of trouble for at least this map, maybe if not the series.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe that first game was just a wake-up call for Rix.gg. I mean, less cool than maybe like a bucket of icy water over the head, right? Because right now they seem to have taken that break, gone and got coffee, energy drinks, whatever have you, and they are ready for this because they look unstoppable right now. Taran Mill have got so close, but it just does not matter.
Just love the visual of Rick GG just lying in bed, knocks at the door. Who is it? It's Russ. Just pours water all over them. Russ has not actually had much. Russ has actually not had as much of a good game in this second map as he did in the first one, actually. Take a look at those numbers in a moment's time in the buy time, because right now the attackers are back on the offensive over to the A side play. Brody first to fall. Cape is already back behind Dark. Loza has no idea. Neither does his teammate. Cape is allowed a 2K. Russ and Cray will trade things back to a 3-on-2 with the player also being low HP for the attacking forces. The spike plant will be secured though, so they have set up a retake.
They have indeed. 3v2, it's still very possible, but they've got to swing out at the same time and just win it on sheer frags. This has got to be clutch.
Attackers moving in. Aki looking for the player at Dark, sees the man straight through. Cape is wins out his 3K. Cray's blind as a bat. 7-0 for Rix GG. Let's have a look at these stats once again. Russ, a single kill so far.
So,
and
it's a weird thing, right? Capers was the bottom fragger last game. Now he's come into Haven and is a new man. Like, this is the weirdness of Rix for me. Just how the team, anyone can just do the work. There's no sort of, like, formula to it. So who knows?
Very different performance here in our second map. This was the map that Russ restarted his run off of dominant form in the first semi-final as well. So seeing him sort of drop off now is a bit of a concerning element. Recon drone coming through. I don't know if they spotted that player who's directly in front of Lazar. You can see on the X-ray, charts forward, gets that kill. Shot in, and now he's got a Vandal to work. We've got players that he knows are somewhere around his corner. Boombot from Neph might be able to force him out of position, but 1-for-1 trades coming through, 2-for-1 all in all in the favor of the defenders. Lazar is suppressed to a corner, needs to get a kill or get out, and he will get taken out instead.
And that Cypher is going to be massive. Webelo taking down Russ. Brody, the only one left standing. Is this going to be a save? Or a bold retake?
Planted.
Got his knife out. Benji switch over to the Sheriff. Got to check it's right inside. Not ready for Neph. Expect them all to be on B. It's understandable. Expected a spike plant, of course, coming through on that position. But of course, that nice positioning angle, of course, from the C site entrance. A&O up. Rex have won the half, and they're continuing to stack round on round here on attack. And Taran Mill are just coming up with no answers so far here, Bacon.
Yeah, and you look at there, Brody, yeah, wouldn't expect someone to be sitting on C. You would expect with all three players, one looking towards the left, one looking towards right, and then back towards the spawn. So it's just Neph going on a creative angle, and all that is there. They called this right? Oh, close.
Again, it's Neph to open up. The frag counts, takes out one. Look at Weber, not giving away any information. Does get caught off eventually by the recon bolt, but will get forced back in the end. Just goes back of his own accord. Only one player being seen towards this side of the map, though. They're going to make their way on towards the C site, and Aki's going to have to try and make his way out. Neph here with Showstopper, misses out the shot. Doesn't matter, because his teammates got the kill on Brody. The spike plant will be secured. Hunter's Fury from Cray, trying to see if he can catch somebody back here, but just nothing is being done here with these ultimates. 4-on-3, retake up for Taran Mill on the back foot for this one. They're going to have to go for it at this stage. They need to get some sort of rounds on the board. Making their way up. Paranoia will catch Cray. Nice out in the open. Neph gets that kill pretty easy. Aki gets a frag back. Lazar making his way inside for upload. He's going to be able to see where the enemies are out towards that long position. Back on a spike. Secondary smoke down. Lazar just firing through. Putting a third one up. They're going to stick this whole thing. They might just get it. They're going to sneak it in. They tried that earlier in the half. This time it'll actually work out for them as two stay alive. And at long last, Taran Mill get their first at the defender board.
And an operator saved, Jay, is massive. Aki being able to save a Vandal will be interesting. Yep, buying the Vandal for Brody there. So that, for this round anyway, has repaired the economy. Admittedly, Aki's still on that light armor, but that's A-okay, that's not a problem. But the opposite end cannot say the same. Lowest is 4,000 on Neph. This is not a problem for them.
A very important follow-up round required here for Taran Mill. Getting information out on the early contact plays, but they're unable to catch any of the others. Rick's side going much more passive after losing that first one. Lazar going to look for the operator's shot. He's not going to get anything out of this one. Rolling Thunder out towards mid. Neph and Weber will open things up on Russ and Brody. Easy kills to the 5-on-3. And they're all stacked in towards this B-site control. Aki's position's revealed, gets that kill back regardless, but no further offenders here to try and take him down.
No, and that drop there coming in handy, but they should know that the A push is coming on through. And yes, they do. Up to heaven from Lazar. This spike is going to be planted. And now, time is ticking.
And the dodge flashes in again to try blind off players. In the heaven position, Lazar will still peek in. Got two rifles moving out, one player in dark they've got to deal with. And Hype gets that kill. Playing his position so well so far. Flashing against the next player, he'll get taken out. And Loza does find an exit frag, but 2 more to find. Not enough time to the clock. Make his way in against the next player, and Hype will shut him down. And the attackers will be able to secure 9. Return against Taran Mills' first round of the half as well, and things are just looking so ugly for this defensive.
Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting there. They had the option to pick up the offer, and they decided not to. So clearly, just going on attack anyway with the Vandals, and you can appreciate that, can't you, Jay? Just knowing that gives you a little bit more versatility, doesn't it?
Rebuy up. Into round 11. Things are going to come up good for Taran Mill in the end, or they could be out of this one very quickly into our 3rd map. Disappointing way to go to that 3rd map as well here. So he talked about the idea of seeing, you know, the 3-map affair in this grand final, but not like this.
My camera is destroyed.
Rix. Very passive along their line, expecting aggression to come through from some of the Taran Mill players, and indeed there is a peek out from Russ. Loza falls towards the A-site play though, so it's a 4-on-4.
Is indeed. And you talk about that 3rd map, who knows? It's still all to play for here. The trade's coming on out, 4 aside. Definitely possible to try and hold off and go 3 to 9. Russ with the teleport, noticing no one on A.
That's fine for KP, as he'll be able to clear up the 2 players over on the B mid area, extending very far out. No one checked his corner at the garage entrance. Join up with his teammates. Brody can't catch anything. Might flash his way through. Sees the man. The timing's awkward. He gets that headshot down though. Spike plant secured. Boombot shut down here by Russ in the end. And a retake up for these 2 individuals. Good flash in time so well against Russ's Park. They will take out Brody, but now 3 players in the server, of which 2 will remain for the attacking 10th round.
Last round in the half.
Timing just so rotten for Taran Mill there, Jay. And it's one of those where it just comes down to game sense, doesn't it? Like, it almost feels unlucky, but going in the corner there, you think towards Weber, he should have been able to hear it, but no. Oh, sorry, it was Brody onto Capers. Should have been able to hear the man jumping up into the window. So come now, last round, just throw a thing at them. See what sticks.
Look at how far back Capers are pushed in. They were going to read it, but he still gets that frag. 2 players off to his left. He reads it coming in, flashes around, does not blind him off for long. Brody will be getting enough to get that kill in the end. Net here with Showstopper, sees 1 player in the corner, flicks back with the rocket, gets that kill. 4 on 3. Blades fall out from Loza again to try and recover this, but as Russ falls, there's going to be 1 or 2 players left for what is an impossible retake. It's been impossible so far for this team. Good headshot on Weber. That's as far as it goes. Brody to clutch it, to recover this for his side. Some down here with a fault line. Going to stun off 1 player in that corner, but doesn't do enough to capitalize on it. Looks to the back line, checks that corner once again. Good headshot on the 1 man, not quite on the 2nd. And there it is, 11-1 for the half of the Rix attacking side. How dominant was that?
Yeah, and it just comes down to hype there on the end, just so clutch. And he's been doing so much of that. As the last man into sight, as the Cypher, he's just looking to hold it down. And quite often it's the second man to get on the kills. And he has just been doing massive work there. Left from 1. It all comes down to this right now for Taran Mill. They've got to start things off right. They've got to get, you know, this pistol round, then the eco following up, and then just hope to snowball it from there, because they cannot drop even 1 single round. Otherwise, quite frankly, it's over.
It's got to be perfect from here for Taran Mill. If they get a decent basis, they can afford to take 1 round and still go to overtime, but ideally they need his pistol, else they'll be on force back to try and recover it, and look at how quickly they're going to go into the B-site play. They have left it pretty open for the Rix side. And at least it's an opportunity for Taran Mill Give themselves a survival round. Very passive at this stage. KP's caught up at a fault line once again. Stunned here by the Taran Mill camp. And no further positions taken. Finally, DPS gets that kill back on the defensive. Hype as the Tracer's Laser goes down. Boom bombing spotted. Distracts Brody for a moment. Eventually gets him killed off. Two standing. Aki continuing to be suppressed from the mid window. Expecting players to be out there. Meanwhile, Russ comes in towards the side. Gets Hype. Gets that kill. They're back here with a second player out. Good shot from the Ghost. Still two more players around this corner. They're expecting it. They haven't checked the right angle. Russ with 3 picks. Is he finally going to show up? He'll get shut down by the Quadra at DPS, but he's got no time for the defuse. And a big, big round for Taran Mill. They'll lose so much for it, but they'll gain the round.
A massive round for Taran Mill, and now it comes down, what do you do with this round? Here, you've not got enough for a full on buy, of course. Going for Spectres. Maybe we'll see a couple of Stingers. No, full Spectres, so it's a full send. Like we said, Jay, they understand the weight of the current situation and that they have to full send into the second round, second half.
Information being gained on the attacking forces. Hype's going to try to press forward and take somebody down, but it's just going to be Luzza there with a simple kill to shut him down instead. Players all coming out towards the long control, fast stack in. Meanwhile, 2 players continue to aggress towards this short control. One more player wraps around the back lines as well. That Omen ready to receive over on the part of the defensive side. The backstab in for this retake, which it will have to be a retake. Brody does get DPS to a 5-on-3. The Pistols get overwhelmed by the main saber via the attacking forces. Spike plant down, Neph goes next. No chance left here for Rix.
So Brody and Capers, what are they thinking right now? It's just got to be going for exit frags, right? They've got the exit routes locked on down. Capers sort of locked in there. Oh, he's going to get caught. God, no, he heard it.
They know. Still Brody flashed. And Weber make his way out of here. All players on the hunt, even though realistically it makes no sense. Not taking much out of the hands of these players here. Could be giving up so much more in return, but no, Brody gets this Quadra. An appropriate third to the board of Taran Mill. Rix now. The chance to buy, and that's exactly what they'll do. Vandals coming out against 4 players. Rifles across the entire board. Still mostly SMGs in for the Taran Mill side. They can treat this as a bonus round, but really need to come out with a good one here to keep the streak rolling, to stop map point from Rix GG.
Yeah, you look at everything should be at disadvantage now for Taran Mill. Guns not as powerful. They're stuck with the SMGs. I mean, the SMGs are pretty darn good.
Cover going out.
But everything should be against them right now. But they've got to keep it that way because they cannot waste money. They've got to keep this economy so they can go into the next round. And there's your first kill. Capers and Neph taken down, but Aki gets revenge.
Capers still held out by the Cyber Cage. Location being seen. Cray wraps in to take him out. 3-on-3. And all 3 players forming up here. We're going to get a recon dart to try to see some information on the site itself. Shock dart also coming through. No info found. Spike plant will be secure now. They've seen where that player is at. Good kill from Hype. Aki takes out Weber, however, on the first face. Fault line continuing to stop them and catch them in their tracks. Sprays through if Hype knows roughly where that player's at. DPS snuck around. He's taken that moment of distraction. Turns on from Brody, though. 180 flick to the headshot, and now to win out against Hype. Backs up towards Long, and he gets the second kill. What a clutch from Brody. No right to win that. DPS had him dead to rights, but still he comes out on clutch.
DPS is lucky that he's the top fragger of his team right now. Otherwise, they'll probably be belittling him in team comms. Oh, that should have been his. It was free, but the whiff was strong. Good hold there from Brody. So right now, their economy's looking good. Can't say the same, of course, for the lads of Rix, but they've got so many rounds in the bank.
No more charges left.
No more guns in the round here for the defenders. Of course, heavy investment. I'll wait around and get the money back together for them. Hype moving in with his Sheriff still gets that kill back on Aki. Paranoia catches him blind for the moment, and eventually they do punish him for it. Not expecting Craig to be the second man so close. Smokes up. Multi-orbs taken by KPs, which honestly is a priority at this stage because they're not going to get much in out of this round. Probably some exit frags, potentially some rifles dropped, but realistically, it's be a 5th for the Taran Mill side, and Rix will not be able to do much about it.
Yeah, I'm expecting these exit frags, but they look to be going hunting right now. You can see up towards heaven. They're going for the retake here?
I think they are. DPS rush trading. DPS coming up with another good pick. Hold the phone. Flashing against the next player. Oh my god. Brody suddenly alone here. Needs to put Rolling Thunder down, try and force them off the spike. I think he may have just done enough here. Gets that transfer, the spray to the second man. Are they on it? Have they got it? No, they haven't. KP is a little bit too late to the marker. And that will be a 5th again for Taran Mill. So much damage being done to these players though, but that Rolling Thunder really saved them in that round.
Yeah, you look at Capers as well, because he was over trying to pick up the ultimate orb. It took him so long to rotate around to A, especially when he didn't particularly want to sprint the entire way, just in case he got heard on out. So here, they've sort of made their own bed and now they've got to lie in it. It's even Stevens once again. 4 rounds now going in favor to Taran Mill.
Stepped up massively in this second half. What a big turnaround by contrast to the first. And Brody in particular, currently on 17 kills here for his squad, having a fantastic game. A Rust style game, if you will. Quick entries into the C site. We'll see the spike plant taken. Weber will not be unable to deny it from here. Can be a member of the retake. It's a 5v5 retake at that as well. Some players being suppressed towards the garage. And Russ going to try and get behind the enemy lines here. He'll teleport in and eventually just fall back to look for information as a result. Cyber cage is up, suppression coming through. Time is ticking away. Not much of it left for the defenders to make their way up. Brody does get caught off guard. 2-for-1 trade. Aki holds his own of a 2-for-2 trade. Cray out, trying to take some players down. 1 player left in KP is now seen here. And Brody will end up falling. Smoke down. Is he going to get the spike? I think he might just do it. No. Spray through from Aki, shuts it out, knowing exactly what he was going to go for there. And it's just starting to heat up now. Taran Mill, a serious chance now with their 6th to the attacking board.
Well, if Rix can get 11 on the attacking side, what's to stop Taran Mill getting 11 on the attacking side? It's the logic behind it, Jay, of course. They're still so much faster. They've got some great momentum, but when you look at Rix, just defense not stacking up for them, is it?
I mean, you can take a look at the boards and see exactly how little it is stacking up. 5 rounds in a row for Taran Mill. Ulti orbs going to get picked up by players who tried to use them earlier. They have been wasted for the most part, but they've got a decent stack of them in now. 1 more for DPS to get his ultimate together. On the sheer firepower basis, right now it's Taran Mill, the ones that are winning things out. Luzza dashes straight in towards the B site. Can secure a plant from here. Indeed, Hype will go falling. Pistol out for Weber, just tapping his way through blind. Unable to get much out of this. Spike plant, KPiz falls next. 5 on 3, making it 2. As all the defenders get picked apart.
Yeah, they don't really have much to save here, so it's all about trying to get damage onto your opponents. Good nade out there as Neff is looking to just do something. Wait upon teammate. Oh, that trade was tasty though.
Gets at least 1 frag. Something to be found. Bonus cash, but of course they're going to have a buy up here anyway, so here they come. With the rifles. No operators, by the way. I haven't seen much of that so far in this half. Not even from Luzza. Which, to its credit, obviously, with the recent nerfs of the operator, this is the one thing I was expecting to see. Attacking force operators not coming into full fruition.
This is going to be fun.
And for Luzza, just means you're going to be back on a regular Vandal. Sat and ready on the defaults here for the attackers, Taran Mill. Going to try to play this round looking for kills, looking for players to aggress. You can see how passive both lines are here on the minimap.
Yeah, and already rotations out from C. Expect another B Possibly A push, as you can see here. The calls coming in from defense are very preemptive with very little information.
I'm going to smoke down to buy some cover here for the long control. Might sell him on the idea of a C-site take, but the spike is out towards A long. Dash in for Luzza, shut down by Net. Rolling Thunder will try force his teammate out. They're going to try force forward, look for information. DPS now up in heaven. No one's checked it. That's a kill against Cray. Hype gets Aki next up. One player on site is Russ. Paranoid now as his addition gets revealed by the recon bolt. All the info being gathered up by the defensive forces. He's got that spike. Has he got a way out? Can he teleport over towards the seaside? He's going to have to try and fight this alongside Brody and Hunter's Fury. Going to try to press him into the corner now. Brody going to get stunned. Still lines up a kill. Potentially a second. No, Capers trades it. Russ gets it to a 1 versus 2. Needs that spike plant pretty desperately. Very open as position, has no other choices, but now forces them to come to him.
Yeah, and they should know that he's down in darkness right now. It's Russ. What is the plan? He's going to be quite far away from the recon. He's going looking! Okay.
It would have been a good idea if Weber wasn't already sitting in that smoke. 12 to the board. Rix finally getting to map point here in our second of the series. But an effort and a half, to say the least here, to get this final round back on their board. They need to get one more good round to win the map outright and take us to a third. Taran Mill, however, they've got momentum. They've shown that they can shut this defensive down pretty effectively. All they need is 5. And if they can get this next round on the board, they can convert back. They can shut down some serious offensive. And Luzza's back on the operator this time. I wonder what he's planning to do here.
No more time.
I wonder indeed. As all action is underway, it's going to be a heavy, quick push towards A. And looking at Riggs, they know it.
Enemy down.
Oh, 2 good kills for DPS and Hype. Aki and Russ to fall very quickly here. Operators, Cray and Brody looking on for individual picks back here past the cyber cage, but as it clears, they'll see nothing. And Hype still holding a very open angle. Will he be seen? Will he get taken out? He gets that first operator shot in for Luzza's part, unable to connect the kill. No damage sustained. He falls back out of dodge, tries to play from a different angle. Defensive is locked, though. They know what they're playing at.
Yep. Recon dart, not going to be the option here, but no one moving onto A. Got the time to fall back, but realistically,
No more charges left.
oh, what a sight.
Still suppressed from the site.
Here.
Right, waiting inside that corner.
30 seconds left.
Off your feet!
Trying to get some sort of entry here with Rolling Thunder, but not towards Hype, the main defender. Craig, look to your right-hand side, my friend, because that's where you're going to get killed off from. Hype now, limiting it down to 1.
I know
as Brody
exactly
stands
where.
alone, 15 seconds, no time to rotate back to the site. He'll spray through, but it will be Capers there to close out the round and close out the game. 13-7 up for Rix GG. Almost lost on that comeback, but in the end, Taran Mill conceded it as we go to map 3.
We do indeed. Incredibly impressed by Taran Mill. Of course, naturally for that first map. Going to the third map, which no one really expected here. Rix with the turnaround, but Taran Mill just showing that defense here on Haven was not their strength. And maybe that's why they picked the defensive side there, Jay. It was just nearing to throw it, get it out of the way straight away. But that's one area they definitely need to work on, isn't it? Because going 11-1 is not pretty.
Absolutely, and there were some players that really stood out there. That was just incredible stuff there posted up by the Taran Mill side, but just not enough to turn it over and get themselves a victory in that comeback result. In the end, Rix GG outperformed, outgunned, outfragged everybody from a margin of double digits to singles. And as we go to a short break, we'll be back with our third map after this. It will be the third map of Split, the final one that remains. We will not get to see Bind, but we will at least get to see one final map here and one more different map in our playoff bracket. Do not go anywhere. It's our final map of the tournament after this.
In gaming, winning comes down to milliseconds. It's all about seizing every advantage you can get, like unlocked 10th gen Intel Core processors. It's easy to make sure your Intel Core processor is unlocked and overclockable. Just look for the K at the end of the processor name. Right out of the box, unlocked Intel Core processors give you an advantage with a higher base frequency along with higher max turbo frequency, giving you higher FPS and smoother gameplay even before you overclock. Overclocking is a simple way of increasing the performance of your PC and can be done on unlocked Intel processors. It lets you push processor frequency beyond factory defaults, running at very fast clock speeds to give you more power for CPU-intensive tasks, like gaming, which can mean more frames per second, giving you a smooth, more responsive gaming experience so you can react quicker and take the high ground. It's easy to confidently overclock your PC with Intel Performance Maximizer, an innovative and automated tool that allows you to reliably custom-tune select unlocked 10th gen Intel Core processors with just a few clicks. Intel Performance Maximizer customizes your overclock by analyzing your processor's unique performance potential, monitoring and adapting the overclock over time. Overclock your computer to unleash its potential and seize your advantage. Gaming happens with Intel.
Welcome back, everyone, to DinoPC's Valorant Trophy. We are amidst the grand finals, and we're all tied up going to the final and third map, which is going to be split. Jay, Bacon, you've been calling the action for the first two games. Are you surprised that we are here in a game 3, Jay?
To a certain extent, yes. To another extent, no. I mean, at the end of the day, we did see Rix as the favourite team in this tournament. We expected them to be in this position as a 2-0 fashion, if not a 2-1. I think a lot of people actually had them down as a 2-1 victory because obviously they're expecting at least a little bit of a performance from the opposing forces. But after that first map, I honestly thought it would be a lot closer in that second one, but that dominating 11-1.5 on the attacking side just left Rix in such a good position to just take it at their own pace. Eventually, when they were ready, get that final round on the board and take the win overall. There was just not enough breathing room for the TM side to be able to to be able to turn around the comeback at the end of the day. Like they got it close, but it was no cigar.
Yeah, in the interview, Brody did say they were confident on Ascent. He actually called it 2-1. He said they'd win Ascent, lose map 2, and win map 3. So the way he's predicting it, it's going that way at the moment. But Bacon, with it being split as map 3, we are looking at maybe another defensively sided map and maybe another scoreline which might look like 11-1 or 10-2. What can we see different from TM if they do find themselves once again down by a significant scoreline?
For me, it just comes down to them holding their nerve. Like, it all comes down to trying to pick off the Taran lads, doesn't it? You notice that once they're down to, say, 3 players, and they're outnumbered, they're at a heavy disadvantage because it's all about reactions to them. So they count upon one of their guys actually getting taken off and then being able to snap around once they've got a clear idea of who's coming on in. They do have I would argue the mechanical advantage on Taran Mill. Like, they just seem to be able to, when it comes to clutch, be able to pull it off. Ricks, though, we've seen, especially there in Haven, their setups just being that much stronger, weren't they?
Yeah, they were a lot stronger, and we should expect that because the Ricks have been together a longer team and they have the cohesion, they have the strategy. But you're right, the mechanical skill on the opposition side of Taran Mill is definitely there, and we knew that. We heard that in the interview. Like, these players have played together on CS, like all 10 of them, they know each other well, but certain players haven't lost to others. Brody said he's never lost to any of these players in a tournament. But, Jay, do we think that that run might come to an end? Because realistically, Ricks should have the advantage going into split here.
Yeah, I could see that being a possibility. But Russ has proven himself so far in this matchup, especially in that first map. I think in the second map he did fall off a little bit, and I think it's going to be one of my win conditions for that not to be the eventuality. He's got to step up because he was easily the main reason why they were able to take that first map. He was easily the main reason why I feel like they held a contention over the course of their semi-finals for me. Russ has got to be doing the same things that he was doing, you know, the positional plays, the push-ups, the lurks, and of course the big fragging moments that he was able to get in the second map of the last series and the first map of this series. So, you know, I think there are some quiet elements for him. And if he wants to evade, keep his undefeated streak alive, if you will, then he's got to be able to post those results back up.
We need some big stats from the boys as well. The latest poll results, 17.6% of you said that Taran Mill were going to win 2-1. 32% of you said that Ricks was going to win 2-1. So 44% of you were wrong, including these two casters who said it was going to be a 2-0, may I add. But I will allow you guys to take this one away. It's going to be the final map here in the grand finals of the DinoPC VALORANT trophy. Enjoy it.
Well, they might not be able to do 2-0, but they most certainly could still win the whole damn thing. Split is our final map of the series and our final map of the grand finals. Rick still hunting for their big win on this one, Bacon. Do you think that they've got it in them? Do you think Russ is going to step up? Do you think Brody's going to show his performance as well? Or do you think Rick's got this?
I naturally think that Ricks, with the setups, will have this. When we look over towards Taran Mill, there's some nice little rotations you can do, and defense should be easier to hold for them, naturally, with the more boxier angles. And the more straightforward map towards this, you know, it's more of a traditional FPS map, so that should give Taran Mill a little bit more leeway to what their players. But kind of say, with them starting off an attack, you know, it should at least give them a little bit of a... They can see what their opponents are going to do in defense and then maybe copy a little bit later, you know, one or two of the strats. So realistically, this is the best case right now for Taran Mill to be able to take the win.
We're out to the attacking forces, as you mentioned. Defenders over on Rick's GG, the pistol round. A lot of Kevlar coming out here for the Taran Mill side. The armor on 4 individuals, the light armor. Taking that face up against Netfear towards that mid-control. Fast stacking from 3 players. 2 more held out towards the B and A site entrances, expecting players to aggress here from the attacking side. Gone for that several times over the course of this day so far here for Ricks, but not finding anything so far. Just early tags, minimal amounts done to the attackers.
It's just prodding at each other, isn't it? And of course, they know where Neff is, so clever smoke. Just get rid. Neff is right to back off here. Just get a bit safe. Go home.
Get back down towards the A site in A heaven. Actually make his way in, block out the vent areas. And actually might make their way into the vent position and everything. Lazar to wrap back over, potentially join his teammates. They're going to make their way up to that heaven position and make their way into the A execute. The first site hit this time, but Russ draws first blood, taking out Neff. Hype still on site, got back up there towards the elbow position. DPS comes up with 1 frag, but him and Hype will fall in the end to a 4-on-2 scenario. Retake up for Ricks. Taran Mill starting this off on the right foot, getting a spike plant in, getting a major player advantage.
And so the story pot has been stirred, Jay. And look at this little flank, the sneak coming on through. Oh, there it is from Lazar, taking down Capers.
1 more frag to add to the tally. Weber Left standing as the lone defender left. Try flash his way out, taking fights against Luzzo, who eventually peeks in, gets a wallbang headshot, and gets the pistol round for Taran Mill. And a very confident one at that as well. Again, confident mid control, confident heaven control, confident sight kits, confidence all across the board.
And the best possible opening that Taran Mill. I mean, you've got two options, right? Of course, you're going to pick one to win the first round. Simple days. But in attack, on a map like this, that is massive because naturally they should be able to carry that on over and get 2-0 up and then try and take it on from there. So Taran Mill looking good to open things, and it all comes down to Rick sort of like maybe throwing a spanner into the works in a sort of wild card play right now, I think. We can see that.
Now, stacking is going to be seen by nothing. Hype's going to see the firewall though, knowing that that Phoenix is right there and signals it as well. Luzza starting to sneak up here for the attacking side, and we'll get that kill with Russ alongside him. Net goes down and into him, and Hype and Weber do turn 2 pistol kills back. 3 on 3, they are heavily tagged up here on the defending side, but they're going to catch Brody trying to escape. Those are rifles they can recover. A serious chance. Yes, they're susceptible to getting traded, but 3 on 2.
So what happens? Oh, they're watching. They know he's coming up through the vents. Aki is obvious here, but Cray's got to turn this around. He's got 2 on the right, and there's the flash coming on out. Not able to get one. Yes, he does get it. He gets the second, and that is turned around beautifully there.
A bit of an eco coming out from the defenders. Can be happy with the fact that they got the damage done to the attacking forces. That might hinder the economy state going into the next round. Let's see how specifically the buy looks like from here. And of course, with their rifles coming in as standard, you'll see the Phantoms, the Vandals and such. Crown the bullpup, unfortunately. It's an SMG for Aki, so really highlight the issues with the money and value being so low on Russ and Brody, especially. No creds for Russ and only 100 for Brody. The buy will definitely look bad in the next round if Taran Mill can see this to Rick's GG.
Yeah, and there you go. Breach already doing his business in defense. Looking to just put a little bit of threat down, but there is no way that Rick's... No, this 5-man stack is coming for him right now.
DPS waiting back here at the top end. Weber will fall. And his teammate still going to look for a kill back. He's going to get checked. He will now, and looks away at the wrong moment as well. The timing on DPS's part couldn't have been more awful. Spike plant secured, 5 on 3, and Taran Mill may force a save call, I think, from Ricks. I mean, they've got Keeling coming in for KPIS right now. Taps up, trying to make his way into the A site. He passively placed here on the defensive line. No peek's going to be found. No info going to get given up. Luzza does face forward, take KPIS for a ride. Also does damage to Hype. Only 20 points of health. Him and his teammate have got to save. There's no choice left in the matter. 3-0 starts. Confidence back on the board for Taran Mill.
Craig going hunting though is a bold move. He's got to have been heard out there, and naturally. Ricks wiping the sweat from their brow.
And at least getting away with those 2 weapons. Still, the buy will look awkward for the defenders, though. A little bit of heavy Kevlar, heavy armor coming through. Shotguns and upgrade pistols as well. Got a Bucky over on KPIS, as you mentioned. So there's down a rifle set here from the Taran Mill camp. So they've got themselves the main rifles in, automatics across the board, firepower for days. And they're working with it as well. Taran Mill forced the issue back on the defensive side as they wait passively. So much more passively in this 4th round compared to their starting halves in previous maps, and of course right here in this one as well.
And that just comes down to that weapon choice there. The Bucky, you've got to be near enough point blank to get it.
My camera is destroyed.
Oh. Sure, if you want to get that headshot. If you don't, you're basically done. And let's just see what happens here.
Cage triggers. Cage trigger.
Dash forward. Hype still catches 1 player in Aki. 2nd player also. Not quite going to get caught off. He's being suppressed and flashed out completely blind. Cray sees 2. Hype gets himself 3 kills. Finally traded back by Brody and Loza, and Brody takes a double kill of his own right. 1 on 2 left. They're still going to make their way in, and Loza shuts down DPS. Keep that 4th rolling here for the Taran Mill camp. And again, they're getting closer and closer with these rounds. A pretty decent damage done considering their buy-up. Keeping the economy limited, but it's starting to flourish here for the attackers.
What I can think of right now, Jay, is the it's happening meme. Like Taran Mill are doing it 4-0. That's incredible, but it's still early days. And now with a proper buy-up coming on in, let's see what Rix can do. They've got some beefy guns right there.
There's 4 rifles out for both squads. Hype's got the cameras set up, ready and raring to receive it. Cyber Cage also goes out to try and stop them. We'll force them to rotate back instead. Look towards the mid control. There is no contest from the defensive.
No, and you see the spike just being left there. Very, very peculiar. They're trying to just mix this one up. They've got complete mid control, as you say. Clearly, Rix thought there was going to be an attack on B, and it never came on through. Are they thinking that Taran Mill are playing very passive once again, you know, waiting for the moment? But here comes the run it back.
Here comes Rolling Thunder as well. Cray is going to get caught off, forced back that way. His ultimate goes to waste. No impact, no information. Backed up 37 seconds. The rotation's coming in towards the A site control. They have dropped Loza for the first. Russ is there, top of the window area. Doesn't get any kills back for it. That's DPS with a frag. Aki trades it. 4 on 3. Defenders still in control. And now Weber gets Brody to leave Cray standing alone. 1 on 4 scenario, 20 seconds. Spike dropped in the open, looks on. There's a player around this corner, gets that headshot in, but needs to get 3 more, and with just such little time. It's a backstab coming in from Capers that will shut the man down. First to the board of Rick GG. A big round to take at this stage, because as you mentioned, it was early days. Taran Mill could finally face some resistance here.
Yeah, especially as well there with 3 survivors. It means they can come into this round and buy up once. Again, you can see DPS there in a little bit of an awkward spot, 2,500. Could go for the Guardian. But we'll get the Vandal bought for him by Neff. On the opposite side where they had so many rounds in a row for them, they're just able to hold this on over. I did see the Spectre there coming on out, Luzzle, but that's purely to save up for the Operator next round.
This blade storm out immediately. 1 player so close. That's instant decimation. Smoke down. He's going to make his way in towards it. Try to get towards Elbow on the flank position. Are they reading this? There's 1 player in the backside being seen now. Aki's going to get that frag instead. Information being called out, and the rifles, the ultimates, overwhelm the defensive once again. Hype held back here towards the Heaven entrance. Spike plant will be seen. His teammates with him didn't see that. Maybe 2 players up for the retake. Russ has got the angle on lock. Ready to try and block them off. Sent out the dark cover, caught in the back. Cray gets them both lined up easy. What a response there. Rick's getting their first round of the board, and Taran Mill just decimating the entire forces.
Russ there throwing out the smoke all the way across towards A rafters. Worked as such a great bait, and they were caught just out there in the open of A main. It was like shooting fish in the barrel, Jay. Their eyes were averted, thinking that there was going to be an omen running around on them, but realistically, they just got played. And once again, Ricks are in a horrible position right now. That buy-up is a jumbled Rubik's Cube, basically.
That's one way of describing it. I don't know if I would have used that analogy, but it works.
2 duplicates of anything. It's just weird.
Not a lot of cash in the bank, of course, with the loss bonus being reset for them. Taran Mill. Taking contact, Cray spraying through towards that B site. Is he going to get backed up to get the ulti? I don't know if he... Yeah, actually, he can get it. Yeah, still waiting on two more points, actually, for his
I know exactly.
Swing out from Aki. Great attempt there on Hype's part, but not to be. Simple shots, walls going in. They know exactly where they are.
Yeah, and oh, another kill coming in from Luzzer onto Neff. So that's massive. Clean the man from mid. But look towards Russ. He's got that angle cut down. They know A is free right now. Ooh, but Cray got a little bit too ambitious, I think, there, Jay.
30 seconds left.
Shut down by one pistol. Spike plant to be secured. They realize what's coming in now. 4 on 3. The retake up for... Actually, nobody. Rick's not even going to go for it. They're going to back up and save their weapons, hold the off angles, get the exit frags. The rifles into the next round may be suitable. May get them in with another good force up. But this will be 6-1 for the attacking side. Taran Nil having a whale of a time right now.
Yeah. Surprised on this. They're starting to try and push on in for that. Russ trying to come on through. He gets one. Is he going to be able to turn around on second? No. DPS drops him on down. DPS up again. Flash will get his third of the round. Zaki, well played. Why didn't the whole team just not stack there? Aki, you got to share this with your boys. Come on.
I know exactly.
I think they actually were hunting towards that defender spawn, though. They were actually looking to take those rifles out of their hands. And they can afford to do so as well. Even despite all 4 of those rifles having to get rebought down, they're still going to have, like, you know, around about a 2,000 credit float value, not including Brody, of course, on 200 credits. No
Let's
operators
not
for
include
them
Aki
either.
as well on 8,800. He's got the whole team covered there.
Look, 2,000 float. I never said anything about anything higher, okay? 6-1 for them at the moment. The money is not the only number that's high. Scoreline is pretty decently built up here for Taran Mill. These 5 players are going to stack in for a simple ace execution. Crossfire lock between 2 individuals. They're going to check out DPS. No, they won't. He'll get that frag. Not ready for Luzzer, though. Drops up top of the flower pot. Weber will take him down for a 2-for-1. And trade back for us on a 2-for-2. So even standing here for the spike plant. Flash in perfectly timed against that one player. But Neff does take down Cray. Phoenix to fall and retake again up. Heavily tagged up in Russ's part of things. Needs to get that headshot. Can't quite secure the kill.
Oh, and just a little bit of a mistiming there, but Brody makes good on it. Taking down Hype, of course, up towards Rafters. Looking down with the operator, but are they just going to get out of dodge? No, they can stick with it. Capers was thinking it. Showstopper coming on through. Russ takes down Capers. Neff onto Russ. One-on-one, Jay.
Damage done to both players. Oh, and the pistol's all he needs. Neff will get in, take his man down. Brody couldn't hit his spray shot. And a good effort there from the defender, from the post-plant attackers, but the defenders will take control. Neff with the ulti to conserve his ammo and use the pistol as appropriate to take out the site player. Very well played, but they lost a lot on that defensive side, and you can see what the buy-up will look like as a result. The reinvestment from Taran Mill should see rifles across the majority of their players, if not all of them.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the buy-up right now for Ricks, because the buy-up for Taran, they can do whatever the heck they want with it, you know? So coming in for the lads of Ricks, they've got good guns there. The only one without, like, a, an S-tier gun is Hype there with Spectre, but then he can still do big damage. Naturally, it's strange to think that of the second top fragger, but the Cypher is more of that backline agent anyway, so it's not the worst problem at all. So this will be a round to remember, I think.
A tactical pause from Taran Mill. Definitely not happy with that last round, even though they're going to be in a good position regardless of it. And all 5 automatic weapons. Neff has the operator into the mid control. There is one player looking to challenge him, though. He sees his teammates, at least. Fire back onto the Omen with the spike on his back here. Very carefully placed from the attacking forces. They've got cameras up over on that B site. Ready to receive. They've got cover coming up. And Loza making his way in again with a fast style play, just to blind off players, try and cause some panic over on the A site. Sees one, run it back, also coming through from the attacking forces.
What a
He gets some
split.
information back out. Look at how much information, look at how much map control that Loz is going to get from here. This backstab in as the flight plant goes down. This is a really good
Spike
setup.
planted.
It is indeed. My only problem right now is Loza doesn't know what's coming in behind him here, Jay. So maybe, just maybe, they can hold out and get a clutch. Ricks.
I don't think he's going to get seen, though. Just mistimed it a little bit. They think they're safe. He's making his way up heaven. There's 3 players there. Are they going to back out? No, they won't. 1 frag, 2 frag, 3 frags, not quite. KPs will get a revive in, actually. So all in all, they maintain the 4 versus 2 advantage. Ricks with a chance here, but Aki's going ham of his own. Now left all to Cray. 1 player close, 1 player heaven. Gets it to a 1v1. Here's the footsteps. Plays ring of rosies around the pillar. Eventually gets his kill and gets his 7th for his team.
Cray with the clutch there. He'll drop to the spike, but it does not matter. As we keep on saying, with this near perfect Taran Mill side, money is never an issue for them. I do see Brody coming on in with the Bulldogs, so that's an interesting little one there, since there is money to share, but hey, all's good. We've definitely got a massive advantage here.
Again, the buy looking better for the attackers than it does the defenders. Much heavier force back in from the Ricks camp. Taran Mill play onto their standard positions, a bit more passive towards the mid control. Mapped up a wee little bit. DPS make his way out to a different position here as the wraparound start coming through towards the A side for the attacking side. And again, they've left it so open on the defensive side. Ricks, no players directly on A. I mean, Russ making his way in heaven. He'll confirm that there's no real players out here. The rotation is all that can be called. Got to turn around against the other Omen near towards his heaven position, and Russ going to win out that fight.
Oh, easily. He's got a second as well onto Weber. What a play.
Cover going out.
Spike planted.
Careful.
A spike plant secured, and I don't even think they want to even go for the retake from here. Got to run away. Got to get out of dodge. Got to save their weapons, because this is 8 to the board of Taran Mill. Looking eerily similar to that second map, except swap the teams about. And swap the halves as well. Hyper will get revealed at the very least. They'll realize what's going on, and they're going to go hunting him as well. They take him down. That's going to be another major weapon lost. I think he'll just be able to escape there with the tripwire, trying to stall for extra time.
Here.
It's only giving up a ghost, though. His teammates should get there to try and protect his lone life here. That's a dagger. Potentially some frags. Stuck around that corner, but Hype eventually does go down, so... 2 players standing for the defensive. I don't think there's enough cash to go for another heavy investment. They might want to justify a save into a real big rifle round into the next.
That's it, right? And well, we can see on Ricks, you've got the 2 holdovers. So do you just try and buy it in now? I don't know. Buy some armor, get one of your teammates who already have a gun when you're looking at KPs, and Neff to buy you a gun. It's a difficult decision now. It's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment. There's no right choice.
Oh, Neff gets Brody to start things off. Doubling up against Rusty with his nades, 2 for 1. And finally, the defensive gain and an advantage in that mid control. Defensive able to hold for the moment here. Barrier rolled up from KP is going to stop them from making their way into that mid position. They will pop a hole in it. But still play passive. Their early mid control has not gone well. And the end result is just going to be a slow, careful, and silent wraparound from the attackers.
It will be indeed. And you can see this move over towards B. There's a solid hold on both sides. They're ready for whatever's to come. And they'll probably just fall back a little bit, I'd imagine, as soon as they see them come in. Because you look at what they can do over on B. No flashes there. A wall, but it's not going to be a long hold. They're just waiting for confirmation, and here it is.
30 seconds left.
I've seen him. Cyber Cage up. Lazo trying to get indoors, but he can't quite get there. KP shuts him and Aki down on for a triple. Hype's going to steal it away. Incredible defensive there held. Aki and Hype there on the B-side defense, a third to the board for a chance at this last round of the half. Of course, the success would enable the Rifles to come back out from the defensive side, because otherwise they were going to be up the creek.
They would have indeed, and look at that, Capers. Tons of money. What is he going to buy Neff? Could potentially be the operator. No. Comes on in with the Vandal, and don't blame that right now. A potential 4th round for Rix, and it's something they need. It's not a want, it's a need right now, because we know when they move onto the attacking side, it's not going to be as easy as what Taran Mill have experienced.
KP opening up against Luzza. Hype standing by, double sliver cages up to try and stall them here. Got slow orbs and everything to try and get them out of dodge. He will take a lot of damage though, 19 health. He does get a healing going at the very least. Good stuff from the Sage, of course, part of the reason why you pick her in most compositions. Keeping us at the 5v4 for the defensive line. Finally, Taran Mill is receiving some resistance from the Rix camp. Going slow once again.
They'll know that that tripwire though is down. They would have heard it in the middle. But does that mean, especially with the smoke over towards A, does that mean they're moving towards B or A? And Rix do not know this just yet. I reckon Craig's... Yeah, he's going to be a beautiful distraction here.
Flashing in, but at the same time, action comes through towards the ace site, and Craze turned away. One of the players, no more resistance, takes that face in, takes out Hype. Cover going to come through from him as they run it back, does come out, can turn around, but Cray eventually falls to the hands of Nep. Suppression on towards site, Russ gets that one frag, Weber can get the trade. 3 on 2, flashed out perfectly timing as the player that faced around him. Aki will drop the man in the back lines, Nep holds his trade, and Aki needs to get a spike plant right here, open for elbow. A 1-on-2 clutch, nades coming into his position. Is that going to catch him for dead? A little bit close towards it. Gets the headshot and not the second man. 4th there for the defensive side. Rix do recover what was otherwise a disaster and pick things back to close out their defensive. 8-4 down against Taran Mill.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, with 4 rounds in the bank, it's recoverable right now. But like I said earlier, with this map, with Split, you'd expect defenders to have a little bit more of a nicer time. So what is going to happen here? What does Taran Mill have in store for us as the underdogs right now are sitting on top, Jay?
Indeed they are. Some really good movements being posted up by some of the players that I really wanted to see. Luzza, of course, having his 11 frags alongside Russ with 11 kills of his own. Top fraggers in the server for Taran Mill. The operator out on Luzza's defensive. Russ could potentially do some incredible lurking stuff with the Omen. He's backed up over towards the spawn for the moment as we go into the pistol round. No defensive on either site at this stage, but leaning towards the B play. Brody has got ability standing by. Gonna wait for his backup though. 2 players standing, 5 to contest.
Yeah, we still don't know where this attack is coming on in. Cray just trying to throw those curveballs, keep them at bay, buy bare time as the rest of the cavalry are charging on in.
Brody gonna go for here. Ready to shut them down, stun a couple players here in the midst of the halls, gets behind some decent cover. Flash in, gonna get caught off guard. Now Cray held back with his own pistol. Russ going to paranoia some players in the back lines, and they will get 1 kill on Aki's part, but as DPS gets Cray, it'll be a 4 versus 3, making it 2 as Russ goes down next. Luzza creeping into the back lines, needs his teammate to stay alive. On 21 points of health, though, Aki is really in trouble. Headshots found on the 1 player, 2 kills found for Luzza, and now Aki remains standing alone in the midst of dark cover. Has got 1 player low, 1 player high. Incredible shots need to be landed from this individual. Face in, gets that 1 kill, forced to reload. Last player's in the midst of the open. He doesn't check the same angle twice, which is a bad idea. Hype, pistol round, big pistol as well for Rix.
Yeah, Hype's transfer over to Dead Body is inspired there, because naturally you're not going to look at the exact same place twice. You're going to expect the man to still be on that corner, or at least swung out to that corner. So Hype there, big brain play.
Massive stuff posted. And then again, an all-important pistol off that would have put them on victory road for Taran Mill. We've gone to at least 10 rounds in a realistic scenario. And they're on their own weird buyback here. No defenses to the B side as they stack in towards A. A gamble stack from the defenders, from the defensive line, which would bode well if Taran Mill, Ricks decide to go for a repeat of what they did in the last round. For now, it's very carefully placed though, very standard positions, and they're just holding their own and not willing to peek here.
And that's fair. You can see Luzzer is holding this mid, just looking for a trade right now. With the shot in, not able to do anything, might be able to pick up a gun. As DPS is thinking about it. And there's not really been any dedication. You can see this is probably going to be a B push, as they're making their way around right now, but this was a very passive attack.
Opt to lean towards that B site in the end, seeing resistance, or he's getting some information over to the mid positions. Paranoias.
30 seconds left.
The utility.
Work's going down. I mean, it's there to sort of cover off and siphon away the main positions that the defenders would hold on from. So at the end of the day, they were going to put that down regardless whether they had or hadn't players over there. Couldn't get a read into that. It's very difficult to do so. But now, how do the defenders play this? Do Taran Mill go straight in for the retake, or do they opt to go for exits? It looks like 4 players are stacked in towards the CT entrances, and actually a 4v3 if they go in right now. I mean, those pistols, in theory, on the numbers game, could overwhelm. Loza is watching the mid control for anyone that wants to make their way away, so they can get some exit frags, and Russ moves in first, trying to get at close range combat. KP shuts down 2 on the spray, makes it 3. DPS swings, and all their potential in this round, it all goes to waste.
Yikes. The idea was good. You can't fault them for that. To try and stack it up. Take as many as they can. You know, a warrior's death right there. A little bit grisly though. So 8-6 here, Jay. That advantage just starting to dwindle a little bit. As this has been a brilliant start on attack for Ricks.
Cover going out.
The rifles are out for Taran Mill, though. They lost that pistol, they lost that conversion. Big rifles here with 2 rounds between them and Evans. Early contact out towards the A site will, of course, suppress the 4 players that are stacked up there. A 5th of Neff is in the mid control. Luzzer. Watching here from B Heaven, not seeing anything. We'll just put some smokes down and try to suppress. Eventually see him, times that ability wrong, but gets away alive.
Yeah, he's only seen one, so they don't know exactly yet if it's a mid push, A push, or B push. But of course, us as spectators know that A gonna get hit pretty hard in a second.
Smokes down, KP is going to get a barrier orb. Trying to allow Hype potentially to move into position. Sees one player, takes him down, looks for a secondary kill. KP gets that frag as Cray gets Weber to return. 3 on 3. Cray still held to the back, puts the firewall up, seeing some shots come through. Hype swings against him in that corner. And now Aki is left alone, facing against KP's, losing his life and losing the round. Ricks have brought this back from the brink. 8-7 now, 1 round to the even standing.
Looking like another eco for Taran. It does not get better. Jay, they've done so much work in the first half, but here in the second, it just seems to be crumbling. And this, we know both these teams are full of competitors. But this is just where Ricks have the advantage, right? In a situation like this, a little bit better map knowledge. They know where to go in these current situations.
There isn't much to work with here for the defensive side. You can see Luster without any armor. Got a double barrel already and waiting in case they make their way up. Paranoia incoming his way though. Oh, he gets taps onto 2, only gets the 1 frag though. Healing from K-Piz. It just gotten just a little over 24. Respawn coming in for Neph as well as he is going to be allowed a bit of a way back in. A 5-on-3 now. Ricks against Taran Mill have a lot of work to do against them. They are going to be able to break their way through this mid position, but all 3 players suppressed. They're on the B site.
Spike planted.
Eyes from Capers there. He didn't get to see them make their way through. Seeing the 1. And there he does it. Gets Brody and his 3rd kill of the round.
On for last 2 here towards the mid control. Capers going for Hunt. Russell get caught off here. Pistol close. Finds that 1st frag. Not getting that 2nd kill. And Net in the end comes up with those 2 kills to even the scoreboard now for Ricks. Taran Mill back on the rifles for the 17th round. They need to make something good work out of this. And again, Loza is back on the operator for the first time, I believe, in this map, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, you wouldn't bring the operator really out on attack, like we said, in this current patch. So it's always defense. The first time they've realistically had the money on defense. So this has got to be it for Taran Mill. The round to kick things off in the second half for them.
Joke's over! You're dead! Going out.
Already, ulti is coming out from the Phoenix here. Craig going to start to extend pretty far forward to look for information. Curveball around the corner, seeing nothing out here towards long. Is this going to get the information with the press coming up towards mid, actually? Then they could realize that A site is going to be the contest. There's some tripwires in positions. Give that 1 player in the mid control. 1 player back on the B side. Rotations can come in, but it's still very quiet here. Rick's trying to get away as little information as possible, even though they forced the issue on Taran Mill.
Here comes the attack right now. The smokes would give it away, but this reposition, he's got caught out. Russ dropped by Neff.
Aki and DPS getting trades, so once again, quick hit towards the A side. Given the mass amount of information they had towards mid and the B, I would have thought they would have stacked in a couple more players, but they can recover to a 3 versus 3. Brody with that kill. DPS challenging him, but Brody comes up for doubles. 8 points of health, though, needs his teammates to step in next. Cyber Cage is up, and now Blade Storm is coming through. Neff makes his way forward. Are they going to get rid of this? They're not going to be ready for it. 2 kills, making it 3. Laza only allow 1 pick to a 1-on-1. And now Showstopper nades up. Splash damage could be enough to deal with the last player. Brody's going to try and get out of dodge. Sees where that spike is. Needs to catch a good headshot. Needs to take Neff down pretty effectively. Taps it once. Looking towards the main entrance. Not checking the elbow entrance instead. See now sprays through. Neff just stalling for time. Knows that he can win this out on the basis of the spike going up. And that's exactly what he'll do. Both players low. No face in. Kill does come up. 4 kills for Neff. Extending out far enough to take the lead away from Taran Hill.
That is clutch. And
Spike planted.
I guess Brody paying the price there at the end, you know? It's a hard one to take on in Taran Mill. Sort of moment where you need a timeout, a moment to just recollect yourselves, because they banked everything there, and there you go. Neff has just put a timer on.
Tactical. Imagine at this stage things are starting to get a bit hairy for the Taran Mill side. I don't know if that's a thing with the Ricks.
Well, that's the thing which makes it weird.
No,
just
it's
because...
a tech pause.
Okay. I was going to say, because if that's a call from Nev, like a tactical pause, you're only helping your opponents there, you know, it gives them the time. So...
I mean, in fairness, there is a bit of like a mind game psychology to that. A lot of great teams in FPS history, especially in Counter-Strike, where timeouts are so prevalent. You know, they tend to take tacticals when they're so far in the lead. It's like, okay, we'll let this simmer for a little bit so you can get inside your own heads. It's a very unique psychological game, which I've seen a lot of the time being used actually in top tier esports. So I wonder if, I was wondering if that was the case there for the Rick side, but very clearly in a tech pause. Back in with Loza being ready to go at a mouse issue, and it looks like it's working pretty well so far. Would ask him to, you know, adjust his viewpoint. Or, adjust his viewpoint. It looks like it's working though. So here we go. 9-8. A lot of work to be done here by the defensive side, and they've only got so much to work with.
Oh, and this is a good call over the B. They know what's coming for them over there, but the rest of the team clearly not. What?
Information has been gained on at least one player, possibly two, and they're going to opt to back up a little bit on the offensive as a result. Will they start to extend any further up here? I mean, there's dark cover in the way of that long position. Russ is still sitting in mid, ready for contact. The crossfire set as the attackers set themselves up. They are looking committing towards the B site play. Up against these pistols, well, that's going to be a first found by Cray. Cybercage coming through, Boombot should get shut down. They'll put spam down to their rifles, but no kills found against the defensive forces. They're going to back up, they're going to counter-rotate.
They've only got 36 seconds remaining, so they've got to counter-rotate right now. Or is it just a bait, a fake? Because that's
30
gonna be
seconds
cool.
left.
It's so close here. And yeah, it was just a fake.
They leave one player out towards that mid, though. Omen v Omen challenge, one out by DPS. Barrier orb covers up, gets the boost up high. Aki and Loza still get their kills, though. Now 2v2 as Weber turns around that backstab. Cyber Cage is in, will flash
10
through
seconds
still. With a
left.
Cypher in the midst of the cage, will take that fight, and Weber wins it. Spike plant secured now, one player standing, trying to get on towards the aftershock. No way, he's won it. He's forced the spike plant off. Brody, one ability used. Will get us to evens as Taran Mill take an all-important round.
They do indeed, and that puts them back in contention. And Luz's paid off here. You saw there the shorty last round, Jay. Just taking that option to not buy up. Well, I mean, 200 credits is nothing. Not buy up. And now has the operator back in defense. They're in this, baby.
Such a big round to win. And Luzza, operator standing, flash over, tries to take down his opponents, will be able to escape. Get back up to heaven. Wait in mail. And look down towards that mid position once again. Will eventually fall back even further as the attackers will gain that full mid control. And passive from the defensive. Gonna see some Rolling Thunder come down to try and force them away from their common positions as they make their way into heaven. Got one player aggressive, that's Cray with one frag found, two frags found. Now Aki with a lineup of his own only gets that one pick. Cypher of Hype gonna look for info on the players, trying to see their positions. We'll see two players coming in. No info on the player that's on the site itself. 3v2 now making it one. K-Piz stands alone. Spike dropped as well. Back up in the main area. And this should be a 10th, a retake and a regain of the lead now for Taran Mill.
Yeah, and they know where the spike is.
30 seconds left.
It's got to be just a save here. And oh, the sight! As Cray will get the final kill. Cape is going down. And you can see the joy with the spray there.
Massive sequence from Cray as well. The player that pushed up got those two kills initially and eventually closed it out with that third man. Brilliant trading coming in from the Ricks camp, but they were behind on the back foot from the word go. And with the spike being dropped as well, that was an extra disadvantage from the early part. 10-9, Taran Mill looking like they were going to bow out earlier on, but now they're back in the game. Rifles across both boards and a heavy investment from both sides. This could be a very pivotal round here in this matchup. Already ability usage coming in against Cray's position. They're going to try and hunt for mid control on the attacking side.
Yeah, and a wide spread on A and B as well, but you look over towards Taran Mill, they've got an idea that it's over on the mid.
Leaning towards the heaven split potentially. Brody gonna open up the kill count against Hype. Start out opening things over towards the A main entrance. No further contact established by the attackers. Set and ready. slowly creeping in, going to lean towards the B side where there isn't really anybody there. The EPS actually going to siphon off the only defender. He cannot peek in towards the site.
Oh, what a play, but...
Only getting that one to drop. 4v3 now. Spike plant can be secured, but it's still held out in heaven. KPs will clear out the corners, and now B site is theirs.
It is indeed. But you think of it. 4-man retake. They've got the guns. They're going to go for the split. Looking up towards heaven. No, they're force stacking it down lower. Down towards the alley. It's severe. And that's going to kill him as time is just ticking away, Jay.
And their way up, probably going to try to flash their way in. Slow orb comes out from the attacking side. Weber takes Loza for a ride in a 3v3 scenario. Cape is ready for the next headshot, takes down the next man. Spray in against the second player, can't quite double up. Aki and Russ trading. Aki gets that final pick and has plenty of time down to the wire for the retake, but it works well for Taran Mill. 11-9, and now 2 away from tournament victory. This defensive has really come alive. This squad have looked alive.
Love that as well. Singling out KPs to just drop a little bit BM, you know. That's how you end it there. Like that was the round. Or this could have been the round, sorry. That the lads of Taran Mill have secured it. You know, it could be a streak from here on out. 3 in a row right now, Jay, so losers' advantage on the economy should be helping them out, but it's still not picture perfect.
They just need another good 2 rounds. If they can do that, they'll close it out here, Taran Mill. Rix. Again, with these defaults towards the mid control, they've hunted for this map control several times over the course of this game so far, but it's only been so successful for them. They've got a couple times towards the A and they made that work. DPS is leaning in towards that heaven position, but completely alone to cut off rotations. I don't think that's going to be the actual execute.
I don't think so as well. It's again a very patient game from both sides. They're generally the most explosive as it's about to get underway here in the mid.
Russ has back up off to his right-hand side, knows that DPS is there somewhere, must have a good read on and the beat onto the other 2 players coming in as well. Checking that corner. Paranoia catches him now, got to try and Paranoia right back, flashes in, kind of keep some players blind, but Russ caught with a 3-man crossfire. Weber gets that frag, 30 seconds remaining. Aki's going to try stop it. Laz is still held towards this corner. Cray, I guess the ultimate's going. Aki and Brody trading frags back and forth. Eventually, they do shut down the Phoenix. 3 on 2 for the defensive side. 15 seconds. They need site access. They need to get the spike down pretty quickly. And they have got the Omen pretty far forward. DPS left with that kill on Brody. Luzza, if he gets his frag at elbow, he's done it. And indeed he does. Smokes back. Suppression coming through. Cray will drop Weber next. And now we are on map, match, and tournament point for Taran Mill.
The upset could happen. Taran Mill could take down the favorites. Rix.gg right now looking down the barrel of the loss. And Taran Mill, this is an upset which they are absolutely loving, of course.
Three rounds to come back to overtime for Rix. Taran Mill within touching distance of that victory to pull off an upset against this squad. What it would mean to a player like Ross especially. The final offensive of this matchup takes place. Will Rix be able to catch it to OT? 1 minute and 10, early plays, very quiet as usual in these early rounds.
No charges.
But here we go, DPS. Throws it on out. The Paranoia as well. That's not got anything going for them.
DPS forced back. Here comes Nets in with Showstopper, gets that first frag. Lazar can find a trade up towards Heaven. Got a player on the lower palm side. Sees two players crossing past the edge of that barrier orb. Lazar still gets shut down and DPS swings for a double of his own. Russ gets paranoia, hype shuts him down. Net gets revived, so it's a 1-on-5 for Brody. Left to save at this stage. He's out of this round.
Almost feels like it's too good to be true for that moment, but you think right now for Taran Mill, they've got the money. Brody's just going to back off. There's no point. Just save it. Get an exit frag down middle. Will he be able to find Capers? That's the question right now. Is he going to be able to get Weber? That's a good call from Weber. Yeah, Brody's like, nope, ain't dealing with that today.
I want to keep my weapon, thanks.
I like my Vandal.
It's 10 to the board of the attacking forces. Rick stay alive. The very good offense that again caught players off guard. A couple of mistimed shots, a couple of awkward peaks that didn't go as well as they would have wanted it to. And another pause being called by Ross this time. Taran Mill are taking a tactical here. And for good reason. 1 round away versus 2 to the evens. It's not a lot of distance for both sides. All they need is just to get this whole thing under control.
Yeah, and you can see tactical already done and dusted. I reckon that was more the mindset, what they're going to do with this economy, because they can't get full buy right now. So what do they do for their half buy? Next round, they have a little bit of cash after 2 losses to be able to do something, or if they get the win, they should be fine, naturally. So it's all just trying to set up a plan. That's a lot for mid control.
They have gone frequently towards the mid positions here on the attacking side, and this time I think Taran Mill are going to completely misread this. You can see the contrast in terms of just the density of players. Lazar in with Bladestorm, looking out, seeing nothing as they lean in towards the B side, realize there's nothing here, and start rotating players back towards A. 2 on the defense, footsteps being heard. Aki ready and waiting with a Ghost, I should say. Takes that fight against DPS, loses it out. Nothing else coming through from the attackers. They're being very careful about this. They found that first. They don't need to press forward anymore.
Indeed. Brady just spamming it. Oh, Neff, what a read. Craig's still trying to go, but again, his curveballs, his flashes have not been with him. They have been the weakest part of his game. Time and time before, he's been fine. He's been able to deal with it, but there, that hurt the most.
Lazar stands alone. What can he do with this Bladestorm? It would be the most incredible clutch if he could use this to shut them all down in a 1-on-5 scenario. It's so unlikely. So unbelievably unlikely. Gets that first shot, no more than that. Capers drops him like a bad habit. And now both squads are within 1. 1 of overtime for Ricks, 1 of tournament victory for Taran Mill. 1 final buy for the defensive line as we go the full 24 rounds.
I don't think anyone can say this final didn't deliver, Jay. We were asking all afternoon long, are we going to get an OT at some point? And possibly here, right now, we could get it here in the very last round. Or we get the win in the most clutch of scenarios. Let's go.
Towards the mid position, Lazar. Operator standing, good flash timing. He's tagged up, couldn't escape, got caught by the wall. Call outside of mailroom as well. The frag comes in, he goes down a 5-on-4, gained by Ricks early on in this round. And you can see the passive positions Ross is not willing to face, not willing to take that contact against the next player up. Boombot's coming in to try hunt for that information. It will make its way up to his position, so Russ could be in danger of giving up some information. And indeed he is, so they know where he is. They'll continue pressing forward.
They will, but he's got a good angle. That's going to be hard to peek down. Russ actually getting a little bit adventurous here is an interesting one.
I know.
Oh, well done, Hype.
Massive. And now Cypher's got the info on where they're at. Brody will get forced back away from the B site. Hype comes up against Cray, gets that third player to fall. 2 now standing. Overtime is calling. Aki moves up, sees 1 player upper. Takes Hype down. The spike plant will be secured. Brody coming in from heaven as well to support it. He's got a player to his left-hand side. He does not know that just yet. Tried to flash him out and stop the Omen from peeking in towards him. He's got to isolate that kill, though. Good headshot on the spray. A 3v2 now. They brought it back from the brink a little bit, but there's still disadvantage. The pressure is still on. And now here comes Rolling Thunder. They throw some players off guard. He's heavily tagged up. Aki checks out open sight. Gets that kill. Looks back to the corner. Oh, no! The trades are still there from Weber, doubles up of his own right and shuts down the retake for Taran Mill. We go to overtime at the hands of RixGG.
What a way to end this all. 3...
I know exactly where you are.
Sorry, 2 rounds. Now, the first overtime.
No hard
30 seconds.
Who is going to be able to take it naturally? Looking at this, Jay. With the lads of Rix back on defense. What are they going to be able to do?
It's a vague question, to be honest.
Like, you gotta think, it's been so long right now. Well, it feels like an eternity with this last map. Do they have a plan?
Indeed. Played out every strategy so far. Everything in their playbooks have been exhausted at this stage. It's 12 all for OT. The barrier orb comes up. That throws Russ's accuracy off. Couldn't get the spray together. Not aiming on the right position. And now they fall back here. Again, knowing that that mid control is coming out from the attacking forces. Taran Mill continue to make their way back around towards the A-site player. There's 2 players on the defensive here. Can they hold on?
My question, what is Cray gonna do here? Trying to sneak up behind or play the distraction? He's got 2 options, and the biggest problem is he doesn't know what the options his opponents have.
He's got a cut off rotation, so I think that's his best play right now. The most versatile options. And gonna make his way out from heaven to split in as well. Gonna hear the players putting out their abilities on the B site. And DPS holds out. Raze makes his way up. Cray still lurking back here towards the vents. 30 seconds remaining now. He's got to be the main man to move forward. Good kill, 1-for-1. Trades from Aki and DPS. Brody deals with DPS. His net from Russ continue to find those frags. 3 on 2. Spike plant to the back corner. K-Piz coming in from the elbow entrance. Has backup also on the way in from heaven. They do not see where the remaining attackers are, though.
What's the decision? This is tantalizing. Naturally, you can't save here as OT. You go for it. But K-Piz so slow on this call right now. They're waiting for these smokes to just die on out. What is Hype going to do? He can't see anything from up here. Nothing's gained.
K-Piz will catch Russ getting overextended, sees that next player out towards elbow. K-Piz ready for it, but still the kills come in for Cray and Brody as they turn the attacking side around to the favor of Taran Mill. And again, match point is gained by the underdogs. Can they get that one defensive round together to just hold this series?
Looked good on the defense. Maybe not at the start, but once they turned it around, arguably, though, their attack was better. And now with the options, with the guns, Jay, it's not a problem, but you look over towards Laza, and this is the interesting part. With the new patch, all he's got is an operator.
How will that come into play? No abilities other than his dash. No armor for him either. Cray getting flashed out, all sorts of abilities being thrown down. Ulti was also going to get picked up, so maybe he can run it back a little bit later, but put it into effect some point soon because they're running out of rounds, running out of opportunities. Minute to the clock, and they've lost that opening pick on the defensive side. Rix gonna trade rounds here and take us to another OT. Backed up here for the moment, and Laza will get caught. Back at elbow, falls back to the site, operator in, takes that first shot, misses it, just gets out of dodge. 9 points of health, but Russ comes up with 2 frags, makes it 3! And shuts down the entire bottleneck. Now 2 standing on for a quadra, sees his man. Cray takes it, and KP stands alone. The lone ranger, the 1 frag, but no more than that. As the defensive side will take it for Taran Mill, 14-12 in a 2-1 series. They are your champions of the DinoPC VALORANT trophy.
And Russ will get his revenge, which is so beautiful right now. From a story perspective, this is everything we could have asked for, Jay. And right there, Brody, I can't wait for that interview later alongside him. That is going to be so good.
Absolutely. What an effort from the Taran Mills side. And it was such a hard-fought matchup as well, you know. Like, as you mentioned, this grand final definitely has delivered. Had a bit of a hiccup there in that second map, but the first map was solid. The third map was competitive. Honestly, a well-earned victory against Rix, who by all intents and purposes were the favorites. And realistically speaking, they were a couple of rounds away from actually getting this victory on the board.
Yeah, just straight up looking at the stats there. And Neff and DPS are 2 highest scorers, and they're on the losing side. It just shows how close this was. Of course, followed behind that was Aki, who we have to say on the Cypher was absolutely massive. Russ as well. Luzza was very hit and miss, inconsistent, but doing good job, you know, in the rounds that matter. Just an all-round just weird and wonderful set of games, and I think it's all condensed there in that final map where you just saw how close it was and how awesome Valorant is as well.
I think we could have all agreed to that particular nature, Bacon. Definitely has been an interesting time and an awesome sort of tournament, and definitely a well-earned victory there for the Taran Mills side. So we're going to bring Mr. Dan Gaskin back into the fold here as, I mean, well, I'm sure he's been watching from the sidelines with particular interests and excitement. I'm not really sure. I haven't been keeping my eyes on him. Mate, how you doing? No, we're apparently not. We're going to bring We're not going to bring Dan Gaskin back. Apparently, that's fine.
But we want Dan. The people need him.
We want Dan. Here he comes.
I've arrived.
Hey!
I was trying to burst through the whole time. Oh yeah, what a series, guys! What a series. I don't think any 3 of us would have thought it was going to go that way. I mean, all the predictions were saying it was going to be Rix. Taran Mill turning up on the day, but it being done in OT is absolutely insane. I mean, first of all, I just want to put a huge shout out and a huge thank you to DinoPC and Intel for putting this on, because it has been such a good demonstration of UK Valorant. Honestly, it's good to see more players showing up, because we've had a few players from the CS scene that have come through, and now I can see even more that I know are going to progress well. A special shout out to Jack as well from Dino for all that he's done. But guys, I mean, I know that we're going to be able to bring in Brody for an interview, and I'm looking forward to this one, and I can already see a cheeky smile on his face. Brody, you predicted it. You said you're going to win map 1, lose map 2, and win map 3. You've done it in OT. How does it feel, buddy?
Oh, it's great, honestly. That last round was it was all on the all on the edge, and I didn't really know. I was just sat there watching it, and then Russ has just got the biggest 3K of his life. Yeah, won us around pretty much.
It's a lot of clutch moments. I mean, one particularly from you, there was a round where the spike was being planted and you pulled out a breach ability to get him off the plant. I don't know why he went off the plant. I think he might have got the plant, but that was potentially a tournament winning round. Did that feel particularly good? Did you think you were going to win that round?
Yeah, I mean, I put the breach charge down and I was going to run out because I thought they were stuck it. And literally all 4 of them in TeamSpeak were just screaming at me, "You've won the round, you've won, run." I just ran. I was like, oh my God. I don't really know. Yeah, it was crazy.
An insane round. Jay, any questions to Brody from yourself?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I kind of want to talk about Russ real quick. Obviously, from him going from Rix yesterday to you guys today, like I wanted to ask what his reactions were, what his thoughts were. We haven't had a chance to speak to him today, so like and especially as you mentioned in that last round, he was the one that got the 3K and ultimately won you guys the tournament. I wanted to ask about him, his journey, how he's feeling about that result, you know, and how he reacted to the victory today.
Yeah, I mean, of course he's loving it. He's just beat his ex-teammate who removed him from the roster 2 days later. So anyone would be loving that. And yeah, hopefully we'll be making some sort of a team in the future with Russ. So you'll be seeing us soon.
Bacon, anything from you?
Well, no, with the start of good things. The one thing I would love to know was what's the communication like between you guys? Because we saw so much information being gained by the likes of Aki, So it'd be beautiful to just hear like what it was like on your end of the field.
Yeah, I mean, we went over a little bit of a game plan before that last map, and we were just gonna say like we just push and pull each side of the map. So if we're pushing one side, we just like we're playing super passive on the other side, and we're just getting the info. And as you probably saw, we were pushing them on A, and we knew they were coming B, so we had like heavy stack B. Vice versa, we pushed B, we knew they were coming A, and we just had the numbers on A to be able to hold the push. So
And Brody, I mean, like, I've heard a lot about, not just in Valorant, but CS as well, like mixes and like just throwing people together for tournaments. Is there a chance that some lineup figuring these players could maybe be a team after a performance like that?
Yeah, definitely. We're already kind of getting an idea of who we want together. I think 4 of the 5 of us are going to make some sort of a team, but nothing's finalized yet. So there's definitely 4 of us making a team.
Well, that's good to hear. I always like hearing successful teams sticking together at least a bit. Is there any last shout outs or anything you want to say to any followers, fans, whatnot?
Honestly, I saw Aki was sick all best of 3. He really played well, so well played to him.
There we go. Well, Brody, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Thoroughly deserved. You guys played amazing, and enjoy your £1,000 spending on a configuration PC by Intel and DinoPC.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Awesome. So, I mean, you could see by the smile what it truly meant to him, guys. Like, yes, okay, they get the prize, they get to build their PC, all amazing. Thank you again, DinoPC. But it's about beating ex-teammates, beating friends. It's those bragging rights that they can bring to whenever LANs come back again. But I'm gonna have to ask you for an MVP, guys. Like, who do you think was the tournament MVP? Or Bacon, I'll start with you first.
I know Jay's probably going to be in the same case as me. It's either Aki or Russ. Both played 2 very different roles in the arena, but for me, I think I want to give it purely for the story to Russ, but realistically, it has to be Aki there. What with his control, the information gain in it, as well as just sheer fragging.
Jay, we've lost you. No sound coming from your end.
Am I back?
There we go.
I'm more leaning towards Russ on this one because I feel like his he had some not only some incredible like skills in terms of frag counts and numbers, but also I also feel like especially in that semi-final best of 3, he was playing a much more diverse style. I do agree that Aki definitely had an incredible moment in the best of 3, but for me, Russ had a great day all in all across both of their matches today. So for me, my vote lies with Russ in the MVP.
Well, gents, thank you so much for all of your commentating today. You were great. I loved listening to it. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope to hear from you again. I'll allow you to run on your merry way now and get some rest and get some food. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Sam.
Well, there we have it. We have our resolution. Taran Mill, of all teams, have come out as victors of the Dino PC Valorant trophy in the end. They will get a metaphorical trophy rather than a real one, but they do all get individually £1,000 to build a PC on Dino PC themselves through the Intel configuration. So congratulations to them. If you yourself would like to sort yourself up with a PC or get them to build you a rig, go to dinopc.com. They can sort you out. You can look out for more tournaments as well. Basically, this was the beginning of Dino PC. They wanted to branch out into esports. They've already done a little bit throughout gaming, but they wanted to show us what they can do in terms of actual esports tournaments. If you go to events.dinopc.com, then you can find out more about what's coming in the future, and of course they'll keep posting on there and whatnot. So a huge thank you to DinoPC, a huge thank you to Intel as well. Their Twitter is at DinoPCUK. Give them a follow, they'll keep you up to date with stuff, and drop a follow on this Twitch channel because there is bound to be more esports events coming your way, and if they are even half as exciting as today's been, then you are in for some fun. So that just about does it. Honestly, it's been a pleasure and an honor to be involved. A big thank you to all the guys behind the scenes that make us look way better than we actually are as well. It's been a fun day, and I'm sure we'll be back with more Dino PC action at some point. So watch this space. big thank you from myself, our two amazing commentators, Bacon and Jay, Intel, DinoPC, everyone behind the scenes. We'll see you next time.
Enemy down. Hostile.
One enemy remaining.
Three out of 5.
One enemy remaining. Good. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too late.
One enemy remaining.
3 killed.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Healer down. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready. No charge.
In gaming, winning comes down to milliseconds. It's all about seizing every advantage you can get, like unlocked 10th Gen Intel Core processors. It's easy to make sure your Intel Core processor is unlocked and overclockable. Just look for the K at the end of the processor name. Right out of the box, very fast clock speeds to give you more power for CPU-intensive tasks, like gaming, which can mean more frames per second, giving you a smooth, more responsive gaming experience so you can react quicker and take the high ground. It's easy to confidently overclock your PC with Intel Performance Maximizer, an innovative and automated tool that allows you to reliably custom-tune select unlocked 10th Gen Intel Core processors with just a few clicks. Intel Performance Maximizer customizes your overclock by analyzing your processor's unique performance potential, monitoring and adapting the overclock over time. Overclock your computer to unleash its potential and seize your advantage. Gaming happens with Intel.